Chapter 1275. Fifth level of the Fulfillment Realm. Sixth level of the Fulfillment Realm. Seventh level of the Fulfillment Realm. As long as they learned the shattering divine power, they would be able to beat up even a seventh level Fulfillment Realm expert. However, all of this had to be done after Luo was captured. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. All objects realms have increased. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. Ding! Luo has broken through. Ding! Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. The 4 system notifications caused Yi Xian to be overjoyed. Wei Jintian had broken through very quickly. Luo was originally about to break through to the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, but now she had broken through ahead of time. Not only that, this time she had directly increased by 1 level. For example, Luo's experience had increased from 80% of the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm to 80% of the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, not the initial 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. It was a direct increase of 1 level, not a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, what made Yi Xian most gratified was that Old Tree had broken through to the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. "Young master, what did you do? I feel like I broke through." Old Tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. "Nothing, I just used a secret art," Yi Xian casually replied. Old Tree knew that he did not want to talk about it, so he did not ask. Yi Xian did not tell anyone about this, not even Luo. Right now, no one noticed the change in Old Tree. Their attention was on Lu Tiangong and Yi Xian. "Young man, I thank you for your help," Lu Tiangong said. "Forget about the thanks. Next, it's time to settle our old debts." Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "You almost killed me back then, so today I'm here to take revenge. Do you want to fight me together or one-on-one?" The moment he said this, the surrounding Lu family disciples and Green Sun Sword Sect disciples were all shocked. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, but he wanted to fight Lu Tiangong one-on-one, and even 2-on-1. This was too terrifying. However, Yi Xian's strength was clear for all to see. Even Wu Qianshan was beaten to the point that he had no temper in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did indeed have the strength to challenge Lu Tiangong alone. Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng knew all this. "Since it's a grudge between you and me, then don't involve others. Let's have a life and death battle," Lu Tiangong said very calmly. "All right, a battle of life and death." Yi Xian immediately responded. In fact, whether it was Lu Tiangong alone or with Lu Heng, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he still had the Blade Storm. Lu Tiangong had used up a lot of true qi just now, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he had already recovered to his peak. Although Lu Tiangong possessed the Eye of all things, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill Lu Tiangong. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly landed on the ground and cloned. Immediately, 2 illusory heavenly dragons appeared, one of ice and one of fire. What a miraculous ability. Is that a true Qi clone, or is it real? It should be true Qi. It's really impossible. He's not even afraid of the Wu family's ancestor. It's hard to say how the Grand Elder will fare in this battle. The surrounding Lu family members and Green Sun Sword Sect disciples discussed. Lu Tiangong also landed on the ground with Yi Xian. At this time, the surrounding people had already retreated far away. A battle between 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts was no laughing matter. If they were caught in the shockwaves, they would either be severely injured or killed. Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at Lu Tiangong. Although he was confident that he could win, he still had to be careful. On land, he had 9 agility advancement boosts to his movement speed. "Come on, kid," Lu Tiangong said to Yi Xian. "There's no rush. Let me ask you a few questions first." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I know what you want to ask. Wait until you defeat me." Lu Tiangong refused to answer. "All right, then I'll defeat you first." Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, he attacked. "I have glory, killing intent, explosion, twin dragons of ice, and fire sword formation." Yi Xian attacked with all his strength. At the same time, Wei Jintian, who had broken through to the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, also moved out from the side. "I have Myriad." After the battle began, Lu Tiangong's left eye flashed and instantly sent Wei Jintian flying. The Eye of Myriad could use the power of Myriad from a distance, and its speed was much faster than ordinary people. Unfortunately, Wei Jintian was now at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He was very tough and could not be destroyed so easily. After Wei Jintian was sent flying, he turned into a streak of light and shot out again. Twin Dragon Roar. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dangerous aura spread. Lu Tiangong focused his eyes and saw a dragon's aura attacking him. So powerful. Under other circumstances, he would have chosen to dodge. However, there were countless Lu family disciples watching. If he dodged, wouldn't he be admitting defeat? Green Sun Sword Bell. Lu Tiangong immediately used the strongest defensive divine ability of the Green Sun Sword sect. Immediately, a huge cyan bell surrounded him. The Eye of Myriad could not only be used from a distance, but also increase the power of Myriad. Simply put, Lu Tiangong's Myriad was stronger than ordinary people. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the Green Sun Sword Bell, and a bell sound immediately spread out. Fortunately, the disciples were far away, or else someone's head would have exploded. Lu Tiangong was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, and his cultivation was not low. Yixian was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 2 levels, so this time, no one had the upper hand. However, Yixian did not use Killing Intent Explosion for this Twin Dragon Roar, so its power was only half. He did this to lower Lu Tiangong's guard. Lu Tiangong, try this again. At this time, Yixian gathered his true energy again and launched another attack. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another dragon's breath erupted. Lu Tiangong's expression turned serious, and he used the Green Sun Sword Bell again. However, as the dragon's breath approached, his expression changed abruptly. This time, the aura was twice as strong as before. Not good. Lu Tiangong's expression changed greatly, and he immediately abandoned the Green Sun Sword Bell to escape. However, because he was too slow, he was directly shocked by the aftershock of the Twin Dragon Roar and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The dignified Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect was actually beaten to the point of spitting blood by a junior at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. This stunned the surrounding people. This kid's strength has increased so quickly. Even the top geniuses of my sect are not 1/10 of his strength. Lu Tiangong hurriedly stabilized his injuries and thought to himself. While he was surprised, Yixian had already turned into 2 streams of light and attacked him from the left and right. This time, Lu Tiangong did not defend and directly attacked. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1276. The 2 giant golden bells fell. One missed, while the other successfully trapped Lu Tiangong and Yixian inside. Is this the Green Sun Sword Bell? Lu Tiangong's expression froze. The Green Sun Sword Bell was one of the Green Sun Sword sect's wishful divine ability. Not everyone could learn it, and now Yixian actually used a similar divine ability. Was it a coincidence? Lu Tiangong didn't understand. At the same time, he also didn't understand why Yixian used this skill. The Green Sun Sword Bell was only used for defense. However, before he could even attack, Yixian had already used it. Why? In the next moment, he understood. Lu Tiangong, take this. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of ice and fire dragons. The 2 heavenly dragon phantoms merged into one and roared at the sky. Boom! A sound wave attack quickly spread out. What? Lu Tiangong turned pale with fright. He hurriedly used the all-creation strength to protect himself. At the same time, he kept attacking to weaken the sound wave attack. Now, he understood Yixian's method. He used echoes. Echoes came from all directions. Break! Lu Tiangong attacked as he retreated. Then, he suddenly turned around and prepared to break the double dragon sword bell. But at this moment, the two Yixin suddenly attacked from the left and right. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array. Lu Tiangong was suddenly attacked from both sides. What a troublesome brat. Lu Tiangong was a little regretful. That day, he was careless and allowed Yi Xian to escape. If he had known, he would have killed Yi Xian on that day. However, he forgot that if Yi Xian was killed on that day, the Lu family would probably be destroyed as well. Lu Tiangong, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Have a taste of this. When this voice rang out, Lu Tiangong felt his surroundings change. The people around him had disappeared, and in their place were countless flame demons. Beneath his feet was scorching hot magma. Illusion? Mental attack? Lu Tiangong immediately reacted. Sure enough, Yi Xian had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It was too scary. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. I have control. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. What? You want to control me? Lu Tiangong was shocked. How could an expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Grand Elder of the Green Sunsword Sect, become someone else's slave? No. Lu Tiangong continued to resist. This old fellow has lived for more than 100 years. His soul is incredibly powerful, so it won't be that easy to control him. Thankfully, I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Let's exhaust his true energy first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even if he was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, as long as he didn't have any true energy, he was like a piece of fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. But at this time, the Lu family's other 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert, Lu Heng, quietly approached Luluo. As long as he could obtain a fragmented divine ability, he could do anything. After all, as long as he had a fragmented divine ability, the strength of the Green Sun Sword sect would increase exponentially. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, naturally knew Lu Heng's whereabouts. Too naive. It won't be that easy to touch Luoluo. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside Luoluo was the old tree, who had broken through to the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. If Lu Heng dared to attack, the old tree would crush him to death. When Lu Heng saw that Lu Tiangong was suppressed by Yi Xian and was about to lose, his expression turned serious, and he immediately attacked Luoluo. Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, but he had the ability to fight against Wu Qianshui and Lu Tiangong. He was very monstrous. Although Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, Lu Heng didn't believe that Luoluo had the same strength. The only thing he had to be wary of was the old tree. How could a human not be able to beat a tree? However, he was wrong. This tree wasn't simple. Little thing, how dare you touch the little fox? You're courting death. The old tree had received Yi Xian's sound transmission and pretended to be paying attention to the battle. Now that he saw Lu Heng attack, his large hand grabbed fiercely. Slap! Crack! Boss Tree reached out and grabbed Lu Heng in his hand. With just a casual squeeze, he crushed Lu Heng's bones. Lu Heng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He never thought that he would be caught so easily. How is this possible? TSK, young man, do you think this old man is only at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm? The old tree suddenly started to show off. What? This sentence frightened Lu Heng. Was this old tree not at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm? How dare you touch the little fox? You deserve 10,000 deaths. However, the one who will decide your fate is not me, but my young master. The old tree suddenly turned and looked at Yi Xian. Following the old tree's gaze, Lu Heng realized that the young master the old tree was talking about was Yi Xian. How is it possible that a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm cultivator had a 6th level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast as a servant? Not only that, even the surrounding people felt that it was impossible. The former Grand Supreme Elder was caught instantly and couldn't move. He must be at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. That old tree is at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm? Why did the former Grand Supreme Elder attack? The Lu family members and the Qingyang sword sect disciples didn't understand. This battle was clearly between Yi Xian and Lu Tiangong, and Lu Tiangong had said that it would be a one-on-one battle. But now, Lu Hong was using a sneak attack. What was going on? Lu Tiangong, you really want to catch Luo Luo? Yi Xian suddenly stopped. I can't help it. As long as I catch her, I can get a fragmented divine ability. Lu Tiangong sighed. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. If you don't, he will be crushed to death, and I will destroy your Lu family and even the entire Qingyang sword sect. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. Sigh. Lu Tiangong sighed again. If the old tree was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, they might be able to fight against Yi Xian. But now, the old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Even if he and Lu Hong worked together, they might not be a match for the old tree, let alone Yi Xian alone. Also, he felt that Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength in the battle. This time, they were completely defeated. It's not that I can't submit to you, but I have a request. Lu Tiangong said. Originally, he didn't have the right to talk about conditions, but Yi Xian wanted to hear what it was. Speak, Yi Xian said. Chapter 1277. After Lu Tiangong's reminder, Yi Xian came to his senses as well. The current Qingyang sword sect was probably as strong as the Flying Scorpion stronghold, or even weaker. That's a small matter. I can promise you that, but I'll say this first. I'll take away your Eye of Myriad. Yi Xian nodded. All right, Lu Tiangong answered without hesitation. The Eye of Myriad was indeed a good item, but there was only one, so its power could not be maximized. Compared to the entire Lu family, the Eye of Myriad was nothing. If that's the case, then don't resist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the Eye of Control on Lu Tiangong. Ding! Control successful. Lu Tiangong was willing, so he was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Now, the Grand Elder of Qingyang Sword Sect, Lu Tiangong, was Yi Xian's servant. However, this was not the end. Greetings, Master! Lu Tiangong knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. This scene frightened the surrounding people. The strongest person of the Lu family in Qingyang Sword Sect was controlled by Yi Xian. Lu Hong, who was caught by the old tree, was also shocked because Lu Tiangong's strength was above his. However, whether it was Yi Xian or the old tree, they were not ordinary people. The most terrifying one was the little fox, Luo Luo. She had a fragmented superpower, so there must be something extraordinary about her. Lu Hong, he has submitted to me. It's your turn. Yi Xian suddenly turned to Lu Hong and said. Lu Hong, who was caught by the old tree, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, did not even have the ability to resist. If the old tree wanted to, he would probably be crushed into pieces. Therefore, he could only choose to submit. Ding! Control successful. Another system notification sounded. Then, the old tree released Lu Hong. Now, Yi Xian controlled the entire Qingyang sword sect. If he wanted to, he could become the sect leader of Qingyang sword sect. However, he did not think much of Qingyang sword sect. Lu Tiangong, give me the eyes of myriad forms. After controlling Lu Hong, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong. Yes. Lu Tiangong didn't dare to be negligent. He directly put his hand into his left eye, and with a slight tug, he removed the Eye of Myriad. Last time, Yi Xian didn't notice anything strange, so he thought Lu Tiangong was just blind in one eye. This time, he accurately saw that the Eye of all things was only connected to Lu Tiangong's true qi. It didn't grow in the eye. In order to install this Eye of Nature, Lu Tiangong had personally dug out his left eye. Yi Xian used his 10,000 mammoths force to hold up the Eye of Myriad mammoths and carefully examined it. He didn't want this Eye of Nature to replace his left eye. Instead, he was preparing to devour it. Ding! The host has devoured an Eye of Myriad forms. Ding! The host's strength of all creations has increased. The system notifications rang continuously. As expected, after devouring this Eye of Myriad forms, Yi Xian's strength of all creations had increased. Moreover, he had obtained the ability to use the strength of all creations from a distance. Of course, there was a distance limit. Originally, the strength of all creations increased as the strength of one soul increased. Yi Xian's soul was already stronger than others. Now, after devouring this eye of myriad forms, it was even stronger. I wonder if the effects will multiply if I devour another eye of myriad forms. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was very curious. He glanced at Lu Tiangong in exchange for a fake eye. Put on this fake eye first. It'll be almost the same as your original eye. Seeing this, Lu Tiangong's single eye lit up. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Lu Heng, clean up the battlefield. Collect all the spoils for me. Yi Xian turned his head and said to Lu Heng. Then he said to Lu Tiangong, come with me. He came to the Qingyang sword sect this time to find Lu Tiangong. He had a lot of questions to ask. Soon, Yi Xian brought him to the giant wood protection barrier. Where did the twin fiends of the mysterious underworld go? Yi Xian went straight to the point. I'm not sure. I only escorted them to Flying Sand City and handed them to my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong shook his head. Flying Sand City, ex-wife? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had been in this world for 10 years, but this was the first time he heard the word ex-wife. Tell me in detail. It's like this. My ex-wife left me a few decades ago and married the city lord of Flying Sand City. However, we still have her. This time, she got the news, so she sent me a message asking me to pick up the Xianming Duo demons. I escorted the Xianming Duo demons to Flying Sand City. Then, she asked someone to escort them to other places. Lu Tiangong said honestly. Is there anything else? Yi Xian continued to ask. No. The Xianming Duo demons kept asking me to send people to look for Master and Miss Luluo. I sent people, but there was no news. Lu Tiangong shook his head. Then have you heard of the Yinyang Temple? No. Lu Tiangong shook his head again. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Although the Qingyang sword sect was not bad, it was only a third realm of connecting heaven realm. It was still far from the Nirvana realm. It was normal that he did not know. Okay, then how did you get the eyes of myriad forms? Yi Xian changed the topic. My ex-wife and I obtained these eyes of myriad forms after we killed a heaven-reaching beast during our training. At that time, we divided the eyes of myriad forms equally. One for me, and the other for my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong answered. A connecting heaven beast? What was it like? Yi Xian frowned, suddenly interested. This, I don't remember clearly. Lu Tiangong said subconsciously. Don't remember clearly? What do you mean? Yi Xian didn't understand. How could a fulfillment realm expert with an outstanding memory forget such an important matter? Lu Tiangong was under his control, so there was no way he was lying. I don't know either. I don't remember the shape of this connecting heaven beast. I don't even remember its cry. Lu Tiangong shook his head. In that case, it would appear that there's something special about that heaven-reaching beast. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He took out a map and looked at it. Flying Sand City was 3 days away from the Qingyang sword sect. However, with Yi Xian's current speed, it would only take 2 days. Next, Yi Xian asked Lu Tiangong a few more questions. Not long after, Lu Heng walked in. Master, these are the spoils of war from the Lu family and the assassins. Lu Heng handed over a bag full of universe rings. Very good. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He grabbed a handful of universe rings and began to madly devour them. Ding! Wei Zhenqian has broken through. He is now at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1278. Ding! Wei Zhenqian has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. As for the remaining treasures, he left them for Luoluo. Young master, where are we going now? Luoluo also walked in and asked. You go and cultivate. Old Tree will stay in Azure Sun Sword sect. I'll bring them out to hunt down the 2 fort masters of Flying Scorpion Stronghold. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left with Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Both of them were at the 5th level of fulfillment realm. As for Yi Xian, he was using the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. With the support of an expert's 10,000 mammoth power, the snow wind demon spirit condor's flying speed would increase by a lot. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had just left. They would probably be able to catch up very soon, as long as they were returning to Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Since he had promised Lu Tiangong, Yi Xian had to fulfill his promise to destroy Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian and the other two rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and left Azure Sun Sword Sect. With the support of 3 experts and the 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's speed approached the 6th level of Fulfillment Realm. In just 2 minutes, Yi Xian found Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion. As it turned out, the two of them weren't planning to return to Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Instead, they were wandering around Azure Sun Sword Sect, preparing to make more money. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Xian. Lu Tiangong, Lu Heng, after seeing the 3 people on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were shocked. They quickly turned around and ran. Previously, Lu Tiangong was fighting Flying Scorpion alone. If he had a few more seconds, Flying Scorpion would have been killed by Lu Tiangong. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Heng were here, Flying Scorpion didn't have the strength to fight back. Unfortunately, their speed was much slower than the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. Go! With Yi Xian's order, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng immediately charged out. At the same time, he rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and blocked the 2 Fort Masters. Double Dragon Sword Bell. The 2 Yi Xian immediately used their trapping divine skill. In the blink of an eye, Flying Scorpion and Poisonous Scorpion were trapped inside. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon suddenly merged and let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's roar quickly spread out. Block it! Flying Scorpion yelled and joined forces with Scorpion, preparing to block the sound wave attack. As for Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng, they had Yi Xian's genuine qi and strength of all creations on them, so this attack did not have much of an effect on them. Azure Sunbreak. The 2 of them simultaneously used the strongest attack of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds rang out as both Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion flew backwards. Twin Dragon Roar. This dragon breath engulfed the 2 of them. Yi Xian of the Fulfillment Realm was already at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but he didn't use his killing intent eruption because he didn't want to kill the 2 Fort Masters. Scorching Hell. I control. The 2 Fort Masters were heavily injured, so Yi Xian took the opportunity to control them. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control succeeded. Ding. Control succeeded. In the end, the 2 Fort Masters couldn't escape this fate and were controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion knelt on one knee and cupped their fists respectfully. These 2 potions are for you. Yi Xian tossed them 2 potions and summoned Luoluo at the same time. Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, so Yi Xian wanted her to charm the 2 Fort Masters. This way, when Yi Xian's Eye of Control was not enough in the future, the 2 Fort Masters would not be released from his control. Ding! Flying Scorpion has escape control. Ding! Poison Scorpion has escape control. 2 more system notifications rang out. Just like that, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were handed over to Luoluo by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian walked over and took their universe rings. Previously, Wu Junying had paid them 350,000 fulfillment pills as a deposit. Adding the wealth that the 2 brought out, the 2 universe rings had about 600,000 fulfillment pills in them. The 2 of you will join the Azure Sun Sword Sect from now on. As for your Flying Scorpion Fort, I will destroy it directly. Yi Xian said to the 2. Yes, Master, please do as you wish. The 2 Fort Masters nodded respectfully. The Flying Scorpion Fort was built by them single-handedly. There were countless experts in it, and it was comparable to the current Azure Sun Sword Sect. Although it was a pity to destroy it, Yi Xian was their master's master, so they still had to listen to his orders. Then, the snow wind demon spirit Condor flew towards the flying scorpion fort with Yi Xian and the other 4 fort masters. With 4 5th-level fulfillment realm experts supporting it with the power of all creations, the snow wind demon spirit Condor speed was very fast. It only took them half a day to reach the flying scorpion fort. Fort Master and Second Fort Master are back. Who are those 3? They should be the people who joined our flying scorpion fort. Their auras are so strong. They are at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. When Yi Xian and the other 4 fort masters arrived at the flying scorpion fort, the people in the flying scorpion fort welcomed them with joy. However, what awaited them next was the sharpness of blood. The flying scorpion fort is filled with a group of vicious people who commit all kinds of crimes. It's not a pity to kill them. Go! Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters. Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters were all 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. Any 2 of them would be enough to raise the flying scorpion fort to the ground. Moreover, there was also Yi Xian, a super genius who could challenge those above his level. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. Yi Xian formed a giant golden bell. However, this time he was not inside but outside. The flying scorpion fort was built in a valley, so the dragon roars could be heard everywhere. My head's going to explode. What's going on? Why is the fort master attacking us? I remember now. Those 2 people are wearing the robes of the Green Sun Sword sect. Is the fort master working together with the Green Sun Sword sect to eliminate us? Run! The martial practitioners of the flying scorpion fort fled in all directions. Another dragon's roar rang out. Every flying scorpion fort martial practitioner at or below the 1st level of the fulfillment realm collapsed to the ground. Try this move again. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. He had only used the normal Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire before. This time, the power was at least twice as strong as before. Immediately, a 2nd-level fulfillment realm expert collapsed to the ground. Other than Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, there were 8 4th-level fulfillment realm experts in the Flying Scorpion fort. However, Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters took care of these 8 people. Since they were all Yi Xian's servants, the killing intent points of the people they killed were all added to Yi Xian. Although the killing intent points were almost inexhaustible, there were still a few more God of Slaying bloodline skills that had not been activated. Who knew if there were skills that consumed a lot of killing intent points? Therefore, one could never have too many killing intent points. There were more than 10,000 people in the Flying Scorpion Fort, and more than 9,000 had died to Yi Xian's bell. Chapter 1279. The entire Flying Scorpion stronghold was bathed in blood. The smell of blood spread to more than 10 miles away, and the stronghold was filled with screams. A few minutes later, Yi Xian and a few others were the only ones left in the Flying Scorpion stronghold. The Flying Scorpion stronghold often committed robberies and had captured many beautiful girls and women. There were more than 1,000 of them, and some of them were even toyed with 10 to 20 times a day. Fortunately, these people were released by the Flying Scorpion stronghold early in the morning, and Yi Xian covered them with his true qi, so they were not injured. Oh my God, they're all dead. Thank you, Master, thank you. These girls kowtowed to Yi Xian, even if the ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. All of you, take some money and leave. Go back to where you came from. Yi Xian waved his hand and threw a bag to each of them. The money in the bag was enough to last them for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Master. The group of girls thanked him again and again, then left. The Flying Scorpion stronghold was one of the local tyrants in this area. Now that it was destroyed, they would be fine. Then, Yi Xian asked those who were controlled by Luoluo to collect the spoils of war. All of you go too, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong and the others. Yes. Lu Tiangong and the others nodded and dispersed. However, at this moment, ding! The killing intent value of the host has reached the upper limit of the current level. If you choose to clear it to 0, you will obtain 1 devour point. The system suddenly notified. What? If I choose to clear it to 0, I will obtain 1 devour point? Yi Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but say to himself, the Godslayer bloodline is indeed the Godslayer bloodline. I can actually use this method to obtain devour points. This time, it was probably because he had obtained a large amount of killing intent value from the massacre of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. If he chose to clear it to 0, he would obtain 1 devour point. This would take some time, and he would not be able to use some of the Godslayer bloodline skills, such as Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm. If he did not clear it to 0, he would not obtain 1 devour point. Compared to devour points, what was the Killing Intent value? 0. Yi Xian made his decision. Ding! Killing Intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. The system prompted again. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva when he saw the devour point on the interface. This was not bad at all. If the one who obtained this was a ruthless person, then he would probably slaughter all the surrounding forces. That way, the killing intent value could once again reach the upper limit of the current level, and then choose to reset it to 0. But Yi Xian wouldn't do that. Although he was capable of killing, and had killed quite a number of people, he would not kill innocent people. Previously, he could have used Blade Storm several times, but he was worried about the innocent civilians around him, so he did not use it. For example, when he was in Tianyuan City, he could use Blade Storm to kill Mad Dragon. Now, the system had already cleared the killing intent value to 0. Not only could he not use Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm, even Dark Knight Canopy could not be used. Fortunately, his spoils of war were still being collected. As long as he devoured those killing weapons, he would be able to obtain a large amount of killing intent points, so he did not have to worry too much. Master, the items have been collected. After a while, Lu Tiangong and the others handed the items to Yi Xian. In the entire Flying Scorpion Stronghold, only a handful of people had managed to escape, so their spoils of war were all gathered here. Yi Xian unceremoniously threw all the items into the devour space, and then calculated that there were about 1 million low-grade fulfillment pills. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. There is only 1 notification from the system. Unfortunately, every time Yi Xian broke through, his leveling up experience would greatly increase, so he could not break through this time. But the transcending heaven artifacts inside gave him a large amount of killing intent, so he could use Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm again. Just as Yi Xian was inspecting those strange items, he found an interesting transcending heaven artifact. It was a wooden seal with a heavenly dragon carved on it. Previously, he had only devoured swords and weapons, so this item was a little strange, so he kept it. Ding, this item can be used as a transcendent artifact. The system notification sounded again. Transcendent artifact? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly looked. He found that there was a transcendent artifact that could be refined called the Divine Wood Seal. And the transcendent artifact's artifact spirit was the Old Tree. Old Tree, do you want to become immortal and indestructible? Yi Xian transmitted in his mind. Hearing this, the Old Tree in the Green Sun Sword sect paused and said, "Who doesn't want to? All right, I have a way to help you become immortal and indestructible. As long as my 3 clones don't die, you won't die." Wei Zhentian is in such a state now, Yi Xian said again. The other side paused again. "Little young master, your methods are truly heaven-defying. Come, I want to live forever," the Old Tree replied. "Then I'll return immediately." Yi Xian nodded. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought Lu Tiangong and the others back to the giant tree protection barrier of the Green Sun Sword sect. At this time, in the giant tree protection barrier, the Old Tree looked at Yi Xian expectantly. Ding! Refining the Divine Wood Seal will consume 1 devour point. Proceed? The system notification sounded. Yi Xian remembered that when he refined the first transcendent artifact, the heaven-shaking sword, he did not consume any devour points. But at that time, he had just leveled up and the Transcendent Artifacts system had just been activated, so he was rewarded with a chance to refine a Transcendent Artifact for free. As for the second time, he did not consume any Devour points, perhaps because the Transcendent Artifact's quality was not good enough or because the Dragon Ball was rare. Now that the Divine Wood Seal required 1 Devour point, Yi Xian happened to get 1 Devour point. Moreover, he felt that it was worth it. The Transcendent Artifact's Divine Wood Seal skills would change according to its artifact spirit. At least, it was very good to have the old tree as its artifact spirit skill. Yes. Immediately, Yi Xian put the old tree into the storage space and replied in his mind. Ding, begin refining Transcendent Artifact. Ding, the Transcendent Artifact's Divine Wood Seal has been successfully refined. Finally, Yi Xian refined the third Transcendent Artifact, the Divine Wood Seal. After the Transcendent Artifact's Divine Wood Seal was successfully refined, Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree. Now that I'm immortal and indestructible, it doesn't feel any different. The old tree touched its withered body and asked curiously, No, you've changed a lot. Old tree, you can even change into a human form now. Yi Xian said with a smile. A human form? Really? Chapter 1280. After a long while, the old tree's body began to shrink. Its bark also began to change, turning into human skin. Finally, it turned into a bald, old man with a burly figure. Oh my, this old man actually turned into a human. The old tree couldn't believe it and touched it with its hands. However, it only had the appearance of a human. Beneath its skin was plant tissue. However, the old tree was now an immortal existence. Grandpa Tree, how do you feel? Luo hurriedly went up to the old tree and intimately held its arm. With Luo's height of 165 meters, she didn't even reach the old tree's shoulder. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also checked the Divine Wood Seal's skills. After the old tree was refined into a treasure, it would live and die together with Yi Xian. In addition to being able to transform into a human, it also had 3 additional skills. The first skill was called Divine Wood Prison, which was the one the old tree used before. However, its effect was greatly improved, and its cooldown time was 1 day. The second skill was called Wild Python Sweep, which extended countless sharp vines to attack. Its cooldown time was 3 days. Judging from its cooldown time, this skill's power was probably not small. As for the third skill, it was called Nurture, which could increase the growth rate of heaven and earth treasures. Its cooldown time was 1 day. A control skill, an attack skill, and a support skill. This was the Divine Wood Seal. Immediately, Yi Xian stored the old tree into the planting space, and then let him use Nurture. Immediately, the old tree took root in the planting space, and a mysterious energy flowed through its roots into the ground. Some of the heaven and earth treasures that had yet to mature directly bloomed, and even the seedlings that had just been planted began to grow rapidly. The Nurture skill could be used once a day, and the effect of 1 use was actually equivalent to a month's growth of these heaven and earth treasures. Almost all of the heaven and earth treasures could mature after 1 use of Nurture. In other words, Yi Xian could harvest a large portion of them in 1 day. How awesome! Not bad, not bad. This is a really good skill. Yi Xian was very satisfied. A single harvest of heaven and earth treasures was worth about 50,000 fortune pills. This was a steady source of income. Even if Yi Xian slept with him for a day, he would still have an income. Moreover, if the old tree's level increased in the future, or if the level of the planting space increased, then he would be able to plant even higher level heaven and earth treasures. In a single day, he would be able to harvest 100,000 fortune pills, 200,000 fortune pills, or even 1 million fortune pills. In short, he could have a steady stream of income. At this moment, what he wanted the most was to try out the Divine Wood Prison and the Berserk Python Sweep. However, the former required a cooldown of 1 day, while the latter required a cooldown of 3 days. Therefore, he couldn't use it recklessly. It was better to use it when necessary. Little young master, come, break my heart of the devil tree for me to see. The old tree suddenly said to Yi Xian excitedly. He wanted to see if he was truly immortal. All right, Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. He drew his sword and slashed at the old tree's heart of the demon tree. Azure Sunbreak. The old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. The defense of his bark was extremely tough. Yi Xian's attack probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. However, the old tree could freely control his own body. Therefore, he broke through the defense and exposed the devil tree's heart to the air. Bang! Crack! With a crisp sound, the old tree's heart of the demon tree directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Originally, the old tree wouldn't have exposed the devil tree's heart no matter what. However, things were different now. The devil tree's heart was destroyed, but he didn't die. It was simply a miracle. This old man is actually immortal. The old tree couldn't help but laugh loudly. He once again transformed into his human form. He also knew that Yi Xian had a third doppelganger on some low-level continent. As long as Yi Xian's 3 doppelgangers didn't die, then he wouldn't die either. He could live forever and continue to grow. In the future, he could even rise to the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm had the ability to reach the heavens. Even he, an old piece of wood who had lived for 1,000 years, didn't dare to think about it. Not to mention the Heaven Ascension realm, he didn't even dare to think about the Fragmentation realm before. Now, that might not be the case anymore. Young master, what do we do next? Luo asked again. You're about to break through. Continue cultivating. This time, I'm going to Flying Sand City to find the other Eye of Myriad Forms, answered Yi Xian. All right, there's something about this Eye of Myriad Forms in my inherited memories. Luo suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, what is it? Luo began to explain. In this world, there are many eyes with special abilities. For example, my Eye of Charm, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Reincarnation, and so on. This Eye of Myriad Forms is one of them. This Eye of Myriad Forms can be born from life, such as humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. It can also be born from the beast race. If one's realm reaches a certain level, this Eye of Myriad Forms can be used across space and kill people. After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly. It seemed that he had found something good. However, this eye originally came in a pair. He only had one, so he had to get the other one. All right, I'm going to Flying Sand City now, said Yi Xian. Relying on the senses of the Death Hunt command, he felt that the Xianming duo demons had stopped. Perhaps they were resting or doing something else. Therefore, if he took the opportunity to put in more effort, he might be able to catch up. Immediately, he rushed to Flying Sand City. Now that Wei Jingtian had reached the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm, he directly transformed into a heavenly dragon and hurried on his way. He was much faster than the snow wind demon spirit condor. In addition, Yi Xian brought the 2 5th stage fulfillment realm experts, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, and constantly used the power of myriad forms to support them. In just one day, he arrived at Flying Sand City. Flying Sand City was built in a desert oasis. Behind Flying Sand City was the Desert of Despair. It was said that no one could come out from there. Yi Xian landed outside Flying Sand City, then broke through the void and sent Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion away. He then brought Luo, an old tree, into Flying Sand City. Wow, this Flying Sand City is different from the other cities. After entering Flying Sand City, Luo couldn't help but open her eyes wide. In other human cities, it was rare to see the beast race. However, in Flying Sand City, the beast race could be seen everywhere. Demonic snake race, ferocious tiger race, giant elephant race, scorpion race. Yi Xian glanced around and found many beast race. Could this Flying Sand City be the gathering place of the beast race? Not only that, the atmosphere of Flying Sand City was different from other places. It was a bit like the western region in ancient times. You can walk around. I'll go take a look at the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1281. If Luo was alone, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be at ease. However, Old Tree was already at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With him around, there wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Flying Sand City also had experts at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so Yi Xian still had to be careful. Lu Tiangong's ex-wife had remarried into Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion and become the City Lord's wife. It had been a few years now. Therefore, Yi Xian went directly to the City Lord Mansion this time and prepared to seize the Eye of Myriad by force. At the same time, he also wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the Xianming duo. However, after arriving at Flying Sand City, he felt that the Xianming duo wasn't far from him. The Xianming duo might be in the Desert of Despair behind Flying Sand City. He had to admit that Flying Sand City was very strong. Along the way, Yi Xian felt many powerful auras. 4th and 5th level fulfillment realm experts could be seen everywhere. This Flying Sand City's City Lord might not only be at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I heard that he might already be at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, with his current realm, he wasn't afraid of the City Lord. However, just as he was about to reach the City Lord Mansion, Luo's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Young master, come quickly, we're in trouble." Luo shouted somewhat anxiously. "What?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised and hurried in Luo's direction. Relying on the connection between him and Luo, he quickly found Luo and Old Tree. At this time, Luo and Old Tree were surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a young man around 30 years old. 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. In addition, there were several 4th level fulfillment realm guards around them. It seemed that this young man's identity was very unusual. "Kid, what are you doing?" Seeing Yi Xian suddenly fall from the sky, one of the guards hurriedly intercepted him. "You dare to stop me with just you?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly used the Eye of Control to control him. Tap! Yi Xian landed in front of Luo. "Young master." Luo hurriedly went up to hold Yi Xian's arm. "Young master." Hearing this, the young man in the lead raised his brows and said, "This little fox is your maidservant. She's my little sister. What's wrong?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This young man was actually an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian could guess his identity based on this fact alone. Younger sister? The leader was stunned. Luo had clearly called Yi Xian young master just now. How could they be siblings? Furthermore, why was one of the siblings a human and the other a fox? I've F*** Catwoman, Snake Woman, Tiger Woman, and even the Elephant Clan, but I've never F*** a little fox. I can see that she is still a virgin. You can name a price, however high it is. The young man in the lead spoke in an arrogant manner. In this Flying Sand City, he could walk sideways. No one dared to provoke him. Name a price? If I were to take a fancy to your mother, would you name a price? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes again and retorted with sharp words. What did you say? The leader's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. Yi Xian dared to speak to him like this. This was an insult to his mother. Trash, do you know who he is? Suddenly, a 5th level fulfillment realm expert stepped forward and pointed at Yi Xian's nose. Who? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. Huang Qingyi, the young city lord of Flying Sand City, the grandson of the city lord. The 5th level fulfillment realm expert replied. As expected, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This young man in the lead was indeed the young city lord of Flying Sand City. But so what? So it's the young city lord. I've heard so much about you. However, do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you're the young city lord? The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. The old tree was a heaven-reaching beast. Now that he was in human form, he looked easy to bully. The reason why he didn't make a move was because this was the city. He was waiting for Yi Xian to come. Before that, he just needed to protect Luo. You dare to offend me? Even if you have a great background, you won't be able to leave Flying Sand City. Huang Qingyi snorted coldly. Is that so? With just the 3 of you at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian had an extremely disdainful expression. It seems that you do have some background. However, none of the women Huang Qingyi, have ever been able to escape. Huang Qingyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that Flying Sand City was filled with crooks and experts, and his father repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble, he would have already attacked. Now, his mother was insulted by Yi Xian. How could he just let it go like this? Is that so? Yi Xian still looked calm. Not only that, even Luo looked very relaxed. She believed in Yi Xian. After all, she had watched Yi Xian grow step by step until now. Even a reincarnator had died at the hands of Yi Xian. What was a mere Huang Qingyi to him? This brat only knows how to think about lewd things all day long. Young master, let me do it. Old Tree couldn't watch anymore and took a step forward. Although he was a treant, he already treated the clever and cute Luo as his own granddaughter. Before Yi Xian came, he didn't make a move. Now that Yi Xian's attitude was very clear, he naturally had to show off his skills. Old Tree, don't hold back, Yi Xian said in a low voice. All right. Old Tree walked forward. Seeing this, a fifth-stage fulfillment realm expert also walked forward. At the same time, he said in a threatening tone, Old man, I will pluck your head off and hang it on the city wall to rot. This is the first time this old man has been threatened by a human. Old Tree snorted coldly. As expected, the surrounding people trembled in their hearts. They could all see that this bald, old man wasn't simple. He was able to remain so calm even when surrounded by so many people. He was clearly not an ordinary person. Just now, some people guessed that he was a snake demon or a demon. Old Baldy, you court death. The fifth-stage fulfillment realm expert let out a low cry and charged toward Old Shu with his bare hands. He was very fast, faster than 95% of the people present. Only a dozen or so people who were watching the show could see his figure. Among them was the Old Tree. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Old Tree. Then, he reached out with his right hand like a claw and prepared to twist Old Tree's head off. But at this time, Old Tree moved even faster and grabbed his opponent's throat. Crack! With a crisp sound, the martial practitioner at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm had his throat snapped and his head plucked off from his body. Instant kill. This fifth-stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner was instantly killed. The whole place was dead silent. Old Tree was at the sixth stage of the fulfillment realm. Add to that the boost from Yi Xian's beast god bloodline. It wasn't too difficult for him to kill a fifth-stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner. Yi Xian had imagined this scene in his mind a long time ago. Chapter 1282. Young Master. At this time, the Old Tree directly threw the corpse to Yi Xian. The latter quickly took off the universe ring and put away the corpse. It was only now that the surrounding people reacted. How dare you kill a reverend of the city lord's mansion? Another middle-aged man at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm shouted. At the same time, he also saw that the Old Tree was at least at the sixth level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he had no choice but to use the Flying Sand City Lord's Mansion. What bullshit City Lord Mansion? If this old man was afraid, would he kill someone here? The Old Tree snorted coldly. When the surrounding people heard this, they nodded. Indeed, if the Old Tree was afraid of the City Lord's Mansion, he probably would have just handed Luo over. But now, not only did Yi Xian scold Huang Qingyi, the Old Tree even killed a reverend of the City Lord's Mansion. He obviously did not care about the City Lord's Mansion. Where did these three people come from? At this time, Huang Qingyi also felt that he had provoked an expert. He guessed that the Old Tree was a demon. The true form of a demon was the strongest. However, the Old Tree could kill a fifth-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner instantly without transforming into his true form. If he transformed into his true form, wouldn't he be even stronger? The Old Tree was originally a heaven-piercing beast, but after being refined into a treasure, he was considered a demon. In human form, his combat strength naturally could not compare to his true form. If he transformed into his true form, with a beast god bloodline and 2 combat skills, he should be able to fight a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. This was why Yi Xian did not care about the flying Sand City Lord's mansion. You just wait. Huang Qingyi was a little scared. A fifth-level fulfillment realm expert had his head ripped off by the old tree. This strength was enough to kill all of them. You want to leave? The old tree immediately shot forward and reached out with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the other fifth-level fulfillment realm expert's head was twisted off as well. The old tree was a strength type. Even in human form, his strength was far greater than a normal person's. In the blink of an eye, Huang Qingyi was the only one left among the 3 fifth-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners. Go, go! Huang Qingyi hurriedly shouted when he saw the other party charging at him menacingly. However, the 6 fourth-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners beside him stood there like wooden dummies. After all, they were under Yi Xian's control. Since you are the grandson of the Flying Sand City City Lord, then I can easily enter the City Lord's mansion by controlling you. Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control on Huang Qingyi. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Yi Xian was taken aback by the 3 consecutive system notifications. Young master, let me help you. Luo muttered as her eyes turned pink. However, her charm did not have much effect on Huang Qingyi. How is this possible? She's only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Why can't she control the illusion when she's already in it? Yi Xian could not believe it. Right now, he was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He was only 1 level below Huang Qingyi. Huang Qingyi was easily trapped in the Scorching Hell, but he could not be controlled by Yi Xian. It seemed that he had some tricks up his sleeve. Eye of Revelation. At this time, Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to examine Huang Qingyi carefully. He found a black dot in the latter's head. What is that? Yi Xian looked at it. The black dot was only 1/10 the size of fingernail. It looked like a crystal, but Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could not see through it. It seemed that Huang Qingyi could not be controlled because of this black crystal. If I can't control him, then I can't enter the City Lord's mansion. However, if I can hold Huang Qingyi hostage, then the result will be the same. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then gave the order to the 6 fourth-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners. Immediately, the 6 of them left behind their interspatial rings and left. The 6 of them went back to report. They have guts, daring to hold Huang Qingyi hostage in Flying Sand City. Are they trying to become enemies with the entire City Lord's mansion? I have to say, these 3 people are not to be underestimated. That bald old man is probably at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. So what if he's at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? I heard that the Flying Sand City Lord has broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Not to mention, there are 2 6th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners in the City Lord's mansion. They're dead for sure. Let's retreat quickly. There will probably be a big battle later. The surrounding passers-by retreated. How dare you hold me hostage? You're courting death. Huang Qingyi finally broke out of the illusion and cursed loudly. Don't talk nonsense, or this old man will take your head. Old Tree grabbed Huang Qingyi's neck with his hand. At the same time, he took Huang Qingyi's universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. There must be a lot of good things in the universe ring of Flying Sand City's young city lord, right? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He took the universe ring and examined it. As expected, there were more than 500,000 fulfillment pills inside. He really made a big profit. Just a little more, and I can break through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. At that time, even an 8th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner may not be able to kill me, let alone a 7th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner. When he thought of this, Yi Xian subconsciously showed a confident expression. Soon, a group of angry people came from the City Lord's mansion. The leader was a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Behind him was a woman at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm and a large group of people. Qingyi. After that woman arrived, she immediately opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you holding my son hostage?" The middle-aged man asked in an interrogative tone. We were just passers-by, but your son threatened me and said that if I didn't hand over my sister to him, I wouldn't be able to leave Flying Sand City. So, he has to pay the price for what he said. Yi Xian replied indifferently. Price? The middle-aged man turned to look and found that there were bloodstains on the ground, but no corpses. Where were the 2 guards he sent to Huang Qingyi? Did you kill them? The middle-aged man's eyes spat out fire. In Flying Sand City's City Lord's mansion, there were only 2 6th-level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioners and a dozen 5th-level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioners. Every 5th-level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioner was a treasure, but now 2 of them were dead. How could he not take revenge? This old one killed them. At this time, the old tree suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man focused his attention on the old tree. He felt that he couldn't see through the old tree. How is this possible? Even demons could use true energy in their human form, but the middle-aged man couldn't sense any true energy from the old tree. What was going on? However, the old tree's situation was very special. He was originally a heaven-reaching beast, and he could only take human form after being refined into a treasure. So, strictly speaking, the old tree couldn't be considered a demon. Chapter 1283. You, let go of my son, or you won't be able to walk out of Flying Sand City. The woman said angrily. Are you kidding? Let him go. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare 1,000,000 fortune pills. Otherwise, you can take your son's body back. You dare. The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. Do you think I don't dare? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he took out a long sword and waved it casually. Swish! A crisp sound fell into everyone's ears, followed by an arm flying in the air. This scene happened so suddenly that no one expected it, not even the old tree. Yi Xian's sword had shaved off a bit of Huang Qingyi's hair. If the angle was a bit more flat, Huang Qingyi's head would have been cut off. Ah! Huang Qingyi let out a cry of pain as blood spurted out from his severed arm. He grew up in Flying Sand City and walked sideways since he was a child. He had almost never been injured since he started cultivating, so he didn't know what pain felt like. But now, one of his arms had been chopped off. What are you doing? The middle-aged man panicked and almost rushed up. Nothing, just a greeting gift. Yi Xian circulated his true qi and threw the severed arm to the middle-aged man's feet. He was not a simple character. His character was vengeful. If it wasn't because Huang Qingyi was still useful, he would have killed him directly. Using the word ruthless to describe Yi Xian was the most appropriate word. Boy, you're the first person to threaten my son in Flying Sand City and dare to ask for such an exorbitant price. The middle-aged man said while gnashing his teeth. I dare to kill him. Do you believe me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Very good. You're the first person to dare to talk to me like this. After the middle-aged man spat out these words with difficulty, he took out a cloth bag from his interspatial ring. Inside it, there were 100 high-grade fortune pills. A high-grade fortune pill was equivalent to 100 middle-grade fortune pills, which was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade fortune pills. 100 high-grade fortune pills was equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade fortune pills. The middle-aged man threw the cloth bag to Yi Xian and said, Let him go. Only a future city lord like him could take out 1,000,000 fortune pills so casually. Yi Xian chuckled as he received the cloth bag and directly put it into his devouring space. His goal had finally been achieved. Ding! The host breakthrough. Without another word, Yi Xian directly swallowed the 1,000,000 fortune pill. Instantly, his aura expanded by 2 times. The middle-aged man was startled when he sensed the change. Breakthrough? Impossible. He must have deliberately suppressed his cultivation just now. To break through, the 5th level of the fulfillment realm was Yi Xian's current realm. He no longer feared anyone in Flying Sand City. T2. Fine, let him go. Huang Qingyi was freed from his shackles. He immediately ran to his father. At the same time, the middle-aged man yelled, Kill them. As expected, the other party wanted to kill them after they were safe. However, the current Yi Xian no longer placed these people in his eyes. Young master, leave the sixth-stage fulfillment realm one to me. Old Tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He'd leave the others to him. Immediately, the middle-aged man and the woman charged over. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was in a hurry. He didn't want to waste any more time. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yi Xian attacked without hesitation. His target was Huang Qingyi's mother. In the blink of an eye, the fifth-stage fulfillment realm woman was devoured by the flame dragon and turned to ashes. In a situation of the same level, the only ones that could make Yi Xian fear them were the three reincarnators. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. His wife was an expert at the fifth stage of the fulfillment realm. How could she be instantly killed by Yi Xian, who was also at the fifth stage of the fulfillment realm? However, he didn't have time to feel sad because Old Tree instantly transformed into his true form and punched him. Boom! Even an expert at the seventh level of the fulfillment realm would be severely injured by Old Shoe's full-powered punch. The middle-aged man was stunned by the punch. Many of his bones were broken. They were both at the sixth stage of the fulfillment realm. So why was the gap between them so big? These City Lord Manor higher-ups all have that black crystal in their heads. What is it? Yi Xian was puzzled. He quickly rushed over and took the dead woman's universe ring and the undamaged black crystal. As for the others, they were all killed by a flash of white light. Naturally, this white flash was Luo Luo. However, these fourth-stage fulfillment realm guards didn't have a black crystal in their heads. Among the people present, only Huang Qingyi and his parents had one. Old Tree, capture him. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eyes and immediately said, No problem. Old Tree responded. A large number of branches extended from his body and grabbed the middle-aged man. Father? Huang Qingyi saw that even his sixth-stage fulfillment realm father was captured and was immediately scared witless. He prepared to run away. However, the moment he turned around, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. What is this thing? Yi Xian held the strange black crystal in his hand and asked. I don't know. Huang Qingyi was so scared that he didn't have any temper left. He hurriedly shook his head. If he was under Yi Xian's control right now, then Yi Xian would naturally believe him. However, Yi Xian couldn't control Huang Qingyi because he also had the black crystal in his head. Naturally, he wouldn't believe him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked again, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me what this is, or he will die. Hearing Yi Xian's threatening tone, the middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in hatred. He saw his wife being killed by Yi Xian. How could he possibly answer Yi Xian's question? Kill me if you want. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Hearing this, Huang Qingyi immediately said, Father, don't. I don't want to die. You gave this to me. Hurry and tell him. Don't be afraid. Your grandfather will avenge us. The middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. This time he had fallen. However, he didn't fall at the hands of Yi Xian, but at the hands of Huang Qingyi. If Huang Qingyi wasn't used to being bullied, how could he have provoked such a person? However, there was no room for negotiation now. All right, as you wish. Chapter 1284. Stop! A shout rang out at the same time. However, Yi Xian wouldn't stop even if the Heavenly Emperor were to descend. Rip! A crisp sound rang out. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Huang Qingyi's head flew into the air. Yi Xian actually killed him just like that? The surrounding people originally thought that Yi Xian was just making a simple threat. After all, Huang Qingyi was the young city lord of Flying Sand City. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually kill him? Of course, a large portion of the crowd didn't think that Yi Xian was joking. After all, Huang Qingyi's mother had already been killed. To be able to cultivate to this level, apart from the rich kids who hadn't experienced life and death situations, almost everyone could see that Yi Xian was a ruthless character. Since he dared to kill a direct descendant of the City Lord's mansion in Flying Sand City, he definitely had a powerful background. However, while the crowd was still in shock, a white-haired old woman entered their sight. Another sixth stage of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, when he focused his eyes, he discovered that this old woman's right eye was a little special. It seemed that he had met the right person. This white-haired old woman was probably Lu Tiangong's ex-wife, who had remarried to Flying Sand City. She was also the person who possessed the all-encompassing right eye. At the same time, she was also the purpose of Yi Xian's trip. My grandson. After the white-haired old woman arrived, she murmured resentfully. Then, she focused her gaze on Yi Xian. Immediately, a surge of all-encompassing power trapped Yi Xian. Hee, insignificant skill. Yi Xian chuckled and directly extinguished this surge of all-encompassing power. At the same time, he gave this white-haired old woman a greeting gift. What? You can use the all-encompassing power from afar? The white-haired old woman was shocked. Why did Yi Xian know this too? Only someone with the all-encompassing eye could use the all-encompassing power from afar. However, Yi Xian didn't have the all-encompassing eye. How'd he do it? I've already taken Lu Tiangong's left eye. My goal this time is your right eye. After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, he turned to the middle-aged man who was trapped by the old tree's branches and said, "Hand over your right eye, and I'll spare your lives on account of Lu Tiangong." Lu Tiangong had already become his servant, so Yi Xian had decided to let him off and not haggle with the Huang family. After all, Luo was a reverse scale. It wasn't easy for the extremely protective Yi Xian to say such words. Lu Tiangong, you killed him? The white-haired old woman's body trembled, and her eyes widened. Although she couldn't stand Lu Tiangong and remarried, Lu Tiangong was her ex-husband after all. No, he's alive and well. Alive. Hearing this, the white-haired old woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But then again, Yi Xian had killed his grandson. How could he not take revenge? You killed my grandson, so I'll take your life. The white-haired old woman didn't say anything else and charged at Yi Xian with her sword. But halfway through, a scream suddenly came from the side, causing her to stop. Don't move, or your son will be sucked dry of blood. Yi Xian warned. The middle-aged man was trapped by the old tree, but the old tree had already stabbed its branches into the middle-aged man's body and sucked his blood. If the old tree wanted to, the middle-aged man would be sucked dry of blood in a second and die. What do you want? The white-haired old woman gritted her teeth. She was so angry just now that she forgot that her son was still in the enemy's hands, so she immediately stopped. The 6th level of the fulfillment realm was nothing to Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Yi Xian attacked, this white-haired old woman wouldn't live for more than 3 seconds. However, the reason why Yi Xian hadn't made a move yet was because of Lu Tiangong. Of course, there were 2 other reasons. First, Yi Xian was afraid of accidentally damaging the white-haired old woman's eye of myriad forms. Second, the white-haired old woman also had that kind of black crystal in her head, so Yi Xian wanted to know what it was. Hand over your eye of myriad forms, and tell me what this is. Yi Xian opened his hand, revealing 2 black crystals in his palm. One belonged to Huang Qingyi, and the other belonged to his mother. The eye of myriad forms, impossible, the white-haired old woman said with a livid expression. How could she not know the benefits of the eye of myriad forms after so many years? If you can't even meet the first requirement, then forget it. Yi Xian said slowly and looked at the old tree. The old tree immediately understood and increased the sucking effect. In 3 seconds, he will become a dried corpse. Yi Xian said. The white-haired old woman wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, all of this was caused by the Huang family. Otherwise, Yi Xian would only come to take this eye of myriad forms and give her a fake eye. Should she hand over the eye of myriad forms? If she didn't hand it over, her son would die at the hands of the old tree. If she handed it over, how could she face her dead grandson and daughter-in-law? The white-haired old woman hesitated for a second, then made a decision. She would hand over the eye of myriad forms first, then let her husband take it back and kill Yi Xian to avenge Huang Qingyi and his mother. All right, I'll give it to you. The white-haired old woman made her decision and took out her right eye. The eye of myriad forms wasn't originally hers. She had dug out her right eye and installed it, then connected it with her qi. Fortunately, Yixin was only using it to devour, not to install it for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so. The white-haired old woman took out her right eye and threw it to Yixin. Very good. Yixin grinned and took the eye of myriad forms, then devoured it. Ding! The host has devoured one eye of myriad forms. When a system notification sounded, Yixin felt that his strength of all creations had increased significantly. If the strength of all creations increased by one eye of myriad forms was considered one, then 2 eyes of all creations wasn't 2, but 3 because they were a pair. Yixin only felt that the distance he could use his Wanxiang force from afar had increased by 2 times. This was the effect of being paired. Ding! The host has devoured a pair of eyes of myriad forms. The Heavenly Eye Clan's bloodline has advanced once. Another system notification sounded, catching Yixin off guard. The Heavenly Eye Clan's bloodline had advanced once? That was great. The effect of the Eye of Nirvana, the Eye of Glory, the Eye of the Void, and the other heavenly eyes had all improved. Even the fuse skill, Scorching Hell, was the same. What a windfall, what a windfall. Very good. Now you can answer another question. Yixin couldn't hide his joy. He glanced at the 2 black crystals in his hand and said to the white-haired old woman. The white-haired old woman thought that Yixin was so happy because he had obtained the eye of myriad forms. She paused for a moment, then answered, "My husband gave this to me. He said that it can increase the strength of one's soul and cultivation speed after consuming it." Chapter 12:85. Then did you really improve? Yixin asked again. Yes, but I have a dream every night. I dream that I am kneeling in front of a giant black scorpion and chanting some incantations. The white-haired old woman said truthfully, "What is this?" After hearing this, Yixin also felt that it was inconceivable to have the same dream every night. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to accept it. "Young master, I've heard of this thing." At this time, Luo suddenly said in Yixin's mind. After all, she had inherited memories. What? Yixin asked curiously. This black crystal should be a type of faith crystal. This thing should be made by the giant black scorpion in the dream. After this black crystal is swallowed and refined, the person will believe in the black scorpion. Then, an endless stream of faith power will be transmitted to the black scorpion. After the black scorpion receives the faith power, it will feedback it to the believer, increasing their cultivation speed and soul strength. Luo explained. There's such a thing. Yixin raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to devour this black crystal, but now it seems that he had to ask clearly before doing so. Based on my inherited memories, I can roughly guess what that black scorpion is. It should be the Cthulhu, the ancestor of the scorpion race. It used to continuously spread the Cthulhuism religion to increase the faith power. Luo continued. Cthulhu. After hearing this, Yixin couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know whether there was a god or not, but if it dared to call itself a god, then it probably had a strong background. After all, Luo's inherited memories contained the Cthulhu's memories. It seemed that it wasn't an ordinary person. However, Yixin finally understood what this was. He immediately put away the 2 black crystals. He guessed that this flying Sand City Lord was related to the Cthulhuism religion. Okay, I understand. Yixin nodded slightly. Let them go, the white-haired old woman shouted. Yixin's eyes turned and signaled the old tree to let them go. He was not a person who would go back on his word. Since the other party had already fulfilled his 2 requirements, he naturally could not kill the hostage. The old tree immediately let go of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was already covered in wounds, and there were dozens of bloody holes on his body. If he had been 2 seconds slower, he would have been sucked dry by the old tree. Yixin watched as the middle-aged man approached the white-haired old woman. In his heart, he wondered if the white-haired old woman would attack. Just now, he had already warned her once. If this white-haired old woman attacked him again, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. Mother, he killed Cheng Yi and Lan. Kill him. The middle-aged man, who had just escaped from danger, shouted angrily. The white-haired old woman was also hesitating because she felt that Yi Xian and the old tree were not to be trifled with. Although the middle-aged man was also at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, he was currently heavily injured and probably only had 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Don't worry. Just now, I used a special method to contact your father. He'll be here soon. The white-haired old woman said in a low voice. The middle-aged man's father was Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. He had already broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming was currently receiving an important guest, so he had not yet arrived. Important guest? The middle-aged man was stunned. What kind of important guest could make his father receive him personally? Seeing that the white-haired old woman and the middle-aged man did not seem to want to attack, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Since the two of you do not want to take revenge, then we will take our leave first." In truth, he did not want to leave. He was just setting a trap for the other party. He had seen the white-haired old woman's small actions just now. He also knew that the white-haired old woman was notifying Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. Therefore, if he left now, the other party would think that he was afraid and attack. Simply put, he was baiting the other party to attack. "Bastard! You think you can leave after killing my son? Stay." Before the white-haired old woman could speak, the middle-aged man roared and attacked Yi Xian with his bare hands. After the old tree captured him, he had already taken his interspatial ring, so he did not have a weapon. I fell for it. The moment Yi Xian turned around, he heard the sound of wind. He immediately circulated all of his true energy and 10,000 mammoth strength and slashed with his sword. Of glory, killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. Although the glorious golden armor did not appear, it was not necessary to use the Eye of Glory to activate it. Once the set was successfully refined, it would already be effective. The set was only used to defend and protect one's life. In an instant, the flame dragon roared and swallowed the middle-aged man. The white-haired old woman's heart trembled, and she hurriedly attacked. However, at this time, she remembered that she no longer had the eye of myriad mammoths, so she could not use 10,000 mammoth strength from a distance. Therefore, she could only watch as one of her sons turned into ashes. "I'll kill you." The white-haired old woman finally could not hold back anymore. "I gave you a chance to live, but you did not cherish it. Since that is the case, then you can go on your way." Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he instantly split into two. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon's sword array. At the same time, the old tree's figure flashed, and he flanked the white-haired old woman from behind. The white-haired old woman also had the faith crystal in her body, so her cultivation speed was much faster. Therefore, she was about to break through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, the peak of the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. She was twice as strong as her son. Even without the eye of myriad mammoths, she was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, her opponents were Yi Xian and the old tree. Twin Dragon Roar. Piercing Strike. Yi Xian and the old tree used all of their skills, preparing to insta-kill the white-haired old woman. This piercing strike was the old tree's strongest attack without the use of any artifact skills. It could transform his right hand into a thick spike and rapidly thrust it out. At this time, "You dare to behave atrociously in my Flying Sand City. You are courting death." An explosive shout came from the sky, and at the same time, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Bang! Yi Xian's twin dragon roar collided with another wave of true energy and exploded. However, the old tree's piercing strike was not blocked by the enemy. Rip! The spike formed by the old tree's right hand pierced the white-haired old woman's chest and heart. Now, both of Flying Sand City's 6th level fulfillment realm experts were dead. The newcomer was naturally the Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. His grandson, son, daughter-in-law, and wife were all dead. The Flying Sand City's city lord was probably going to go berserk. Is he really at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. If it was before, he would be somewhat afraid, but now he was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. He was only 2 realms away from the enemy, and he had not used many of his trump cards yet. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1286. In fact, this group of onlookers would subconsciously retreat when someone died, but they were curious and didn't want to miss this good show, so they didn't leave. Now, Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming came out. So, what will the end result be? This group of onlookers was very curious. Will Yi Xian and the old tree kill Flying Sand City Lord? Or will they be beheaded by Flying Sand City Lord and hung in front of Flying Sand City Lord? The end result will depend on this battle. You killed my family. I will tear you into pieces. Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming was furious and directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. You came at the right time. You finally came. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This time, he was going to use his ultimate move. At that moment, the old tree directly condensed a green wooden seal and threw it into the distance. After this wooden seal flew past Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming, it quickly grew and vines stretched out, wrapping around Huang Ming. At the same time, the old tree also held a wooden seal, and countless vines stretched out. The two sides connected, instantly trapping Yi Xian, the old tree, and Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming in an airtight encirclement. Magical treasure skill, Divine Wood Prison. Before being refined into a magical treasure, the old tree actually also knew the Divine Wood Prison. But after being refined into a magical treasure skill, the Divine Wood Prison strength was far greater than before. Break for me. Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming didn't react in time and was trapped. He immediately slashed with his sword, ready to break the prison. However, his all-out sword strike was only able to leave a mark on the prison. This magical treasure skill could be used to restrict the enemy, but it could also be used for defense. It was very practical. Flying Sand City Lord, I will give you a chance. Tell me the whereabouts of the Xianming duo demons, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian suddenly opened his mouth and said. The duration of the Divine Wood Prison was a full 10 seconds, which was more than enough for him. Xianming duo demons? Hearing this name, Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming was somewhat stunned, because this was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he did not associate this name with the 2 people he had escorted before. After all, they were escorted by his wife. Brat, you killed my wife and child. How dare you ask me a question? You're courting death. The Flying Sand City Lord did not say anything and directly rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword in hand. The reason why Yi Xian let the old tree use the Divine Wood Prison was because he was afraid that the Flying Sand City Lord would escape. With the Divine Wood Prison, the Flying Sand City Lord would definitely die. Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Yi Xian shook his head. Nailin Bing had a death warrant on her, so he didn't have to ask her clearly. Blade Storm. Yi Xian had already made up his mind to kill Wei Zhentian, so he immediately tossed Wei Zhentian out. Wei Zhentian, who was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm, instantly transformed into thousands of bloody lights that shot toward the Flying Sand City Lord. What? The Flying Sand City Lord was shocked. He paused and hastily blocked. Although he was at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. In Yi Xian's heart, the Flying Sand City Lord was already a dead man. In the blink of an eye, the Flying Sand City Lord was surrounded by the bloody swords and then ravaged by thousands of bloody swords. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. This system notification undoubtedly proved that the Flying Sand City Lord had been killed by Wei Zhentian. The Flying Sand City Lord might have some connection with the Cthulhuism Society, but Yi Xian was not interested in the Cthulhuism Society, so he was too lazy to investigate. In the Divine Wood Prison, a figure flew out from the sky. Yi Xian hastily used the Eye of Myriad Forms to collect the corpse. The corpse was thrown into the planting space. As for the Yin and Yang Ring and the Faith Crystal, They were collected by Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian checked the other party's yin and yang ring, he was shocked. In the Flying Sand City Lord's yin and yang ring, other than 2 million worth of wealth, there was also a bag of black faith crystals. Why are there so many? Yi Xian was shocked. From just now until now, including the one in the Flying Sand City Lord's head, he had only obtained a total of 5 faith crystals. But now, there were more than 1,000 faith crystals in this bag. What was going on? If there were so many, why didn't he share them with others, such as the 5th and 4th level Fulfillment Realm guards who died just now? Wait, just now Liu Tiangong's ex-wife said that the Flying Sand City Lord was receiving an important guest. Could it be? Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Could this important guest be a member of the Cthulhuism Society? Was he the one who gave the Flying Sand City Lord so many faith crystals and prepared to distribute them to increase the number of believers? Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. If that was the case, then there was probably another expert in Flying Sand City, and that was the Cthulhuism Society's apostle. He did not know how strong this Cthulhuism Society apostle was. Was he at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, or 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian could not guess. However, at this time, there was a sudden explosion outside the Divine Wood prison. Yi Xian looked up and found that a large hole had been blasted open in the Divine Wood prison. Then, a figure rushed in. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of perception also felt an extremely strong aura. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, and behind him was a long and thick scorpion tail. The Scorpion Man race. Boy, you killed him? The black-robed Scorpion Man's eyes flashed as he questioned. That's right. Yi Xian nodded directly with a fearful expression. This was because he felt that this black-robed Scorpion Man should be an expert at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After hearing Yi Xian's answer, the black-robed Scorpion Man nodded in satisfaction and said, "To be able to cultivate to this level at such a young age, and even kill Huang Ming 2 levels above you, your talent is very good. From now on, you are the Flying Sand City Lord." "I am the Flying Sand City Lord?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the Flying Sand City Lord needed to be appointed? Shouldn't the position be held by the strong? He remembered that Liu Tiangong said that Flying Sand City had existed for a long time, but after the City Lord died and the new City Lord changed, it became stronger day by day. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could be the Flying Sand City Lord. However, he did not want to. "I am a Cthulhuism Society Apostle Scorpion Flow. From now on, you will be my spokesperson in Flying Sand City." As the black-robed Scorpion Man spoke, he took out a large faith crystal from his universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian, saying, "Consume this and become the servant of the Cthulhuism god. It will make you stronger." Yi Xian caught the faith crystal and sized it up with narrowed eyes. Chapter 1287. Who is the evil god? Yi Xian pretended not to know anything and asked. "The evil god is the master I worship. He is the ancestor of my Scorpion Man race. His strength is not something you can imagine. Now that I am giving you this chance, it is your 100 lifetimes of good fortune. You must cherish it," Xia Lu said in a superior tone. Although Yi Xian had killed Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming, who was at the 7th stage of the Fulfillment Realm, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. "Oh, then what if I don't want to join the Evil God Society?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. "Then you will have to die here." Xia Lu suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and said in a tough tone, "Hurry up. I will give you 3 breaths of time. I still have things to do." 3 breaths of time was enough for people at Yi Xian's level to think. However, Yi Xian did not need to think at all. Asking him to join the Evil God Society and become the Evil God's apostle, what kind of joke was this? "If you can catch me, I will join." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. With a thought, the 1,000 blood swords transformed into streaks of blood-colored light that attacked the scorpion stream. Shameless boasting. Since you don't cherish this chance, then die. After Xia Lu finished speaking angrily, he circulated the manifestation power in his body and sent the blood swords flying. "Haha, why don't you try again?" Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. Ding! Wei Jingtian has broken through. Currently at the 7th stage of the fulfillment realm. The system suddenly notified. Just now, he had devoured the things in Flying Sand City, Lord Huang Ming's universe ring, which allowed Wei Jingtian to break through. Now, Wei Jingtian still had a few seconds, so it was possible to kill Xie Lu. Yi Xian knew that if he killed Xie Lu, he might be able to break through to the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm. This Xie Lu must die. Old Tree, prepare to use Mad Python Sweep at any time. Yi Xian hurriedly said in his mind. Okay. Old Shu responded and also charged towards the Scorpion Stream. Although the cooldown of Mad Python Sweep was 3 days, as long as they could kill Xie Lu, it was worth it even if it took 10 days. The two treasures and Yi Xian attacked Xie Lu together, but the latter was an 8th-stage fulfillment realm expert and did not put them in his eyes. Petty tricks. Die. Xie Lu shouted, and the black scorpion tail behind him suddenly extended and stabbed towards Old Shu. The speed of this attack was even faster than Old Shu's piercing strike. Old Shu's heart of the demon tree was instantly pierced. And Yi Xian's face darkened as he felt an enormous pressure. He wondered if the divine tree of life's bloodline would be effective if the attack hit him. Would he be turned into ashes like the old tree? Fortunately, the old tree had been refined into a treasure and had an immortal body. Even if his heart was pierced or his entire body was turned into ashes, he would not die. At that moment, Yi Xian summoned him once again, and his foothold was behind the scorpion flow. How dare you kill me? Take this. Old Tree's violent temper suddenly showed, and he directly used his strongest attack. Mad Python Sweep. Immediately, countless sharp thorns extended from the Divine Wood prison and stabbed at Xie Lu. Mad Python Sweep could be used by the Old Tree himself, but it could also be used together with the Divine Wood prison. Of course, the effect would be better with the Divine Wood prison. What? Why aren't you dead? Xie Lu was shocked. Just now, he clearly killed the Old Tree. But now, why did the Old Tree suddenly appear again? But now, there was no time for him to think. Scorpion King Armor. Xie Lu circulated all the true qi in his body and condensed it into a shadow. A huge scorpion formed by the power of all things appeared and protected Xie Lu. Puff, puff, puff. However, the power of the Mad Python Sweep was beyond his expectations. Many of the thorns pierced through the scorpion shadow and sank into Xie Lu's body. How dare you hurt me when you're only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? You're courting death. Xie Lu was furious. Fortunately, he was at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. If he was at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, he would probably have died under this attack. Damn, it's amazing to have a powerful background. This divine ability is probably a top-grade fulfillment divine ability. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Divine abilities were actually divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade divine abilities. Top-grade divine abilities were actually the best of the high-grade divine abilities and were closest to the shattering divine abilities. It was precisely because of this that Xie Lu was not dead. Sword Blade Storm, kill him. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Scorpion King Armor. Xie Lu once again formed a giant scorpion shadow, but the power of the Sword Blade Storm was even stronger than the Mad Python Sweep. This giant scorpion shadow instantly collapsed, and thousands of blood swords swept past. Then, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. This meant that Xie Lu was already dead. However, even without this system notification sound, Yi Xian could see that. After all, Xie Lu's body was already riddled with holes, and even his head had been pierced several times. This Xie Lu was not Yi Xian. If he still did not die like this, then Yi Xian might as well kill himself by smashing his head against a wall. What Cthulhuism society, pooh. Yi Xian could not help but curse. However, this could not be blamed on the Cthulhuism society for being too weak. It was because he was too strong. When he used his trump cards, not many people could stop him. The reason why the Sword Blade Storm and the Mad Python Sweep were so powerful was because Yi Xian had consumed a large amount of killing intent and used killing intent explosion. Just these two moves had consumed half of his killing intent. However, after Xia Lu died, his killing intent increased instead of decreasing. It was definitely worth it. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected Xia Lu's corpse and universe ring. He also took out the faith crystal in Xia Lu's head. Let me see how many good things you have. Yi Xian began to explore Xia Lu's universe ring excitedly. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing in Xia Lu's universe ring except for a few thousand faith crystals. In total, there were only about 300,000 fulfillment pills. He was really poor. Damn, you were at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society. How can you be so poor? How can you face your Cthulhuism god? Yi Xian could not help but curse. He had used his trump card to kill the opponent, but he did not expect to lose so much. It seemed that Xia Lu had come out to wantonly distribute faith crystals, which was to expand faith. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head. However, at this moment, young master, you can give these faith crystals to me. I have a way to purify them. After purification, you can use them. Chapter 1288. What? Little girl, you have a way? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, I can absorb the purified faith crystal. It will be much faster than using natural treasures to cultivate, Luo replied. At this time, Yi Xian remembered Luo's unique heavenly loathing fox physique. Besides, Luo was also a beast man, like the scorpion men. All right, I'll give you all of these. Yi Xian nodded and put the items into the planting space. He had already tried using the normal devouring method to absorb the faith crystal, but it didn't benefit him much. Now that Luo had a way, he wanted to try again after purifying it. Let me try purifying it first. Luo picked up a faith crystal in the planting space and began to purify it with her own method. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the planting space and found that the black faith crystal slowly turned transparent. In the end, it turned into a transparent crystal. It's purified. Young master, see if you can use it. Luo handed the purified faith crystal to Yi Xian. Yi Xian tried using a special devouring method and found that there was no other benefit. It only increased his cultivation by a little. It's useless to me. Give it to the old tree. Yi Xian shook his head. Luo purified another one. However, the old tree couldn't even absorb it. Therefore, these faith crystals all belong to Luo. If I purify and absorb all of these faith crystals, I should be able to reach the 6th level of the fulfillment realm at least. Luo estimated. She was currently at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. That meant that she could increase her cultivation by 2 levels. This was still within a short period of time. It was indeed much faster than refining natural treasures. All right, then I'll help you get more. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Originally, he didn't want to get involved with the Cthulhuism Society. However, he had no choice but to start investigating for various reasons. First, this Scorpion Men obviously came from the Desert of Despair, because that was where the Scorpion Men lived. Coincidentally, the Xianming Duo demons were also in that direction. Second, these faith crystals were useful to Luo. Yi Xian could go and collect them. Therefore, Yi Xian had already formulated a plan in his heart, which was to enter the Desert of Despair. As for how to investigate, it couldn't be any simpler. Yi Xian just had to use the Eye of Revelation to see who had the faith crystal in their body. Of course, before entering the Desert of Despair, Yi Xian had to loot the City Lord Manor. After all, the City Lord and his wife had already fallen. Now that the City Lord's manor was without a leader, who could stop him? This time, however, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. Because Flying Sand City's City Lord Huangming had given away a large amount of treasures to the Cthulhuism Society, the City Lord's mansion was now very poor. Forget it. Let's just enter the Desert of Despair. Yi Xian sighed. He then passed through Flying Sand City and entered the Desert of Despair. However, after he left Flying Sand City also became noisy. The City Lord of the 7th Stage Fulfillment Realm had fallen. The son and wife of the sixth-stage Fulfillment Realm City Lord had also died. Therefore, the fifth-stage Fulfillment Realm experts all formed groups and started a fight. As for who was the City Lord of Flying Sand City in the end, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care. His current goal was to find the Cthulhuism Society as soon as possible and then loot the Faith Crystal to help Luoluo level up. Of course, the most important thing was to find the Xianming Duo demons to prevent future troubles. From a map of the Desert of Despair, the Xianming Duo demons seemed to be in the Desert of Despair as well. Yi Xian sat on the back of Wei Jintian, who had transformed into a sky dragon. He held a map of the Desert of Despair in his hand. The Desert of Despair was an extremely dangerous place. Very few people who entered could come out alive. However, the Scorpion Men lived in the Desert of Despair and were naturally familiar with it. Moreover, the reason why very few people came out alive was mostly because of the Scorpion Men. Xie Lu was a member of the Scorpion Men, but even so, he didn't have a map of the entire Desert of Despair. This map doesn't record the location of the Cthulhuism Society. It seems that I have to investigate. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This map only recorded a few Scorpion Men tribes. The Cthulhuism Society's location was not recorded. However, if the Cthulhuism Society had spread beyond the Desert of Despair, then the tribes in the Desert of Despair should have been assimilated. In that case, Yi Xian could start his investigation from these tribes. He immediately rode the 7th-level Fulfillment Realmway Zhentian towards a Scorpion Man tribe. Riding the 7th-level Fulfillment Realmway Zhentian, Yi Xian only spent an hour to arrive at the first Scorpion Man tribe. Although he didn't know the name of this tribe, it didn't matter because the strongest person was only at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After arriving, Yi Xian instinctively scanned with the Eye of Revelation. This Scorpion Men tribe wasn't big. There were only 500 people, but almost all of them were in the Fulfillment Realm. Only the little Scorpion Men were in the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, they all had faith crystals in their bodies. Even the children were no exception. Who is the leader? Come out. Yi Xian's voice spread throughout the entire tribe. Immediately, a 5th-level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men expert flew into the air and stood opposite Yi Xian. Human, a mere 5th-level Fulfillment Realm cultivator dares to shout in front of the Black Wind tribe? Who gave you the guts? The Scorpion Men expert said angrily. The Scorpion Men looked very similar to the human race. The only difference was that they had a long scorpion tail. Yi Xian looked at the Scorpion Men expert and glanced at him. As expected, he also had a faith crystal in his head. I have control. He immediately attacked without another word. However, he heard a system notification that he didn't want to hear. Ding! Control failed. They were both at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, and because of the Eye of Myriad Forms, the power of the Eye of Control was increased by a level. However, Yi Xian couldn't control his opponent. What the hell? Kid, you want to control me? Die. The Scorpion Men expert immediately reacted and attacked Yi Xian. Wei Jintian, capture him. Yi Xian gave the order to Wei Jintian. Immediately, the green dragon that Wei Jintian had transformed again, directly transforming into a green giant. Then, with a grab, it grabbed the expert of the Scorpion race. What? The Scorpion Men expert was in disbelief. How did a heavenly dragon suddenly turn into a giant? Moreover, he was instantly captured. Human, what are you doing? Do you want to become enemies with the Black Wind tribe? An old figure floated over from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old Scorpion Men expert leading several Scorpion Men experts over. You are all believers of the Evil God Society, right? Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush. What? Chapter 1289. Tell me how to find the Evil God Society. Yi Xian asked directly again. What do you want? The Scorpion Man elder's heart shook. He felt that Yi Xian didn't come with good intentions. You don't need to know what I'm going to do. You just need to tell me where the Evil God Society is. Yi Xian said. Although it was just a question, these Scorpion Men were all believers of the Evil God Society. Now that Yi Xian wanted to find the Evil God Society, they naturally wouldn't tell him. Plus, they didn't know. You dare to ask about the evil god society's whereabouts? You must be up to no good. You too, go and capture him. The Scorpion Man Elder said to the two fifth-level Fulfillment Realm experts beside him. Yes, Chief. The two fifth-level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men nodded and immediately rushed toward Yixin. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yixin didn't waste time and attacked immediately. His body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two fifth-level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men's heads were thrown into the air. Yixin didn't need to use divine abilities to deal with martial practitioners of the same level. Bang! At the same time, the Scorpion Man Wei Zhentian grabbed was crushed by Wei Zhentian. The Scorpion Man Elder's eyes turned red when he saw the three fifth-level Fulfillment Realm experts in the tribe who were weaker than him die in an instant. One of them was even his son. He knew that the Black Wind tribe was in great trouble this time, but since they believed in the evil god, they naturally had to fight to the death. All warriors of the tribe, listen to my order and kill the enemy. The Scorpion Man Elder shouted and charged toward Yixin. Although the Black Wind tribe only had 500 people, there were more than 100 third-level Fulfillment Realm warriors. In an instant, 100 people followed the Scorpion Man Elder and charged toward Yixin. This evil god society is evil. Yixin's eyes flashed as he ordered Wei Zhentian to attack. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the Black Wind tribe, loud noises rang out unceasingly as corpses fell one after another. According to Luo, almost all of the people who believe in the evil god had lost their minds and were controlled by the evil god. Once someone spoke ill of the evil god, they would do their best to kill that person. Therefore, the Cthulhuism Society did not exist for long before it was destroyed. In a short span of 3 seconds, Wei Zhentian single-handedly swept through the entire Black Wind tribe, killing over 100 Black Wind tribe warriors. The warriors of the Black Wind tribe were at least at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. As for the others, they were not considered combat power. Seeing Wei Zhentian take care of all the experts by himself, the group of Black Wind tribe Scorpion Men were shocked. Run! The leader is dead. This human is too cruel. Everyone run. Human, the evil god will definitely punish you. Just you wait. The moment these scorpions swallowed the faith crystal, they became the slaves of the evil god. Therefore, they believed that the evil god was the strongest in this world. Previously, when the Flying Sand City Lord and the others consumed the faith crystal, the effect was not as good. It was because the Flying Sand City Lord was a human. Therefore, at the beginning, it was just a dream for them to subtly influence them. If it was the Scorpion Men who consumed the faith crystal, they would immediately become the most loyal followers. Hearing the angry roars of the Scorpion Men below, Yixin directly chose to ignore them. Survival of the fittest. He had long since calmed down. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and kept the yin and yang rings. He left the corpses for their tribesmen to bury. Since he could not ask this tribe, then he would go to the next tribe. After all, Yixin's goal this time was to destroy the Cthulhuism Society. All right, his real goal was the Faith Crystal and the Xianming Duo demons. Beside the Black Wind tribe, there was another tribe that was slightly stronger than the Black Wind tribe. Yixin rode Wei Zhentian and only took 10 minutes to arrive. Similarly, this tribe was also like the Black Wind tribe. Everyone in this tribe had become followers of the Cthulhuism Society and became the Cthulhuism Society's faith power. Just like before, Yixin killed all those who wanted to capture him to gain merit. At this speed, I will be able to break through to the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm in a day. On the way to the next tribe, Yixin thought to himself. However, on the way, he first heard a system notification. Chapter 1290. No problem. Yixin immediately summoned the old tree from the planning space. The old tree didn't have true energy and wasn't a bird, but it could grow a pair of wooden wings to fly. In less than a second, the 3 6th level Fulfillment Realm experts were killed by the 2 magic treasures one after another. The Universe Ring also fell into Yixin's hands. Berserker tribe, send some capable fighters. The leisurely Yi Xian shouted at the sky. His voice was heard by everyone in the Berserker tribe. This was a provocation to the entire Berserker tribe. No one would dare to do this if they weren't strong enough. Naturally, the 7th level fulfillment realm experts had to move. However, before they arrived, a lot of small fries rushed out. There were more than 100 of them, and they were ready to kill Yi Xian and the others. How dare you cause trouble in my Berserker tribe, human? Die. Surrender, or you'll suffer. How many years has it been? Finally, a decent human has come. Kill. A group of people roared and charged toward Yi Xian. Noisy. Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and summoned the double dragon sword bell. Then, a dragon's roar spread. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, countless people fell from the sky. Other than a few 6th level fulfillment realm experts, everyone else had fainted. Those with lower realms even had their heads blown apart. So strong. The scorpion men at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, 2 figures were already charging toward them from the left and right. Rip, bang, boom. After a few sounds, only Yi Xian and the others were left in the sky. However, the group below them wasn't completely dead yet. Fortunately, both the old tree and Megatron could attack groups. The former's body extended countless spikes, while the latter turned into an arrow tower and shot wildly. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Yi Xian was in a good mood when he heard the system notifications. Among these people, the weakest was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and the stronger ones were at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With so many killing intent points added together, it was no less than the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. If I can exterminate all the scorpion men in the Desert of Despair, my killing intent value might reach the upper limit again. However, if I want to do that, I have to suppress my realm and not break through. Yi Xian thought to himself. The upper limit of killing intent would increase with the increase of devouring points in realm. Previously, Yi Xian had already exchanged for devouring points, so the upper limit of killing intent had increased by 1 level. However, the Desert of Despair was so big, and there were thousands of tribes. As long as they all went there, not to mention 1, even 2 was possible. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What he lacked the most now was devouring points. If he had devouring points, his combat bloodline, physique bloodline, and support bloodline will be able to fuse and become stronger bloodlines. Just as he was fantasizing, several powerful scorpion men experts charged out of the Berserker tribe. 3 of them were at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Is the real deal here? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 scorpion men experts in front of him. These 3 scorpion men at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm were the 3 leaders of the Berserker tribe. Human, why have you come to our Berserker tribe? The middle-aged man in the lead questioned. Nothing, I just want to find the location of the evil god society and exterminate them. Yi Xian shrugged and said, What, you want to exterminate the evil god society? What kind of joke is this? A mere 5th level of the fulfillment realm dares to speak so arrogantly. He's dead for sure now. The 3 leaders are on the move. He's dead for sure. The followers of the evil god outside were shouting and yelling. Not only that, the 3 7th level fulfillment realm leaders were burning with anger. They were the most loyal believers of the evil god, so they naturally wouldn't let someone exterminate the evil god society go. Kill. Leave no one alive. The scorpion man in the lead immediately shouted and charged toward Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, he felt that Yi Xian was perhaps the strongest of the 3. Come at me. Yi Xian shouted loudly as he directly used the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation. The other 2 were left to the old tree and Wei Zhentian. These 4 were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, but Yi Xian was very confident in Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. Boy, how dare you disrespect the evil god, Dai? The great leader of the Berserker tribe shouted. At the same time, the scorpion tail behind him shot a poisonous spike toward Yi Xian. Child's play. Yi Xian didn't care at all, and his eyes flashed. I have decomposition. The broken wing's poisonous spike wasn't big, only the size of an index finger, but the poison on it could paralyze a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. Unfortunately, the Eye of Decomposition liked small things like this. BZZT, BZZT. The poisonous spike was disintegrated by Yi Xian with a soft sound and disappeared. You're quite capable. Take this. The great leader of the Berserker tribe attacked again when he saw that his attack had failed. His weapons were 2 giant hammers, and every time he swung them down, they were magnified by the power of 10,000 mammoths. One hit was enough to heavily injure a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, let alone a 5th-level human like Yi Xian. However, this was only possible if the hammers hit Yi Xian. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. The 2 Yi Xians respectively displayed their growth ability and easily dodged the 2 sledgehammers. Then they spat out dragon breath from the left and right sides. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. This move could be considered Yi Xian's current strongest attack. Seeing this, the face of the Berserker tribe's great leader sank to the bottom. He didn't expect a 5th-level fulfillment realm human to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Don't underestimate me. The great leader of the Berserker tribe didn't intend to retreat when he remembered that so many tribesmen were watching behind him. He wanted to defeat the Twin Dragon Roar. Sky Quake Hammer. The great leader of the Berserker tribe raised the 2 giant hammers above his head and used his true energy and power of 10,000 mammoths to form a square, giant hammer shadow. Then he smashed it down. Boom! The giant hammer shadow and the twin dragon roar collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This move was the great leader of the Berserker tribe. It was a high-grade fulfillment divine ability, and the hammers were powerful to begin with. It actually blocked Yi Xian's attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could use his ultimate move whenever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about it all. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 2 dragon breaths, 1 ice and 1 fire, merged to form an extremely powerful dragon breath. It broke through the shockwaves and blasted toward the great leader of the Berserker tribe. What? The great leader of the Berserker tribe was stunned. His reaction was clearly slower, and he was instantly hit by the Twin Dragon Roar. I'm impossible. I can't die from this attack. Chapter 1291. Fortunately, Berserker tribe's great leader still had many clansmen behind him. They all used the power of 10,000 mammoths on him. An instant later, the Twin Dragon Roar ended, and Berserker tribe's great leader barely survived. If it weren't for those clansmen, Berserker tribe's great leader would have died under that attack. However, this could only prolong his life for a short time. Twin Dragon Roar. Another wave of dragon breath erupted. This time, Berserker tribe's great leader had no chance of surviving. After being swallowed by the dragon breath, he died instantly. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. 3 consecutive twin dragon roars and 3 bursts of killing intent had consumed a lot of his true energy and killing intent. However, it was worth it to kill a 7th-level fulfillment realm expert. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced over from the corner of his eye and noticed that Wei Jintian and Elder Shu hadn't finished their battle yet. His 5th level of the fulfillment realm was actually the fastest. Let me see how many good things you have as the great leader of Berserker tribe. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to grab Berserker tribe's great leader's universe ring and faith crystal. In comparison, Flying Sand City Lore Mansion was like a child in front of Berserker tribe. A total of 5 million prosperity pills. Awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. After consuming so many prosperity pills, Yi Xian finally heard the notification that he had leveled up. 6th level of the fulfillment realm. He opened another natal palace in his body, and his strength increased by several times. At this time, The group of Berserker tribe scorpion men in the distance were dumbfounded. Their great leader, an expert at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, died at the hands of a human at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. This was a challenge that surpassed their level, and 2 levels at that. Now that the great leader is dead, I think the 2nd and 3rd leaders, what should we do? Should we attack together? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that human had a breakthrough? If we charge, we'll die. But if we don't attack, we'll be massacred after the 2nd and 3rd leaders die. Go. When has the Berserker tribe ever cowered? Kill. Several scorpion men roared at the sky and led hundreds of experts toward Yi Xian. Another bunch who aren't afraid of death come. Yi Xian's fighting spirit was already burning. This time, he was going to face hundreds of people by himself. Kill. Yi Xian was like an arrow that had left the bow. He suddenly shot out explosively, and wherever he passed, someone would definitely fall. Although he didn't have a large group attack skill like the Sword Storm or the Berserk Python Sweep, no one was able to block Yi Xian's attack. Double Dragon Sword Bell, Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian was thousand dragons, thousand dragon, thousand tribe. Boom! After a few dragon roars, the group of scorpion men experts all fainted. In the end, Yi Xian killed them one by one. The battle only lasted 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Yi Xian had killed hundreds of Berserker tribe's experts. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Jintian's battle was coming to an end. After Yi Xian collected all the universe rings, faith crystals, and corpses, Old Tree and Wei Jintian finally finished off their opponents. The morale of the entire Berserker tribe fell to rock bottom. Right now, all of the Berserker tribe's experts were at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm or lower. They were no match for Yi Xian, the 3 gods of slaughter. It's over, it's over. Berserker tribe is done for. The 3 leaders are dead. We're the only ones left. We're going to be swallowed up by the surrounding tribes. Forget about being swallowed up. We might not even survive today. Please save us, evil god. The Berserker tribe was filled with cries and shouts. However, Yi Xian didn't want to kill them. He didn't want to kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children since he had already killed so many experts. However, when Yi Xian received the 2nd and 3rd leaders' universe rings, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Look, that's the Lord Apostle. The Lord Apostle of the evil god sect has come to save us. Ha! This human is dead for sure. The Lord Apostle will definitely avenge the leader. For a time, the Berserker tribe was in an uproar. When Yi Xian heard these voices, he subconsciously turned his head to look. He just so happened to see a scorpion man in a black robe quickly flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into his perception range. An evil god apostle? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Traces of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Yesterday, he had encountered an evil god apostle. It was that Scorpion Liu. Today, there was another one. This evil god apostle definitely knew where the evil god society was. However, it wasn't that easy to control an evil god apostle. I must defeat and capture him. Then, I will use the high-efficiency flower to ask him where the evil god society is. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had the Eye of Control, so he didn't need to use the high-efficiency flower. However, this evil god apostle had the faith crystal in his head and couldn't be controlled. Therefore, he could only use special methods to interrogate him. Earlier, Yi Xian had already used the high-efficiency flower. This was still effective against the evil god apostle. However, it wouldn't be that easy to capture this evil god apostle, because this evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. What's going on? The black-robed evil god apostle asked loudly as he got close to Lin Fan. Lord Apostle, this human killed the 3 leaders of our tribe and hundreds of experts. He even said that he would destroy the evil god society. Lord Apostle, please avenge us. Lord Apostle, a group of scorpions from the Berserker tribe shouted. This time, the evil god apostle knew what happened. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said, "How dare you kill the evil god apostle in the evil god society's territory? Not only do I dare to kill the evil god apostle, even if the evil god was here, I would kill him without hesitation. Yi Xian looked as if he wasn't afraid of anything and started to fight with this evil god apostle. How dare you? Since that's the case, I will capture you and offer you to the evil god as a sacrifice. The evil god apostle shouted angrily and attacked. I think it's better to use insects as a sacrifice. Yi Xian also ridiculed and went to meet the evil god apostle. This evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. He wasn't someone that Yi Xian could fight against right now. Chapter 1292. However, the storm of swords and serpent sweeps cooldown was less than a day. There were still 2 days before they could be used again. Hence, Yi Xian had no choice but to join forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian had no choice but to equip the golden radiant armor for a battle of this level. The fiend god apostle did not plan to fight for long. He condensed a giant scorpion tail with his true chi and manifestation force and swung it at Wei Zhentian. The whip was so fast that it landed on Wei Zhentian's body. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart. But so what? Wei Zhentian was Yi Xian's first treasure. As long as the 3 Yi Xians did not die, Wei Zhentian would be undying. Wei Zhentian reappeared. What the hell is this? The fiend god apostle was surprised. One died, and another appeared. No matter what, he had to kill. The fiend god apostle controlled the scorpion tail and swung it at Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart and reappeared. This was already its 3rd life. Piercing strike. The old tree took advantage of the time when the fiend god apostle was attacking Wei Zhentian to launch his strongest attack. Petty tricks, you're going to die too. The fiend god apostle swung his tail and smashed the old tree into pieces. But in the next moment, the old tree reappeared. What? The fiend god apostle was shocked. It was fine if Wei Zhentian was still alive, but why was the old tree still alive? Piercing strike. The old tree launched another attack. At the same time, Yi Xian made his move. Twin dragon roar. Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian attacked at the same time. But the fiend god apostle's strength was beyond their expectations. With a single whip, all 3 attacks were destroyed. Wei Zhentian was smashed into pieces again. This was the 3rd time. So what if your attack is strong? Wei Zhentian is undying. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He released Wei Zhentian again. This time, the fiend god apostle knew where the problem was. So it's you, brat. I'll kill you first. The fiend god apostle's gaze fell on the 2 Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian and old tree were undying. Yi Xian. If you found out, Yi Xian noticed the fiend god apostle's gaze. He could sense that this evil god apostle was much stronger than the average fulfillment realm 9th stage expert. If he had Bladestorm and Mad Python, he might have been able to take care of this evil god apostle. However, both skills were still on cooldown. It was unlikely that he could kill this evil god apostle anytime soon. Come! Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice as he put away the brilliant golden armor and quickly descended. 2. Beat. Dark Knight Canopy. Yi Xian used a skill of the god-slaying bloodline. In this environment, his speed and combat strength increased. Brat, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. But do you think you can escape my spiritual sense? The fiend god apostle roared. Behind him, a long tail condensed from his vital energy and 10,000 mammoth force whipped down. Sand and stones flew everywhere, but it didn't hit Yi Xian. Fortunately, I activated Dark Knight Canopy. Otherwise, my doppelganger would have exploded. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. Under such circumstances, he knew he couldn't use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. What if his doppelganger exploded because he wasn't fast enough? Combined, the 2 Yi Xian connected and combined into one. Their overall strength increased by 50%. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The combined Yi Xian wielded the Scarlet Flame Sword and slashed down. The Flame Dragon roared, but due to the difference in realm, the Fiend God Apostle blew it up again. Every time he attacks, he consumes vital energy. Let's see if your vital energy is limitless. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly turned around. This time, his target was the battle-crazed tribe. In fact, he made a mistake just now. He didn't expect a ninth-stage fulfillment realm evil god apostle to arrive. Otherwise, he would have started a slaughter feast before killing the great leader. That way, his combat strength would have at least doubled, and it would have been much easier to fight this evil god apostle. Unfortunately, fate always played tricks on people, but it didn't matter. On land, Yi Xian had a 90% increase in movement speed. Plus, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a growth divine ability. The evil god apostle's attack couldn't hurt him. Moreover, Wei Zhenqian and the old tree were constantly using their lives to deplete the evil god apostle's vital energy. Therefore, Yi Xian had a 90% chance of winning this battle. Of course, it would be best if nothing unexpected happened during this period, such as another evil god apostle. Seeing Yi Xian rush into the battle-crazed tribe, the evil god apostle roared, "Get out of my way!" Before he finished speaking, his giant scorpion tail whipped down, blasting a dozen or so scorpions from the battle-crazed tribe to pieces. In order to kill Yi Xian, this evil god apostle didn't hesitate to use any means. Although the battle-crazed tribe members were somewhat innocent, they still hated Yi Xian in their hearts. If they had the strength now, they would have definitely helped and joined forces with the evil god apostle to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian originally thought that the evil god apostle would go easy on him because of these believers. He didn't expect the evil god apostle to be so vicious and kill his own people. It seemed that the plan had to be changed again. There are no more fourth-stage fulfillment realm experts in the battle-crazed tribe. If I start a slaughter feast, the effect will be too low, Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. Since that was the case, he would go to the next tribe. "Kid, don't run," the evil god apostle behind him shouted as he attacked. "Keep chasing if you have the guts," Yi Xian shouted, occasionally turning back to release the peerless flame dragon slash. In terms of speed, Yi Xian was not slower than this evil god apostle on land. If he could maintain the situation and drag it out until next tribe, then this evil god apostle would be dead for sure. Where did this kid come from? This is not the speed that a sixth-stage fulfillment realm expert should have. The evil god apostle thought. Yi Xian saw his thoughtful expression and couldn't help but curse. "Big Scorpion, is your evil god a pig? If you worship him, will you slow down?" In order to maintain his hatred, he had to curse. Otherwise, what if this evil god apostle left midway? "How dare you curse the evil god? Even if I have to chase you for a year, I will kill you." The evil god apostle was provoked and began to attack wildly. Yi Xian was speechless. This hatred was really easy to attract. He just needed to curse, and it would be enough. Chapter 1293. Your evil god must be a cripple. Oh, maybe his long legs too. A 9th-level fulfillment realm cultivator can't even catch up to a 6th-level fulfillment realm cultivator like me. Why don't you just kill yourself? Do you want me to carve a walking stick for you? These words fell into the ears of the evil god apostle. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than a chase after Yi Xian and stab Yi Xian 1,000 holes with his scorpion tail. Soon, the duo was far away from the Berserker tribe. Yi Xian remembered that there was a slightly weaker tribe next to the Berserker tribe. It was said to be founded by the younger brother of the Berserker tribe's great leader. There were more than 1,000 people in that tribe, and they also had a 7th-level fulfillment realm expert. That was the place where the evil god apostle had fallen. It only took an hour to travel from the Berserker tribe to the 100-battle tribe. Yi Xian did his best to weaken the evil god apostle during this time. However, judging from the evil god apostle's resentment and attack frequency, his true chi would be reduced by 1/3 in an hour. When that happened, Yi Xian would have the chance to kill him. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't have used up so much of his true chi if he lured the evil god apostle alone. Wei Zhenqian and the old tree also played a part in this. They were using their lives to wear down the evil god apostle. Damn it, we're this green heavenly dragon and the old tree. Why can't I kill them? The evil god apostle couldn't help but wonder as he chased after Yi Xian. Wei Zhenqian and the old tree had died 100 times in total. However, they couldn't die no matter how many times they revived. Although the evil god apostle didn't know why, he knew that it had something to do with Yi Xian. All he had to do was kill Yi Xian. However, he couldn't catch up with Wei Jintian and the old tree blocking his way. This kid's true chi seems to be inexhaustible. He can use it whenever he wants. What's his secret? The evil god apostle narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to capture Yi Xian as a sacrifice, but after Yi Xian cursed the evil god, he wanted to kill Yi Xian to vent his anger. But now, he suddenly wanted to capture Yi Xian. This human had many secrets that the evil god would definitely be interested in. I don't believe that your true chi won't dry up. The evil god apostle decided to continue pursuing Yi Xian. Time slowly passed. Rumble. Somewhere in the desert of despair, a few figures were fighting. At this time, more than half an hour had passed. During this time, Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Jintian were constantly attacking the evil apostle behind them. This caused the evil apostle to be unable to catch up and could only defend himself. This kid's Zhen Qi and natal Zhen Qi seemed to be inexhaustible. Could it be that he has a way to store Zhen Qi? Along the way, the heretic god apostle racked his brains, but he couldn't come up with anything. Perhaps the evil god knew the reason, but how could he meet the evil god empty-handed? Right, there's 100 battle tribe up ahead. When the time comes, I can ask them to intercept this kid. The evil god apostle suddenly thought of this. Every evil god apostle had a territory in the desert of despair. He happened to be in charge of this area, so he was naturally familiar with the territories under his command. Coincidentally, Yi Xian was a human, so the evil god apostle guessed that Yi Xian didn't know this. But what he didn't know was that not only did Yi Xian know, but he also wanted to use the 100 battle tribe to kill him. Almost there. After a while, Yi Xian, who was acting as bait, thought to himself. It seemed that the time to kill this evil god apostle had come. This kid really did pass by the 100 battle tribe. Just in time, I'll capture you and present you to the Lord Evil God. The evil god apostle thought to himself. He narrowed his eyes and saw the 100 battle tribe up ahead. Evil god apostle, Xiefeng, 100 battle tribe members, come out and welcome me. The evil god apostle shouted to the sky. Using his vital energy to spread his voice was much faster than the speed. In an instant, everyone in the 100 battle tribe heard it. What? The Lord Apostle is here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Haha, maybe he came to our 100 battle tribe to choose people to serve the evil god. The 100 battle tribe was instantly in an uproar. They rushed out in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Xian and the other two quickly approaching, as well as the evil god apostle, Xiefeng. Seeing so many people rushing out, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This evil god apostle really helped him a lot. Old tree, Wei Jintian, Luo, are you ready? Yi Xian asked in his mind. Sigh, we've died hundreds of times already. We're ready. Young master, kill this evil god apostle. Old tree replied. Young master, this evil god apostle has been chasing you for so long. Kill him. Luo said angrily in the planting space. All right, everyone get ready. Yi Xian nodded. At this time, the evil god apostle behind him shouted again. 100 battle tribe, help me capture this evil god sacrifice. There will be great rewards. When these words entered the ears of the 100 battle tribe's experts, their fighting spirit boiled. The evil god apostle was asking for their help to capture an evil god sacrifice. Kill. Instantly, this group of people charged at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes. Yi Xian quickly scanned with his eye of revelation and found that only a dozen people in the 100 battle tribe had faith crystals in their heads. It seemed that they were the first batch of believers. When the evil god cult first started to spread, faith crystals were not easy to obtain, so they planted some in each tribe first. As the faith crystals were mass-produced, they were added one by one. This territory belonged to Xiefeng. This time, he came out with tens of thousands of faith crystals, preparing to convert everyone in the territory into evil god followers. This 100 battle tribe was one of his destinations. Haha, Xiefeng, you're finished. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh a few times and activated a skill, Killing Feast. At the same time, Luo suddenly appeared between him and the 100-battle tribe army. "Let me show you my power." With the help of the purified faith crystals, Luo had broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. At this time, she muttered a sentence, and an eye of enchantment appeared above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were charmed, and almost all of them were 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. Then this group of 5th-level fulfillment realm experts suddenly attacked the people around them. After a wave of attacks, dozens of 100-battle tribe experts fell from the sky. "You charmed so many people at once." The evil god apostle was stunned. He had heard of the Eye of Enchantment before, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. At the same time, he was shocked. Where did Yi Xian find this fox lowly? But this wasn't the end. Chapter 1294. I have control. I have control. I have control. After specially devouring 2 eyes of myriad forms, Yi Xian's heavenly eye had advanced once, and its effect had increased once again. Now it could control a total of 30 people. Moreover, he was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so controlling others of the same level was not a problem. However, the 6th level of the fulfillment realm Scorpion Men were the first batch of disciples, so Yi Xian could only control the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Luo was included, the 2 of them could control almost all of the 5th level of the fulfillment realm experts of the 100 Wars tribe. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the 100 Battles tribe's crowd, a reign of terror was set off. "Quick, kill them. Don't show mercy." The leader of the 100 Wars tribe shouted. He knew that his tribesmen were controlled by the enemy and had to be killed. At this time, Yi Xian had already received hundreds of system notifications. The Killing Feast buff had increased to 50%. This meant that Yi Xian's combat power was now 1.5 times stronger than before. If I kill them all, the buff will increase by at least 2 times. Yi Xian suddenly sped up and rushed into the crowd of 100 Wars tribe. The 2 6th-level fulfillment realm experts, Old Tree and Wei Jintian, followed closely behind. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon flew out and attacked the 7th-level fulfillment realm leader of 100 Wars tribe. The leader of 100 Wars tribe thought that the evil god apostles were after Wei Jintian and Old Tree, so he did not pay much attention to Yi Xian. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, was probably the strongest of the group. In an instant, he was devoured by the flame dragon and turned to ash. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. The leader of 100 Wars tribe increased the buff of the Killing Feast by 20%. If one person increased the buff by 20%, then 10 of them would increase Yi Xian's strength by 2 times and triple his combat power. Previously, Yi Xian had given Wei Jintian and the others the order to kill all of them. After they charged into the 100 Battles tribe's army, they went all out, including the dozens of 5th and 4th level fulfillment realm experts. The upper echelons of the 100 Wars tribe were all dead in just 2 to 3 seconds. Although so many people had died, Scorpion Wind was not sad at all. He only had one goal, and that was to capture Yi Xian. It just so happened that these people were holding back Yi Xian. "Brat, you're dead." Xiefeng gathered all his strength and rushed to Yi Xian. "I'm not the one who died." Yi Xian widened his eyes. His aura surged once again because all the people he and Luo had controlled had committed suicide. At this moment, Yi Xian's buff had exactly doubled, which meant that he could exhibit twice as much combat power. Boom! Yi Xian and Xiefeng clashed at close range. Their lifeblood, true energies collided and exploded into an unprecedented shockwave. Even Luo was swept away. An hour ago, Yi Xian's attacks had been easily defeated by Xiefeng. But now, Yi Xian could actually fight Xiefeng head-on. This change gave Wind Scorpion a fright. How did this brat's strength nearly double? Xiefeng found it hard to believe. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he smelled danger from Yi Xian. He'd originally planned to capture Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. That was why he'd attacked with all his strength. If he hadn't, he probably would have been sent flying. Brat, I don't care what you've done. I'm going to capture you and offer you to the demon god. Xie Feng's eyes flashed. The scorpion tail behind him shot out and stabbed at Yi Xian. The tail needles of the scorpion men were either lethal or paralyzing. There are only two kinds. But in comparison, paralyzing poison was much more useful than lethal poison. The poison took effect faster, and as long as the opponent was paralyzed, he could decide whether to kill them or cut them up. Yi Xian had seen Xie Feng's poisonous needles before. Those were dangerous things that had turned the old tree into ashes. That was why Yi Xian had been paying special attention to them from the start. You think I can fight with just my hands? Yi Xian sneered, his eyes suddenly flashing. Disintegration eye. BZZT. Two disintegration rays accurately shot at the tail needles, disintegrating them instantly, along with a section of the scorpion tail. What? Xie Feng was shocked. If not for the pain in his brain, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The tail of a scorpion man was the most difficult part to recover, especially the tail needles. I'll kill you. Scorpion Feng was enraged. A powerful Wanxiang force suddenly surged out and directly smashed onto Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. But before that, his eyes flashed again. I have nirvana. Whoosh! A nirvana cut through the air. Xie Feng was shocked and dodged. Rip! With a crisp sound, Xie Feng's left arm was chopped off. He didn't expect that after suffering once, he would actually suffer a second time. But now wasn't the time to care about that. It didn't matter that he had suffered twice. What mattered was whether he would suffer again in the future. I only have 1/3 of my genuine qi left, but this kid seems to have endless genuine qi. I'm afraid Xie Feng's brain spun quickly. At this moment, he suddenly had the thought of retreating. Where there's life, there's life. His life was in danger today. He might as well take revenge another day. Let's go. Xie Feng quickly turned around. He was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, and yet he was forced to retreat by Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. It was humiliating. However, when he turned around, he saw two figures. They were the old tree and Wei Jintian. You think you can stop me? Xie Feng sneered. Then try this. Yi Xian suddenly split into two. Two heavenly dragons of ice and fire appeared and spat out their dragon breaths at the same time. Twin Dragon Roar. Xie Feng had easily defeated Yi Xian's previous attack, but now that Xie Feng wasn't at his peak, and Yi Xian was twice as strong as before, Yi Xian didn't think it would be easy to withstand this attack. So powerful. Xie Feng's expression darkened. He knew that he couldn't withstand this attack in his current state, but there was another kind of power inside his body. A slight sound was heard. The faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind suddenly trembled. Boom! The twin dragons roared and approached. Xie Feng didn't move and was devoured. However, Yi Xian didn't hear the system notification. This meant that Xie Feng wasn't dead. Chapter 1295. He's not blocking or dodging. He's still alive even after being hit. What trump card did Wind Scorpion use? Yi Xian furrowed his brow as he pondered quickly. He had estimated that Wind Scorpion wouldn't be able to withstand the dual dragon roar, but he did. It seemed that he had used some sort of trick. Yi Xian hurriedly used his eye of insight to take a look. He discovered that a protective membrane had actually appeared outside of the scorpion wind's body. It was precisely because of this protective membrane that Yi Xian was safe and sound. What's this? Yi Xian sized him up with narrowed eyes. As it turned out, this protective barrier was formed from the faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind. Soon, the dual dragon roar stopped. Wind Scorpion didn't die from the attack. Thank goodness we both have a strand of the evil god's will, or I would have died. Wind Scorpion sighed in relief. But when he turned around, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Kacha! Wei Jintian, an old tree, combined into a tough armor that covered Wind Scorpion's body. What? Wind Scorpion didn't notice that his consciousness was completely blocked when he was swallowed by the dual dragon roar. Get lost. Furious, Wind Scorpion circulated his true qi and shook it. Bam! The armor formed by Wei Jintian and old tree had 2 layers of protection. Wind Scorpion's lifeblood, true chi, and 10,000 mammoth power couldn't shake it off even once. He couldn't even move. His true chi was completely blocked. Die. In the distance, Yi Xian had already gathered a second wave of true chi. As the 2 heavenly dragons opened their mouths, another dual dragon roared out. Boom! This time, Wind Scorpion couldn't block it and was instantly swallowed. Of course, Wei Jintian and Old Tree had unlocked the armor before this, exposing Wind Scorpion's front so that he could take the full brunt of the attack. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Finally, the system's notification rang, proving that Wind Scorpion was really dead this time. It's not easy to kill a 9th-level Fulfillment Realm cultivator. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Sigh, this old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've been accidentally killed by my own people. It's also the first time I've died hundreds of times in one day. The old tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. The old tree and Wei Jintian, who had been refined into magic treasures, would instantly repair their bodies in the artifact space every time they died. This time, in order to let Yi Xian kill Scorpion Wind, the old tree and Wei Jintian both volunteered to go up. However, Old Tree and Wei Jintian had been killed by Scorpion Wind several hundred times before coming here, so this wasn't a big deal. Thank you, Old Tree. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then, he used the power of all creations to retrieve Wind Scorpion's Faith Crystal and Cosmos Ring. This piece of Faith Crystal was the largest piece that Yi Xian had ever seen. It was even bigger than the Berserker tribe's leader. It was estimated that its value was not low. However, compared to the Faith Crystal in the interspatial ring, it was simply not worth mentioning. Holy shit, more than 20,000 Faith Crystals. Yi Xian jumped in fright. This vote was more than the Faith Crystals he had received before. With these Faith Crystals, I can at least reach the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luo said. All right, take it and purify it slowly. Since only Luo could absorb the Faith Crystals, Yi Xian threw all of them to Luo. Next, it was time to examine the Evil God Apostle's interspatial ring. To Yi Xian's surprise, the interspatial ring contained a large amount of ores. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. He is currently at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian consumed these ores without hesitation. Then, Wei Jintian broke through first and reached the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. What's going on? Why does this Evil God Apostle have so many ores? Is he trying to forge something? Yi Xian was very surprised. Then, he found another item in the interspatial ring. It was a map. There was only one mark on this map. It was in the shape of a round table. However, the remark next to the mark caused Yi Xian to tremble. The Evil God's altar? Yi Xian murmured and guessed. Are these ores to be used to forge the Evil God's altar? When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo, who had inherited memories. The Evil God's altar? Luo thought for a moment and then answered, the Evil God is the ancestor of the Scorpion Man race. However, the Evil God cult was destroyed last time, so the power of faith was lost. Now that the Evil God has reappeared, he can mass-produce the Evil God's faith crystals as long as this altar is built. Not only that, the believers can come to this Evil God's altar to worship and contribute their power of faith to the Evil God. They can then obtain strength feedback. She explained very clearly. Yi Xian and Old Tree understood immediately. This means that the Evil God's altar hasn't been built yet. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to think. Oh, that's right. The Evil Gods can only descend after the Evil God's altar is built. At that time, there may be a person who carries the Evil God's will. Luo suddenly said. Is the Evil God's will just a remnant thought? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Yes. Although I don't know what realm the Evil God is at, he can easily create countless remnant thoughts. However, there's no need to worry now, because even if it's just a remnant thought, not just anyone can carry it. Unless the person's realm is high, they have to find a specific physique. Luo Luo continued. Yi Xian could understand this. If a remnant of the evil gods was separated and carried by a manifestation realm martial practitioner, the manifestation realm martial practitioner's soul would be instantly obliterated. The martial practitioner might even explode and die. Simply put, the carrier's realm couldn't be too low. Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the evil god cult in the Desert of Despair wants to build the evil god's altar. If they succeed, the evil god cult will expand in this area, and it will be very disadvantageous to the surrounding forces. Yi Xian didn't care so much for the time being. He wasn't a saint, and those people's lives had nothing to do with him. However, he needed the evil god cult's faith crystal, so he had to go and take a look. Most importantly, the direction of the evil god's altar seemed to be the same as the Xianming duo. Moreover, the distance was about the same. Xianming duo, I've finally found you. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. He never thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. He was thinking, could the Xianming duo be helping the evil god cult build the evil god's altar? No matter what, Yi Xian had found a clue. The evil god's altar was very important to the evil god cult, so the evil god cult should be there. Therefore, his next target was the evil god's altar. With my speed, I'll need at least 2 days to get there. This is just right. The cooldown of Bladestorm and Wild Python's sweep will be over. Chapter 1296. Yi Xian would only dare to go to the evil god's altar when his 2 trump cards, Bladestorm and Wild Python, were off cooldown. After all, if an evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, then the evil god cult leader in the Desert of Despair must be at the 4th level of the piercing realm, the fragmentation realm. The fulfillment realm opened 9 natal palaces and condensed one's natal true energy. The fragmentation realm shattered all 9 natal palaces and used their natal true energy to strengthen their physique. The 1st level of the fragmentation realm shattered 1 natal palace. The 2nd level shattered 2 natal palaces, and the 9th level shattered all 9 natal palaces. The gap between the realms was huge. I'm only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I'm afraid I'll be instantly killed by a fragmentation realm expert. That's why I must reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, or even the 8th level, before going to the evil god's altar. Yi Xian thought to himself. Fortunately, it would take at least 2 days to reach the evil god's altar from here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm in 2 days. Yi Xian glanced at the group of scorpion men from the 100 War Tribe who were shocked to the point of losing their souls, then directly flew into the distance. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian didn't want to attack the old, weak women and children. Yi Xian had finally found a clue to the Dark Nether Duo demons, so he naturally had to follow quickly. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. They could make Yi Xian unable to move with a single order. The evil god's altar was to be built in a dangerous place in the Desert of Despair. This dangerous place was called the Valley of Despair, and there were many dangerous heaven-piercing beasts there. However, since the evil god cult wanted to build the evil god's altar there, they naturally had to kill or drive away those heaven-piercing beasts. On the way to the Valley of Despair, Yi Xian intentionally searched for the Scorpion Men tribes. Some of these Scorpion Men tribes only had the upper echelons become believers, while some were full of evil god cult members. Yi Xian didn't show the slightest bit of mercy towards these people from the evil god society, because he'd heard some things about the evil god society from Luo Luo. The evil god cult was very terrifying once they spread, because they captured people wantonly and then forcibly planted faith crystals. This method was a little similar to Yi Xian's Eye of Control. Previously, he had used the Eye of Control to make the controlled person lure others out. However, Yi Xian was only one person, so the effect was much worse than that of the evil god cult. Moreover, the evil god cult members would annihilate the entire tribe and the entire sect if they heard anyone say anything bad about the evil god. Very quickly, a day after Yi Xian rushed to the evil god's altar, he finally broke through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Luo Luo and Elder Shu had also broken through. The former had broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and the latter had broken through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, just like Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian was practically invincible in the fulfillment realm, but he wasn't confident in dealing with a fragmentation realm cultivator. After another day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the vicinity of the evil god's altar, the Wall of Despair. He didn't dare to get any closer because there were people all around him. Yi Xian couldn't help but be speechless. Yi Xian saw a lot of evil god apostles with the Eye of Revelation. They were all at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and there were many at the 9th level. There were more than 300 of them, and at least 50 of them were at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw a few people that even he couldn't see through. Fragmentation realm. Fragmentation realm, as expected. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva as he hid in a dark corner and observed. He looked around and calculated that there were about 4 fragmentation realm experts. There was also a black-robed man who looked even stronger. It seemed that this black-robed man was the Pope. However, Yi Xian wasn't most concerned about the evil god cult right now. The Xianming duo demons are under the evil god's altar. Yi Xian saw the bloody word kill. He thought that the Xianming duo demons were helping the evil god cult, but now it seemed that they were captured and sacrificed to the evil god. The Xianming duo demons were suppressed by the altar. Yi Xian couldn't use the Eye of Assassination to teleport them down. Even if he couldn't come out. I don't have a random mission now. Killing the Xianming duo demons is just fulfilling my promise to Mo Shui. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. His plan was to destroy the evil god cult first, then kill the Xianming duo demons to settle a knot in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Destroy the evil god's altar before it's completed. Countdown to completion of the evil god's altar. 1 day and 3 hours. This random mission shocked Yi Xian. Destroy the evil god's altar in 1 day. That was too difficult. Yi Xian clenched his teeth as he pondered in his heart. With our current strength, if we were to kill our way out, we wouldn't even be able to deal with these evil god apostles. Unless those few fragmentation realm experts aren't here. If they couldn't even deal with these evil god's apostles, how could they deal with those fragmentation realm experts? Destroying the evil god's altar was a fantasy mission. However, since this random mission appeared, it meant that he had a chance of completing it. Wait! At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. The evil god's altar had a countdown of 1 day and 3 hours. If he went to disturb it, the construction speed would slow down, and then the construction time would increase. I see. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had completed many random missions, but at the same time, he had also failed a few. But every time, he had to complete a random mission. He was determined to complete this evil god's altar mission. The sky is going to darken soon. This is beneficial to me. Yi Xian had the god-slaying bloodline, and the assassination status of the god-slaying bloodline was very useful. It gave Yi Xian a powerful concealment skill, and even increased his movement speed and combat strength under the cover of night. It was a divine skill. But this time, he suddenly thought of another problem. Why didn't the random mission mention the reward this time? Could it be that the reward for completing this random mission is not fixed and will change according to the time I complete it? If I can destroy the evil god's altar in 1 hit, then I can get the best reward. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. Now, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sneaked over. At the same time, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This environment was very suitable for assassination. If there was a bait, then it would be even better. As for the bait, it was naturally the 2 undying treasures, Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Haha, this evil god's altar is so big. If you devour it, young master, you might be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The old tree laughed in his mind. Old tree, I'll have to trouble you to be the bait later. Chapter 1297. It doesn't matter. I've already gotten used to it. If we can take down the evil god altar, the little girl might be able to obtain a large amount of faith crystals and break through to the fragmentation realm. Old Tree said, indeed, this battle was extremely important. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a fragmentation realm expert appeared. The time after the random mission was decreasing bit by bit. This time would change according to the changes in reality. For example, during the construction of the Evil God altar, if a 9th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle suddenly broke through to the fragmentation realm, the construction speed would be greatly reduced. After all, after the Evil God apostle broke through, the construction speed of the Evil God altar would increase. As for the time required to complete the random mission, Yi Xian had already noted it down. At this time, several seconds had already passed. For the sake of convenience, I will first locate the 4 directions of the Evil God altar and weaken their strength bit by bit. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He began to circle around the Evil God altar and left a location in the void. The current Eye of the Void could locate a total of 6 locations. The Evil God altar had to refresh 4 locations. The last location was 1 hour away from the Evil God altar. Yi Xian set that location as a safety precaution. A few minutes later, Yi Xian successfully located the location. Then, the next step was to start the operation. Old Tree, I'll have to trouble you, Yi Xian said to Old Tree. No problem. Wei Zhentian, follow me. Old Tree nodded and then left with Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian, on the other hand, fled into the darkness. Rumble. Soon, a series of rumbling sounds came from not far away. This was the sound of Old Tree and Wei Zhentian fighting. The commotion attracted the attention of the group of Evil God apostles who were building the Evil God altar. I reckon that some of them slipped through the net. You guys go and take a look. A 9th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle said to a few 8th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostles around him. The fish that escaped the net he was referring to were the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. Before they built the Evil God altar, they had killed or driven away all the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of the Evil God. Yes, in an instant, 3 Fiend God apostles left the Fiend God altar and flew over. The Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were still moving, attracting the attention of these 3 people. However, what the 3 of them did not know was that danger was quietly approaching them. When they were some distance away from the Evil God altar, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly made his move. Rip, rip, rip. 3 crisp sounds rang in the air as Yi Xian beheaded all 3 8th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostles. Triple kill. After that, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian stopped for the time being. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and a universe ring. Then, he glanced at the mission panel. These 3 people died, but the construction of the Evil God's altar was not delayed. Yi Xian was shocked. He thought about it for a moment. It seemed that these 3 people had not contributed to the construction of the Evil God altar. Or rather, there was too much manpower for the construction of the Evil God altar. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, you 2 continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. At the Evil God altar. Why is it not done yet? You guys go and take a look. The 9th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle ordered a few more apostles to go over. He guessed that the 9th level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast was the cause. Very soon, for more 8th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostles flew over. However, they were all killed by Yi Xian not long after. At this time, a minute had passed. Yi Xian had killed 7 8th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostles, but he was unable to delay the construction of the Evil God altar. The 9th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle was surprised when he saw that the 7 of them had not returned. He decided to take action himself. That 9th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle is coming. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, stay away, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. He could kill an 8th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle without being discovered. However, it was not that easy to kill a 9th level fulfillment realm Evil God apostle. It would be bad if he was exposed. Therefore, he had to keep a distance even if it would waste some time. After Old Tree and Wei Jintian received the order, they fought and ran at the same time. The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle focused on the direction of the sound and let down his guard. Yi Xian calculated the distance and then sneaked over. Of glory, killing intent eruption, twin dragon roar. Suddenly, the sound of wind appeared. What? The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was shocked. He turned his head and was shocked. He could not block this power. Fortunately, he had a life-saving skill. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw the faith crystal in his target's mind tremble violently. Then, a strange energy enveloped his target. Boom! The twin dragon roar devoured the 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle, but could not hurt him. However, even if he could block it once, could he block it a second time? When the twin dragon roar stopped, Yi Xian happened to gather a second batch of vital energy. At the same time, the Old Tree and Wei Jintian were recalled by Yi Xian and appeared next to the 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle. Crack! Before the evil god apostle could react, they turned into 2 layers of shackles and trapped him, killing intent eruption, twin dragon roar. This attack killed 3 people. Wei Jintian and the Old Tree died to this attack again. They were accidentally killed by Yi Xian a second time. However, the moment they died, they were reborn in the artifact space. This time, the commotion was bigger, so Yi Xian hurriedly put away the items and slipped into the darkness. 9th level fulfillment realm is the 9th level fulfillment realm. There's still a lot of ores and materials in the universe ring. A few more attacks, and Wei Jintian will be able to break through to the 9th level fulfillment realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought as he moved. If Wei Jintian broke through to the 9th level fulfillment realm, he would have a higher chance of winning against a fragmentation realm expert. At the same time, after the 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle died, Yi Xian quickly glanced at the quest panel and found that the time on it had finally been extended. There were hundreds of 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles and only 59th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles. Now that one of them was dead, the construction of the evil god altar would naturally slow down. If I kill all the evil god cult members, then the construction time will be extended indefinitely. I wonder how much longer it will take if I kill a fragmentation realm expert. Yi Xian continued to think. The current random quest had a total of 2 times. The first was the construction time of the evil god altar. This could change. It could be faster or longer. Chapter 1298. Yi Xian had caused a huge commotion just now. Someone at the evil god altar must have noticed it. So this time, Yi Xian wanted to change the angle. The evil god altar was very big, and there were all kinds of patterns on it. The evil god cult would need to kill a lot of sacrifices, hang up their blood, and then set up a formation. The blood would flow to the blood pool at the center of the evil god altar, and inside the blood pool was a statue of the evil god. Of course, the statue of the evil god was still under construction. In short, Yi Xian had to kill these evil god apostles to delay the construction time. Yi Xian went along the evil god altar to another corner, and then used the same method as before. He first made some noise to lure the evil god apostles over, and then killed them one by one. Earlier, Yi Xian had divided the evil god altar into 4 big areas, and each big area had 3 corners. There were a total of 12 corners, and it was a bit like a clock. Just now, he was at the 6 o'clock direction, but this time he directly skipped the 5 o'clock direction and came to the 4 o'clock direction corner, just in case. Rumble! Wei Jintian and Old Tree were fighting one-on-one, and the commotion here attracted the attention of the evil god apostles on the evil god altar. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a fragmentation realm expert, then he wouldn't be a threat. As long as he had another breakthrough, he was confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Soon, the 4 o'clock direction of the evil god altar was cleared out by Yi Xian. There was a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and 6 8th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles. These people were just a hair from 9 oxen compared to the total number of people on the altar, so they wouldn't attract the attention of others for the time being. After clearing out the 4 o'clock direction, Yi Xian skipped the 3 o'clock and came to the 2 o'clock direction. Then, he used the same method to deal with the evil god apostles on this side of the altar. I've dealt with 3 batches in total, and finally delayed the construction for an hour. Yi Xian thought to himself. He spent 15 minutes to kill 3 9th-stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God Apostles and 28th-stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God Apostles, and successfully delayed the construction of the Evil God Altar to 1 day and 4 hours. Although it seemed like there was plenty of time, don't forget that the reward was calculated from the moment the random quest was accepted. The reward would become worse and worse as time passed. In order to obtain a better reward, Yi Xian didn't want to be negligent for even a moment. 12 o'clock direction. Yi Xian continued to move. This was his 4th target. In A's evil god altars 12 o'clock and Yi Xian's. Yi Xian thought. And of Yi. Of course, Yi above him. If he, and Yi God, and Yi, and Yi 8. Zai S. To be. It wasn't impossible to destroy the evil god altar in 1 day. After the 12 o'clock direction was cleared, Yi Xian quickly went to the 10 o'clock direction and continued. However, in another corner of the evil god's altar, someone discovered something amiss. Strange. Where did the people go? A scorpion man wearing black clothes said with a frown. The evil god altar was so important that even he didn't dare to neglect it. Yet there were people who dared to slack off. They were courting death. He immediately rushed out, wanted to find those slackers and give them a good scolding. However, when he reached the outside, he scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found a trace of blood. This is the blood of my Scorpion Man race. Someone was killed. The Scorpion Man elder's eyes flashed. He quickly looked to the sky and shouted, "Everyone be careful. There may be powerful heaven-reaching beasts around. They are suspected to be in the fragmentation realm." Logically speaking, the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair should have been killed or driven away by them. However, now that there were casualties, his first reaction was still the heaven-reaching beasts. After all, they didn't spend too much effort to search the entire Wall Valley of Despair. His voice spread throughout the entire evil god altar and entered everyone's ears. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, also heard it. They found out that we're short of people. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he just finished clearing the people in the 10 o'clock direction. If he had 5 more minutes, Wei Zhentian would be able to break through to the fulfillment realm. However, to be safe, he decided to hide for a while because the evil god altar in front of him seemed to be causing a ruckus. There are fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. How unexpected. It seems that they're starting to fight back because we invaded their territory. Don't worry. We have 4 enforcers patrolling the area and an elder in the center. These heaven-reaching beasts won't dare to come in. If they come in, they will be sacrificed to the evil god. The evil god apostles chatted as they worked. At the same time, they were more cautious than before. At this time, outside the evil god altar, a fragmentation realm expert has started patrolling. Let's stay away for now. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he quickly retreated into the distance. After patrolling the evil god's altar for a week, the fragmentation realm expert once again returned to work. He believed that the shout just now had scared off that heaven-reaching beast. After all, heaven-reaching beasts were also intelligent. About 5 minutes later, Yi Xian continued to approach. Wei Zhentian can break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm after clearing 2 more corners. I still need to clear more than half of the area before I can break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he moved again. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Zhentian, an old tree, started fighting again. The sound reached the evil god altar. The heaven-reaching beasts are here again. They really won't give up. Let's go together. With Lord Siechong leading us, what can fragmentation, realm, heaven-reaching beast do? A group of evil god apostles moved toward the direction of the sound. The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was called Siechong. His realm was infinitely close to the fragmentation realm, and his strength was ranked in the top 10 among the 9th level fulfillment realm experts. The group was planning to kill the heaven-reaching beast together and then return to claim the credit. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't the heaven-reaching beast that was causing trouble, but a human. 7 8th level fulfillment realm experts and 1 9th level fulfillment realm expert. It seems that I can't kill them in one hit. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and immediately saw through the enemy's strength. Previously, the enemy had only sent 3 or 4 people to deliver benefits. It was the first time that an entire squad had come. Well, since they've been exposed, then so be it. I have the Eye of the Void anyway. Chapter 1299. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 7 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles were gathered together. Yi Xian's attack was aimed at them. The 7 reacted quickly, but the Twin Dragon Roar was even faster. It engulfed the 8 of them in an instant. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. 7 system notifications rang in a row, proving that the 7 were instantly killed by Yi Xian. What? Siechong was shocked. He immediately raised his hand and attacked Yi Xian. Whoosh! His sword pierced through the air, but Yi Xian easily blocked it. Kid, where are you looking at? At this time, an old voice suddenly entered Siechong's ears, causing his body to tremble. Although he was very close to the fragmentation realm, he was still in the same realm. By the time he turned around, a thick branch had already pierced through his heart. However, before he died, he circulated his true energy and let out a sharp hiss. Hiss! This hiss spread throughout the evil god altar, causing everyone to tremble. This was the language of the Scorpion Men. It meant that there was someone. Exposed? Let's go. Yi Xian did not say anything. He directly took Siechong's body and the universe ring. Then, he broke through the void and left. He was currently at the 6 o'clock position of the evil god altar. This time, he broke through the void and was teleported to the 12 o'clock position, which was right on the opposite side. While the evil god apostles are distracted, he would sneak up on them from behind and kill them before they could react. Wei Zhentian is about to break through. Let's do it again. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. After he came out of the Eye of the Void, he directly led Wei Zhentian and the old tree toward the evil god altar. Previously, he had been cleaning up in a corner. However, after the people in the outer circle disappeared, the people in the inner circle took over. At the 12 o'clock position, there were 2 9th level fulfillment realm apostles and 8 8th level fulfillment realm apostles. If I kill you all, Wei Zhentian will be able to break through. This time, Yi Xian mustered up all his energy and directly charged towards the evil god altar. The evil god's altar was made of a special material that resembled bronze. Furthermore, it emitted a faint glow. With such a large area glowing without a single shadow, this meant that the passive effect of Yi Xian's assassination mode would be nullified. But so what? Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 2 Yi Xian were clad in golden armor. They formed 2 heavenly dragons and opened their mouths. The 2 dragon auras fused together to form an extremely powerful attack. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The 2 dragons roared as they charged forward. This time, their target was not the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Be careful! Another 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle yelled. However, Yi Xian's sneak attack this time was too sudden. No one expected that there would be an attacker on the evil god's altar. Boom! The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was blasted into dust. Not a single one of them was left alive. But this wasn't the end of it. When the first twin dragon roar stopped, Yi Xian had already condensed a second wave of true energy. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The target of this dragon roar was the other evil god apostle. However, the other evil god apostle was prepared. Whoosh! The faith crystal in the evil god apostle's mind trembled. Then it released energy to protect him, allowing him to avoid the attack. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xian's two artifacts were already in front of him. Crack! Wei Zhentian and the old tree's tough branches formed a suit of armor and locked the evil god apostle in place. Twin dragon roar. This time, the evil god apostle was no longer able to resist. He was blasted into dust along with Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Following a system notification, Yi Xian shot out and collected the two evil god apostles' corpses and universe rings. Then, he swiftly left the evil god altar and slipped into the darkness. Then, he tore through space and arrived at another corner. Who is so arrogant? When Yi Xian left, an old scorpion man rushed over and gave chase after him with a loud roar. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. The fact that two 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles had been killed so close to him was out of his expectations. Two humans dare to disturb the business of the evil god cult? They are courting death. The old scorpion man gritted his teeth in anger. He swore that he would find Yi Xian. Meanwhile, on the other side of the evil god altar, Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, heard another system notification. Wei Zhentian had finally broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. It had only been half an hour, but Yi Xian had obtained great benefits. If he killed everyone on the evil god altar, then he could at least break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. I have too much experience. I probably need to kill 10 9th level evil god apostles before I can get enough experience. But now that I've been exposed, it won't be that easy. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, but he was bound to be exposed. After all, no one could do a flawless job. Not even him. Right now, the atmosphere of the entire evil god altar was very tense. It was because 1/5 of the 9th level evil god apostles had died. More importantly, it had only been half an hour. If this continued, the evil god altar couldn't be built anymore. The four of you go out and search. You must find the troublemaker. The evil god cult elder at the center of the evil god altar shouted coldly. Yes, elder. The four fragmentation realm protectors nodded and flew out in 4 directions. They began to search for Yi Xian's whereabouts. However, Yi Xian, who was in the assassination state, was very good at hiding himself. Even if a fragmentation realm expert's spirit consciousness swept over him, they might not be able to discover him. Moreover, Yi Xian could still move. He could use the Eye of Revelation to observe the enemy and keep a distance. Very soon, the 4 fragmentation realm evil god cult enforcers swept through the surroundings, but they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Has he already escaped? The Scorpion Elder thought in puzzlement. They continued to search, but still didn't find anything. Thus, they could only give up. Continue. The evil god altar began to be built again. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, used the Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. Not good. The 4 protectors of the evil god cult are setting up a formation. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and his expression changed greatly. If this formation was completed, he would have to attack this formation first if he wanted to enter. This is troublesome. Yi Xian frowned deeply and quickly made a new plan in his mind. Chapter 1300. That's our only choice. Let's go in and harass them. Yi Xian thought and said in his mind, Old tree, Wei Zhentian, I will go in and harass them. You two focus on killing the 8th stage evil god apostles. Young master, are you going to use your big moves? Old tree asked. The ultimate move he was talking about was the Divine Wood Prison and the Wild Python Sweep. He estimated that if they were combined with the Storm of Swords, they would be able to take care of at least 10 9th level evil god apostles. This way, Yi Xian would be able to break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Let's gather them together first, and then use them together. Yi Xian replied. Bladestorm and Python Sweep were extremely powerful AoE skills. Naturally, they had to be used after gathering the monsters. Okay, Old Tree replied. Then Yi Xian instructed Luo, you will be responsible for destroying the evil god's altar later. Okay, but this evil god's altar doesn't seem to be that easy to destroy, Luo said. Just do your best to destroy it. Buy as much time as you can. Yi Xian nodded. Even with a large number of faith crystals, Luo still needed some time to break through to the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm. With her current realm, destroying this evil god's altar was a bit difficult. Yi Xian and the others prepared for a moment and then attacked the evil god's altar. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors inside the evil god's altar were setting up the formation. The black-robed man at the center was also forging the statue of the evil god. If Yi Xian attacked the evil god's altar, they would have no choice but to stop what they were doing to deal with him. However, Yi Xian was not confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Therefore, he needed to break through to the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm before they could react. Kill! Seeing that it was about time, Yi Xian abruptly stepped into the evil god's altar. The moment he stepped into the evil god's altar, he quickly set up a spatial lock on the altar. This way, he could enter through the void, even after the formation was set up. Killing intent eruption. Twin Dragon Roar. Without another word, he unleashed his strongest attack on a nearby evil god apostle. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Jintian also attacked from the left and right. Their mission was to gather everyone in this area and then use 2 big moves. Rumble. The twin dragons roared and instantly killed a 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle. Not only that, they also killed the 2 unlucky bastards behind him. 3 kills in 1 strike. However, this was not enough. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian continued to attack, but since everyone around him had reacted, he prioritized attacking the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm first. Another 4 died. The 2 humans have come out. Kill them. The nearby evil god apostles all gathered together and gathered their firepower. Not only that, but the evil god protectors that were setting up spirit formations in all 4 directions also noticed them. How dare you kill an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society? You're courting death. The Scorpion Elder immediately attacked. It was not necessary to use 4 people to set up a formation. 3 people would do as well. The Fragmentation Realm Cthulhuism Society Protector is coming. Hurry! Yi Xian urged in his mind. They're coming. Old Tree immediately responded. Earlier on, he had already tossed a Divine Wood seal to Wei Jintian. Artifact skill, Divine Wood Prison. The 2 Divine Wood seals suddenly rose and extended countless vines. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Cthulhuism apostles were surrounded. What? The Cthulhuism apostles were shocked. However, Wei Jintian suddenly turned into blood swords and shot out. Sword Blade Storm. A bloody storm broke out in the Divine Wood Prison. However, before this, Yi Xian had already activated another skill. Slaughter Feast. Come, let me make a scene. Yi Xian's aura surged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he formed 2 twin dragon sword bells. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. The Divine Wood Prison was also a sealed space. Therefore, this skill was the most powerful it had ever been used. Some of the 8th level fulfillment realm Cthulhuism apostles immediately fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Tree also activated another artifact skill. Wild Python Sweep. In an instant, tens of thousands of sharp vines extended from the Divine Wood Prison. Rip, rip, rip. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Even if some people managed to escape with the protection of the Faith Crystal, they were still hit by the Sword Blade Storm's blood. As the Cthulhuism apostles died one by one, the Slaughter Feast's boost rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by 70%. At this point, 6 ninth level Fulfillment Realm Cthulhuism Apostles had already died. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian continued to attack. Then, he used the power of 10,000 mammoths to draw the corpses over. His cultivation base continued to rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the Divine Wood prison, there was a storm of blood. In less than a second, most of the Cthulhuism Apostles inside were dead. At this moment, the Scorpion Elder had already rushed over. He threw a punch and blasted a huge hole in the Divine Wood prison. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was also subconsciously stunned. In just a second, so many people had died. Even he couldn't do it. Just as he broke through the Divine Wood prison, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed several times. At this time, the Slaughter Feast boost had doubled. After all, after using the Slaughter Feast, the boost would increase with Yi Xian's cultivation. If Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the boost will be doubled. In the next moment, if Yi Xian broke through to the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the boost would still be doubled. Although both boosts were doubled, the difference was many times. This was because Yi Xian had broken through. Not only that, but the power of the Blade Storm and Serpent Sweep had also doubled. Fragmentation Realm. Huh? Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he fused. When facing such a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. He couldn't split himself because it was easy to be defeated one by one. The two Yi Xian fused into one. His aura skyrocketed again. Brat, how dare you interfere with the Cthulhuism Society's business? Die. The Scorpion Elder stomped his right foot and turned into a streak of light. That stomp even cracked the Cthulhuism god's altar. He was a first-level Fragmentation Realm expert and had already shattered one of his natal palaces. After the natal palaces were shattered, his natal true chi would increase his physique. Chapter 1301. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Yi Xian flew into the air and swung his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon roared out and attacked the Scorpion Elder. How dare you attack me when you're only in the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm? How dare you? The Scorpion Elder kicked off the ground again and flew into the air. Then, he punched with his right fist and shattered the flame dragon. What a strong body. As expected of a Fragmentation Realm expert. Yi Xian's expression froze. A Fragmentation Realm expert could only use 100% of their strength on land, but they could only use 80% of their strength in the air. This 20% difference gave Yi Xian the confidence to kill his opponent. However, Yi Xian wasn't fighting alone right now. Sword Storm. Wild Python Sweep. The target of these two moves was the Scorpion Elder. Wild Python Sweep was fine because Old Tree was only in the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, Megatron was in the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. It was much stronger than Wild Python Sweep. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The Scorpion Elder gathered his true chi and manifestation power to enlarge his scorpion tail. Then, he swung it a few times to break the sharp branches. However, the Sword Storm had already surrounded him. The Sword Storm was as powerful as a Fragmentation Realm expert's divine power. After the Scorpion Elder was surrounded, he created a giant scorpion shadow to defend himself, but it was broken almost instantly. Charge! The Scorpion Elder's expression darkened. He threw a punch and opened a bloody path in the Sword Storm. However, he was injured because of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. So what if the Scorpion Elder was in the Fragmentation Realm? He would still bleed under his two moves. Continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. Then, the Old Tree and Megatron continued to attack. These two talisman skills weren't one-time use. They were time-controlled and lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough to kill this expert in the Void-Breaking Realm. Of course, that was if the Scorpion Elder didn't break out of the Divine Wood prison. You want to leave? Stay. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Previously, because he was chasing after Nail and Bing, he had placed a death pursuit order on her. Now, that Nalan Bing was under the evil god altar. As long as he destroyed the evil god altar, it would be Nalan Bing's time of death. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to continue hiding. Death warrant. Yi Xian immediately left a fatal mark on the Scorpion Elder. This made the Blade Storm and Berserk Serpent even more powerful. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had a chance to get close to the Scorpion Man Elder, and that was the Eye of Assassination. I must save this Eye of Assassination for a critical moment. I must kill him in one strike. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had the Blade Storm and Berserk Python sweep, he had to exhaust them first. Bastard, take this! As the Scorpion Elder dodged, he did not forget to attack Yi Xian. This was a shattering mystique. Ghostly Frost Claw. A gigantic blue palm covered the sky as it smashed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. Ding! Ghostly Frost Claw copied successfully. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian immediately circulated the true qi in his body and struck out with all his might. Ghostly Frost Claw. The two enormous blue palms collided, creating 1,000 layers of shockwaves that froze the surrounding vines and branches. This attack was a shattering mystique. Although Yi Xian had the growth-type Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he was only at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, the attack could only be considered a high-grade Fulfillment Realm mystique. Its power was still weaker than the Ghostly Frost Claw. What? This kid knows it too? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. This attack was his ultimate move, and it had taken him 10 years to master it. How could Yi Xian know it too? Fortunately, he still had the upper hand in this clash. Yi Xian's Ghostly Frost Claw was defeated. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Although the Scorpion Elder did not know why Yi Xian also knew this shattering mystique, he immediately gloated when he saw that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. However, at this moment, whoosh, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yes, he disappeared right in front of the Scorpion Elder. Even the Scorpion Elder did not know how Yi Xian had disappeared. What? Where did he go? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw a Ghostly Frost Claw coming at him. Bang! The Scorpion Elder could not react in time and was hit head-on. His entire body was instantly covered in ice crystals, and he looked like an ice corpse. This is impossible. The Scorpion Elder did not die. He stared at Yi Xian in shock. He could not understand how Yi Xian could cross the distance and silently attack him from behind. However, he did not have time to think. Except the baptism of Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. This time, the Scorpion Elder was still alive? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. First, the Blade Storm swept over. Then, countless vines stabbed at him. After a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded like the Scorpion Elder's last words. Of course, the Scorpion Elder was defeated because he had used the Shattering Mystique once. The Ghostly Frost Claw was an ice attribute attack and had the effect of freezing. The Scorpion Elder was frozen from head to toe, which was why he was hit by the Blade Storm and the Python. When the Blade Storm swept over, Yi Xian quickly put away the Elder's body with the power of 10,000 mammoths. There were a lot of things inside. There were actually 100,000 faith crystals, and they were not small. They were enough for Luo to cultivate to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, Yi Xian did not have time to examine carefully. At this time, the other 3 elders broke through a large hole and rushed in. They happened to see the Scorpion Elder's body being put away by Yi Xian. How is this possible? Protector Xie Yangming is dead? He died at the hands of an 8th level Fulfillment Realm human. Go avenge Protector Xie Yangming. The 3 fragmentation realm protectors of the Cthulhuism cult immediately rushed over. With the death of the Scorpion Man Elder, the Feast of Slaughter once again increased by 50%. Yi Xian's strength was 5 times greater than before he used the Feast of Slaughter. Even so, he was not confident that he could fight 3 Fragmentation Realm elites at the same time. Let's go. Chapter 1302. After him, the 3 Fragmentation Realm experts weren't going to let Yi Xian go. They sprinted across the ground and caught up to him in the blink of an eye. As expected, I can't outrun him. Yi Xian bitterly laughed as he directly broke through the void and entered. Stop him, one of them shouted, but he was still one step too slow. The eye of the void had already closed. The 3 of them almost vomited blood when they saw Yi Xian's aura disappear. A Fragmentation Realm expert was killed by an 8th-stage Fulfillment Realm expert, Yi Xian. The 3 of them actually watched as Yi Xian ran away. This was an absolute humiliation. Find him, we must find him. The 3 of them immediately spread out and ran out of the evil god's altar. They believed that Yi Xian was nearby. Indeed, Yi Xian was still nearby, but he had already arrived at the other side of the evil god's altar. Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength while the Feast of Slaughter was still active. The death of the Scorpion Elder increased the evil god's altar's construction time by half a day. Adding the evil god's apostles who died earlier, the evil god's altar's construction time had now reached 2 days. One had to know that the evil god's altar's construction time was only 1 day and 3 hours when he accepted the random mission. Although the evil god's altar's construction time has increased, an hour has already passed. When he thought of this, Yi Xian charged into the evil god's altar again and began a frenzied slaughter. With his current realm, he could instantly kill a 9th-stage Fulfillment Realm evil god's apostle, even if he didn't launch a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen evil god's apostles died at his hands, including 3 9th-stage Fulfillment Realm apostles. The Feast of Slaughter's buff soared again. However, the commotion just now had attracted the attention of the black-robed man at the center. What a bunch of trash. You can't even do something right. The black-clothed man let out a low shout and directly charged towards Yi Xian. You finally made a move. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw the suspected 2nd-stage Fragmentation Realm expert charging toward him. His speed was at least 3 times faster than his own. Go! Yi Xian once again broke through the void and entered. Wah! The void door closed, and the black-robed man missed. But in the next moment, he heard movement again. Ha! Catch me if you have the guts. Yi Xian's arrogant voice fell into the ears of the black-clothed man, causing the latter's expression to change. Even he could not see how Yi Xian had left. How dare you disturb my Cthulhuism society? You deserve to die. The black-clothed man rushed out again. However, before he arrived, Yi Xian had already killed several people. Then, he broke through the void and arrived at another corner. The black-robed man at the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm was actually played like a fool by Yi Xian, a mere 8th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner. You 3 pieces of trash, come back. The black-clothed man shouted angrily. His voice was deafening as it spread into the distance. The 3 protectors at the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm were still searching for Yi Xian. When they heard this, they quickly turned around and returned. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was at another corner of the Cthulhuism god altar, heard this and his expression darkened. If these 3 protectors at the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm returned, then he would not be able to kill any more Cthulhuism god apostles. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. Frost Ghost Claw. Yi Xian killed a few more Cthulhuism god apostles. Then, he broke through the void again. This time, he was going to leave. Soon, the 3 Fragmentation Realm experts returned, but Yi Xian had already left. Xie Yangming is dead? The black-clothed man asked directly. Yes. The 3 protectors' expressions changed as they nodded and answered in unison. Trash, truly trash. He was actually killed by an 8th-level Fulfillment Realm human. Trash. The black-clothed elder could not help but curse angrily. However, he neglected one point. He was at the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm. But hadn't he also failed to capture Yi Xian? The word trash was also suitable for him. Everyone, gather at the Cthulhuism god statue. The black-clothed elder continued to shout. Soon, the 300 Cthulhuism god apostles quickly gathered. Everyone, first finish the Cthulhuism god statue. When the Cthulhuism gods will descend, those troublemakers will definitely not be able to escape death. The black-clothed elder immediately ordered. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Originally, they were working left and right, building the Cthulhuism god altar while forging the Cthulhuism god statue. Now, gathering everyone to forge the Cthulhuism god statue was much faster than the black-clothed elder doing it alone. At this time, Yi Xian, who was outside the Cthulhuism god altar, saw this scene. They're starting to forge the Cthulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's expression was not very good. With so many people gathered together, he could not kill anymore. Moreover, now that the Feast of Slaughter's effect had worn off, he did not dare to attack, even if he was given the courage. Young master, that Cthulhuism god statue is made of faith crystals. At this time, Luo, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly reminded him. Oh, hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had focused on killing people and neglected this point. He quickly swept the Cthulhuism god statue with the eye of revelation and found that it was really, as Luo said, it was completely made of faith crystals. Why are they using faith crystals? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Cthulhuism god's will is too strong. Humans are usually unable to bear it, but these faith crystals can. I reckon that they first forged the Cthulhuism god statue and then used it to carry the Cthulhuism god's will. However, this is only a half-activated state. Only by offering the offerings under the Cthulhuism god altar can the Cthulhuism god statue be fully activated and carry more of the Cthulhuism god's will, Luo explained. This content was already beyond Yi Xian's understanding, but Yi Xian did not need to know so much. He only knew that if his Cthulhuism god statue was completed, then he would be in trouble. In that case, we must prioritize destroying this Cthulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. Now, he finally understood why the Cthulhuism god altar was so big. It was because this Cthulhuism god statue was comparable to a skyscraper. If the Cthulhuism god altar was too small, then the sacrificial ceremony would not be able to continue. Hence, the Cthulhuism god altar had to be bigger. Young master, you could destroy this altar first. This will buy you some time. Moreover, there should be many offerings under it, so we can rescue them, Luo suggested. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he heard this. The Xianming duo demons were under the altar. Yi Xian reckoned that they were captured by the Cthulhuism Society and used as offerings. However, Yi Xian's death pursuit order had already changed its target, so he could no longer sense Nalan Bing's exact location. Moreover, the death pursuit order could only be used once a day. The Xianming duo demons are nothing. The most important thing is to destroy the Cthulhuism god altar first. Yi Xian thought in his heart and attacked again. Chapter 1303. Wei Jintian attack together. Yi Xian jumped onto the evil god's altar and said to Wei Jintian. As for the old tree and Luo, they were cultivating in the planting space. If they broke through again, then Yi Xian would have the ability to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's peerless slash. Yi Xian swung his sword to the ground, and a flame dragon flew toward the evil god's altar. The evil god's altar was built with a special method, and its defensive ability was quite good. Luo's attack just now only left a few cracks. However, Yi Xian's attack power was much stronger than Luo's. Crack! The evil god's altar shattered into pieces. Then, Wei Jintian swooped down and devoured the shattered pieces of metal. Wei Jintian, these are all yours, Yi Xian shouted. Although Wei Jintian had broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he had not reached the peak of the 9th level yet. Moreover, when Wei Jintian devoured the metal ores, Yi Xian did the same. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the group at the center of the evil god's altar. He's come out again. You three, go capture him. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. Yes. The 3 fragmentation realm elites nodded and rushed out together. With Yi Xian's current realm, He could not fight one fragmentation realm elite alone, let alone three. Eye of the Void. Seeing the three of them coming, Yixian immediately broke through the void and went to the other side. Continue. Rumble. Another rumble came from the other side. The three fragmentation realm elites looked at each other. Then one of them stayed behind, and the other two turned around and rushed back. Splitting up, huh? Yixian glanced at them, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When the two of them rushed over, he broke through the void again and went to the other side. This time, the two of them split up again, and one of them rushed toward Yixian. Yixian's eyes flashed as he used the Eyes of the Void to head in the fourth direction. Originally, the Cthulhuism Society had 4 protectors who could guard the 4 directions. However, with the death of Xie Yongming, a gap had appeared in the Cthulhuism altar. Fortunately, there was still an elder at the heretical god altar. "Brat, don't leave if you have the guts," the black-clothed elder shouted. "Idiot, don't chase me if you have the guts." Yixian rolled his eyes at his opponent. After a few slashes, he left quietly. This time, he arrived at the evil god's altar. "I have insight." When the void gate closed, Yixian hurriedly scanned the surroundings with his Eye of Revelation. He discovered that the 3 guardians and elders did not move. They seemed to be guarding the gate. Too naive, Yixian smirked and said to Wei Jintian in his mind, "Little Tian, make some noise outside." Wei Jintian immediately understood. This time, Yixian was going to use a diversion tactic. Soon, Wei Jintian left the altar and made a loud noise outside. The Cthulhuism Society guardian on the south frowned and rushed out. However, Yixian approached the evil god's altar from the sky when he left. "Idiot!" Yixian could not help but laugh. Then, he suddenly dove down. Ghostly frost hand. A huge palm came crashing down. Oh no! The Cthulhuism Society elder on the east looked gloomy and quickly turned around. However, he was still a little too late. Bang! The Cthulhuism Society elder's ghostly frost hand attack was slightly deflected. However, the remaining power still hit the Cthulhuism god statue. Crack! The left claw of the Cthulhuism god statue was smashed into pieces. The Cthulhuism apostle's mission became even more difficult. Damn it! The Cthulhuism Society elder shouted angrily and threw a punch at Yixian. Whoosh! However, before this, Yixian broke through the void and left again. This huge fish shadow pounced on empty air. This time, Yixian's plan succeeded because he left a void tracker near the center. At this time, he passed through the void eye and arrived at the east side, where the Cthulhuism Society elder was guarding. Kacha! 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 The crisp sounds made the Cthulhuism Society elder in the center grit his teeth. Humiliation. What a humiliation. A second-stage fragmentation realm expert was actually played around by Yixian, an 8th-stage fulfillment realm human. Where was his face? Boy, you will definitely die a horrible death. After this black-robed elder finished speaking, he suddenly took out something from his universe ring and threw it into the sky. Yixian, who had the Eye of Revelation, focused his eyes and found that it was a communication puppet. Not good, I have to shoot it down. Otherwise, if another fragmentation realm guardian comes, then my random mission will be almost impossible. Yixian's expression darkened, and he attacked like lightning. Whoosh! Boy, don't treat me as if I don't exist. Just as Yixian attacked, the black-robed elder's voice suddenly rang out. He punched out and directly hit Yixian's chest. Not good, Run. Yixian immediately made the decision to break open the void eye and turn around to enter. However, the black-robed elder's attack was too fast and directly penetrated his chest. You're still not dead? The black-robed elder snorted coldly in his heart. This stupid human had been pestering him for so long and was finally killed by him. He regained some of his face. However, what he did not know was that Yixian's vital point was not the heart. Whoosh! The void eye suddenly closed, and a rumbling sound came from behind the black-robed elder. What? The black-robed elder turned around and found that the body of the Cthulhuism god statue had suddenly shattered. "Haha, you idiot!" Yixin could not help but curse loudly. At the same time, the wound on his chest was quickly recovering. The black-robed elder was shocked. Yixin's heart had been penetrated, so why was he still not dead? Why? Just now, Yixin was one step slower in order to shoot down the communication puppet. The black-robed elder just happened to want to use the communication puppet to lure Yixin into a trap. Then, Yixin indeed fell into the other party's trap. However, Yixin was playing hard to get because the black-robed elder definitely did not know his secret. When the Cthulhuism god statue formed by the faith crystal collapsed, Yixin's eyes flashed as he suddenly discovered an entrance that led to the underground. Yixin had previously asked Wei Jintian to take a look, but there was an array under the Cthulhuism god altar, so the sacrificial offerings could not be released. Now, the entrance had appeared. Let me expand this entrance. Yixin suddenly shot out 2 beams of light and then split into 2. Dual Dragon Sword Bell. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Dual Dragon Sword Bell happened to cover the entrance. Wong. Rumble. This sound wave attack was like a shovel, shaking open the entrance. One more time. Chapter 1304. Buzz. The entrance was forcibly expanded to twice its original size. Let's go. Yixin did not dare to delay and hurriedly tore open the void to leave. Then, the black-robed elder arrived angrily. Guard this entrance. Kill whoever dares to come out. The black-robed elder immediately said to the 2 fragmentation realm protectors who had just arrived. Yes, the 2 immediately nodded. As for the third person, he wandered around and searched for Yixin's location. At this time, Yixin once again arrived outside the evil god altar and escaped into the darkness. He glanced at the panel and found that the mission completion rate was actually 70%. This gave him a fright. I remember that my mission completion rate was only 30% before. After the evil god statue collapsed, it actually reached 80%. Yixin swallowed his saliva. He estimated that the completion rate of this evil god altar mission could reach 150%. 100 of them would be the evil god altar, and the other 50 would be the evil god statue. If I complete 150%, will the reward double? Yixin suddenly thought curiously. However, this was a little difficult. After all, he was only 80%. Whether he could complete 100% was still a problem. Whatever, continued dismantling. Yixin did not say anything and rushed into the evil god altar again. Rumble. The sounds continued, but this time, the people of the Cthulhuism Society did not make a move. Ignore this human. Guard the entrance, the black-robed elder said, and just watched as Yixin dismantled the evil god altar. They had only built the evil god altar 5 days ago, but if the sacrifices below ran away, they would have to capture them for at least a month. After a while, the evil god society protectors and elders nearby would arrive. At that time, Yixin would not be able to escape. In the distance, these people from the Cthulhuism Society actually chose to guard and not capture me. How strange. Yixin was a little surprised. However, it was good that the Xianming duo demons were also below, so it was good that the evil god society was guarding. Before he left, he scanned the area with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that there were at least 5,000 offerings. Moreover, they were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm at the very least. Such a large batch of offerings was much more important than the evil god altar. This way, Yixin would benefit from it. Mission completion rate, 85%. Mission completion rate, 90%. Mission completion rate, 95%. System notifications rang in Yixin's ears one after another. However, apart from the Shattered Realm expert who was chasing after Yixin, no one else had come. Mission completion rate, 100%. Finally, the completion rate of this random mission reached 100%. Ding! Random mission completion rate has reached 100%. Host can choose to hand in the mission immediately or continue to complete it. Hearing this, Yixin's eyes flashed with a strange light. The random mission this time was just as he had expected. Once the completion rate of the mission reached 100%, he could choose to turn in the mission. The highest completion rate should be 150%. Such a reward would definitely be higher than 100%. In any case, they can't do anything to me now. Continue. Yi Xian did not choose to turn in the mission. Instead, he chose to continue because the higher the completion rate, the better the reward. Mission completion rate, 105%. Mission completion rate, 110%. The system notifications continued to ring. However, when the mission completion rate reached 120%, several figures suddenly appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, someone is here. Looks like I can't continue. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Although he had blocked the communication puppet of the black-robed elder, the other three had already sent it. Hence, it was inevitable that the evil God Society would come to his aid. Eye of the Void. He immediately broke through the void and left the evil god altar. At the same time, he also turned in the mission. After all, time was ticking and the reward would only get worse as time passed. Whoosh! The void door closed, and Yi Xian hid in a place 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Ding! Random mission completed. Completion rate reached 120%. Calculating reward. The system notification rang. Ding! Reward calculation complete. The host can choose 2 rewards. 1. The host and all objects in his body can be upgraded to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. 2. The duration of the Eye of Glory becomes permanent. 3. The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. This time, the random mission actually had 3 rewards. This shocked Yi Xian. Most importantly, he could choose 2 rewards this time. First, he looked at the first reward. This would allow him to instantly break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The same went for Luo Luo and the Old Tree. This way, he would have the qualifications to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. However, he could take his time to gain experience. For the sake of the long term, he would not choose this for the time being. Next, he looked at the second reward. It could make the duration of the Eye of Glory become permanent. This meant that after using it once, his true chi would permanently turn golden. In other words, he would permanently increase 1 level. He would not need to use the Eye of Glory every time, which would save a lot of eye power. As for the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration, this reward was also very good. Seeing this, Yi Xian made his decision. He would choose the second and third rewards. Ding! Confirm? Confirm! Ding! The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. Ding! The host has learned the Eye of Nirvana. Several system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian immediately checked and found that the Eye of Glory had changed. It could be activated or deactivated, and it did not need to use eye power to activate it. As for the Eye of Nirvana, Yi Xian still wanted to try it. He immediately turned to look at the stone wall opposite him. Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! The attack was still a silver slash, but it had the effect of the Eye of Disintegration. The Eye of Disintegration could disintegrate anything, even true chi. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Nirvana, it had unintentionally increased its power. Of course, the Eye of Nirvana had a second attack method, which was an invisible ray attack. Whether it was speed or power, it was stronger than before. The Eye of Nirvana, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Now that the random mission was completed, he did not need to rush anymore. He could wait for Luo Luo and the Old Tree to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm before he went to the Cthulhuism Society. No, maybe he did not need to wait. Yi Xian checked the items in Protector Xie Yangming's ring and found a map. This map was bigger than the one Xie Feng had, and there were 2 Cthulhuism altars on it. 2. Chapter 1305. The Cthulhuism cult's enforcers are at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, and the elder is at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. That means the cult leader is at least at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, maybe even the third stage. Yi Xian thought to himself, with his current realm, he couldn't even deal with the first stage of the fragmentation realm. He was only able to play around with the second stage of the fragmentation realm elder because of the Eye of the Void. If he encountered the cult leader at the third stage of the fragmentation realm, he would definitely be captured and offered to the Cthulhuism cult. I can't go to the Cthulhuism cult for now. The other altar is also quite far away. I'll just stay here. Yi Xian suddenly dismissed the idea. The Xianming duo demons were still in this altar. Now that Nalan Bing's death warrant had disappeared, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Since he had promised Mo Shui, he had to kill the Xianming duo demons with his own hands. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He returned to the altar first and used the Eye of Revelation to look around. 3 fragmentation realm enforcers came just now. Including the original 3, there are 6 of them. There's also the Elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian calculated in his mind. With his current realm, it was already difficult for him to deal with a fragmentation realm cultivator, let alone others. Luo and the old tree will break through soon. At that time, other than me, the other 3 will be at the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. I can deal with them. As long as I kill a few fragmentation realm enforcers, I might be able to break through. At that time, I should be able to deal with the Elder. Yi Xian thought and asked in his mind, Old tree Luo, how long more do you need to break through? I need about 3 hours. The purification crystal is too troublesome. This old man will need about 5 hours. Luo needed 3 hours. Old tree needed 5 hours. So Yi Xian needed to wait for another 5 hours. However, Yi Xian didn't want to stay here for 5 hours. He had learned the Eye of Destruction, so he wanted to test its power. Old tree, Luo, you two cultivate first. Wei Zhentian and I will disturb them. As Yi Xian spoke, he once again charged towards the evil god altar. It was still night, so it was convenient for them to move. In another 5 hours, the sun would rise in the desert of despair. At that time, the passive effect of the assassination status would disappear. However, after 6 hours, those skills that had a cooldown of 1 day could be used again. For example, the Deathly Hunt Order, Divinewood Prison, and so on are refreshed at midnight. Although the quest to destroy the evil god's altar had been completed, Yi Xian Zhenqi was almost limitless. It was too unbearable for him to stay there for 5 hours. He immediately rushed to the evil god's altar and began to wreak havoc. It's you again, human. You're courting death. A middle-aged man from the scorpion race shouted and immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. I have destruction. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian struck out with his sword. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe mocked. The scorpion tail behind him suddenly enlarged. Scorpion shadow whip. Bang! 2 waves of Zhenqi collided, causing shock waves to surge. The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe did not expect his attack to be evenly matched with Yi Xian's. How is this possible? The effect of the Eye of Destruction is several times stronger than before. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If the Eye of Destruction had not struck the scorpion shadow whip first, the unparalleled flame dragon slash would not have been evenly matched with the scorpion shadow whip. This was because the Eye of Destruction was a fusion of the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Nirvana. The attack had the effect of the Eye of Destruction and could disintegrate the opponent's Zhenqi. Again, the middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe did not believe it and lashed out with his whip again. Afraid of you? Yi Xian snorted coldly and launched another series of attacks. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Rumble. This time, they were evenly matched again. Originally, Yi Xian's attacks could not defeat his opponent. However, with the Eye of Destruction, he was able to fight evenly with his opponent. It would be great if the Eye of Destruction had the effect of destruction. Every attack would have the effect of destruction, Yi Xian thought expectantly. The effect of destruction was just a figment of his imagination. However, it might really happen. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Another powerful shockwave swept out. They were evenly matched again. In fact, Yi Xian had already copied the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This move was quite useful. However, he did not have the scorpion tail of the scorpion tribe. Was he going to use that thing to fight? However, In terms of Jin Qi, Yi Xian was not inferior to the middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe. However, his opponent was in the fragmentation realm after all. His physique was much stronger than his. Hence, he would be in trouble if he was close to him. You want to catch me? Don't you know that my zodiac sign is a loach? Yi Xian snorted coldly and directly entered the void door. The middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe missed. Damn it! The middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe cursed angrily. He stomped his foot and left a deep footprint on the tattered evil god's altar. This evil god's altar had already been destroyed beyond recognition by Yi Xian. Hence, it had to be rebuilt. He did not care about this footprint. At this time, Yi Xian broke through the void door and arrived on the other side. Then, he wildly tore apart the altar. It seems that the importance of these sacrifices far surpasses this evil god's altar. Otherwise, they would not be guarding it so tightly. Yi Xian thought to himself as he scanned the area with the eye of revelation. He was planning to see if he could lure the others away so that he could enter and kill the mysterious underworld duo demons. However, this was obviously a little unrealistic unless he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, he had already completed the random mission of destroying the evil god's altar. This meant that he still had plenty of time. He would use the void eye to escape and destroy everything. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Yi Xian used the void eye to play around with the evil god society's enforcers and elders. At the same time, he was also exhausting their true qi and reducing their combat strength. Very quickly, at the 3rd hour, a system notification rang out. Ding, Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, Luo broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Her current strength was probably not inferior to Yi Xian's. However, this was still not enough. Let's wait for another 2 hours. When the old tree breaks through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, we will go and kill the enforcers of the evil god society. Yi Xian said in his mind. All right. Time continued to pass. Although Luo had broken through, Yi Xian did not release her. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Another system notification sounded. Right now, other than Yi Xian, the other 3 were already at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, if their master did not break through to the fragmentation realm, they would be stuck at the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1306. Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the evil god altar. At the center of the evil god altar, the evil god statue was already halfway done. It would be finished in a few more hours. Bastard, it's you again? The middle-aged scorpion man shouted angrily. Long-tailed monster, do you dare to fight me? Yi Xian shouted in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Long-tailed monster. When the middle-aged scorpion man heard this, he immediately charged toward Yi Xian furiously. Come with me if you want to fight. If anyone else comes with you, I'll leave. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. What is this kid up to? The middle-aged scorpion man immediately reacted. Previously, Yi Xian did not dare to fight him because he controlled the time very well. Every time he approached, Yi Xian would be able to leave first. But now, Yi Xian was actually inviting him to fight. Something was fishy. However, he was still in the fragmentation realm. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was in the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm? Since Yi Xian wanted to fight, he would naturally fulfill his wish. As long as he could get close to Yi Xian, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian before he could leave. It was because of this confidence that he dared to follow. In the distance, another Scorpion Man protector noticed and was about to follow, but he was stopped by the middle-aged Scorpion Man. Don't follow. I'll take care of him. The middle-aged Scorpion Man shouted. The protector stopped and watched from afar as the middle-aged Scorpion Man left with Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was determined to kill the middle-aged Scorpion Man. In order to prevent others from interfering, he had to keep a distance. They traveled for a few minutes before stopping. Kid, did you set a trap here? The middle-aged Scorpion Man could not help but ask. Why don't you choose the location? I don't care. Yi Xian said. There was indeed a trap, but Yi Xian always carried it with him, which meant that there were only 3 of them. Hence, this trap could move. So what if it's a trap? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to lure me here. The middle-aged scorpion man was full of confidence. After all, he was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. If that's the case, then come at me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden dragon whizzed out and attacked the middle-aged scorpion man. Ever since he completed that random quest, Yi Xian had unlocked Eyes of Glory. His hair and eyes had turned golden, and he was incomparably domineering. In the past, every time he activated the Eye of Glory, he would need a large amount of eye energy. But now he no longer needed it. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The middle-aged man also took out a move that he was relatively good at and ruthlessly whipped out. Bang! The 2 forces collided. This time, Yi Xian actually had the upper hand. How is this possible? The middle-aged scorpion man was shocked. Previously, they were clearly evenly matched. But now, why did Yi Xian have the upper hand? Only Yi Xian understood this. This was because he did not use Killing Intent Explosion in the previous Eye of Destruction. He only had the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The reason why he did not use it was because he was waiting for this moment. Whoosh whoosh. This golden dragon whizzed out and was shattered by the middle-aged scorpionman's punch. However, behind this golden flame dragon, there was another invisible attack. Killing Intent Explosion. Light of Destruction. Yi Xian quickly followed up with another attack. However, this time, the Eye of Destruction was an invisible attack like the Eye of Disintegration. Sizzle sizzle. 2 Light of Destruction shot onto the middle-aged scorpionman's fist. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scorpionman's fist was completely disintegrated and blood spurted out. The middle-aged scorpion man trembled when he felt the pain in his head. The battle had not even started for a second, and he had already suffered a great loss. This was an outcome that he did not expect. His entire right fist was disintegrated by the Eye of Destruction until only his wrist was left. This meant that his right hand was crippled. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The middle-aged scorpion man was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. Before his opponent could attack him, Yi Xian quickly retreated while attacking. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. This combo attack was launched again. However, this time, the middle-aged scorpion man did not intend to fight head-on. Instead, he cleverly dodged. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian could not split himself. This was because once he split himself, his strength would decrease by 50%. He would definitely be defeated one by one. However, even if he did not split himself, he could still deal with this middle-aged scorpion man. Old Tree, Megatron, Luoluo. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he summoned Luoluo and the other 2. These 3 had all reached the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luoluo was the strongest among them. Megatron and Old Tree were the second strongest. However, they had one advantage over Luoluo. They could not die. Roar. After Megatron appeared, he turned into a chain of arrow towers and began to shoot wildly. Old Tree did not dare to fight head-on with the middle-aged scorpion man. He could only attack with his sharp vines. As for Luoluo, she naturally used the human wave tactic. 100-layer Fox Demon Clone. 7-colored Demon Fire. 1,000-layer Explosion. Hundreds of Luoluos began to throw demon fire at the middle-aged scorpion man. Is this your trap? You underestimate me too much. The middle-aged scorpion man did not care. He moved like a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the attacks. On land, a fragmentation realm expert could unleash 100% of their strength. That was why Yi Xian could not fight on land. Go to the sky. Yi Xian quickly rose into the sky and struck out with his palm. Ghostly Frost Hand. A giant golden palm appeared and slammed down like a meteor. The attack happened to be at the spot where the middle-aged scorpion man was hiding. He had no choice but to attack. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged scorpion man paused and used his true chi and manifestation strength to increase his strength. Suddenly, He kicked a giant foot into the sky and collided with the ghostly frost hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and dust flew everywhere. This time, both sides were evenly matched. However, it would not be so simple next time. Again, ghostly frost hand. Yi Xian attacked again, and another giant golden hand slammed down. Mountain splitting foot. The middle-aged scorpion man counterattacked again. However, he could only block 2 attacks. After all, he was surrounded by 4 people. Megatron and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. Get lost. An enormous amount of true chi gushed out of the middle-aged scorpionman's body and sent Megatron and Old Tree flying. At the same time, Yi Xian struck out a 3rd palm in the sky. In addition, the middle-aged scorpion man used a very familiar move. Ghostly Frost Hand. Chapter 1307. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was completely shocked. Not only did Yi Xian learn Xie Yangming's Frosty Ghost Hand, but he also learned Mountain Splitting Foot. He couldn't take these 2 attacks, or rather, he couldn't take all of them. He could only take 1 attack and then dodge. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged man's right foot kicked into the sky again, colliding with a Frosty Ghost Hand. However, he had to dodge Yi Xian's Mountain Splitting Foot. Yi Xian's foot landed, creating a huge canyon on the ground. Before that, the middle-aged man had already dodged. However, just as he let down his guard, he suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching him. Whoosh! A golden flash swept past his body. With a crisp sound, one of his thighs was suddenly separated from his body. Fortunately, he was in a fragmentation realm and had a strong physique. If he was a little slower, it would be his head that was separated from his body. What the hell is that? The middle-aged man was shocked. Even with his physique, he couldn't see what the golden flash was. Its speed was already faster than his perception. He was able to dodge this attack purely out of reflex. At this time, the golden flash suddenly paused and then turned back. Swish! This time, the middle-aged man couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. This golden flash was the demon fox flash that the transformed Luo Luo used. Luo Luo, why did you transform again? It's such a waste. Yi Xian, who was in the air, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the system notification that the killing intent value increased. Luo Luo's hair turned golden. Didn't she use that tuft of golden tail hair? I didn't use golden tail hair. This is a skill that I just learned. It's called 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luo Luo giggled. It's useless. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, this 9 Reincarnation Flash is more useful than Demon Fox Flash. I can use the 3rd flash now. However, this move consumes too much true chi. I need to recover for a while. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian thought that Luo Luo used golden tail hair and then used Demon Fox Flash. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have learned a new skill. 9 Reincarnation Flash. It sounded very powerful. The 2nd flash of this 9 Reincarnation Flash seems to be faster than the 1st flash. If I use the 9th flash, even the leader of the Cthulhuism Society might not be able to defend against it. Yi Xian suddenly recalled the scene just now. But all in all, this time was not bad. After all, he was able to successfully kill a protector of the Cthulhuism cult who was in the fragmentation realm. If there was one, then there would be 2. If he could successfully lure them out, then he might be able to successfully break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Immediately, Yi Xian went over and put away the spoils of war. There were a lot of faith crystals in this universe ring, more than 100,000 of them. After Yi Xian obtained them, he threw all of them to Luo Luo. Because Yi Xian's cultivation hadn't broken through, Luo Luo was stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, she could continue to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm and then purify the faith crystal. Once Yi Xian breaks through, she can also directly break through to the fragmentation realm. It was the same for Wei Jintian and the Old Tree. Yi Xian's cultivation speed had always been the slowest. Let's go back and see if we can lure another one over. Yi Xian sent Luo Luo and the others back to the planning space. Then, he headed toward the Cthulhuism altar. But on the way, he met another Cthulhuism Society enforcer. It was the one who wanted to follow him, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Seeing that Yi Xian was safe and sound, the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's eyes flashed. He shouted, "You killed him. Do you think I have the ability to kill a Fragmentation Realm elite?" Yi Xian didn't admit it. He didn't want to scare the other party away. Since he couldn't kill him, Yi Xian must have set a trap and trapped him. That was what the Cthulhuism Society enforcer thought. "How dare you destroy the Cthulhuism altar? You deserve to die." The Cthulhuism Society enforcer snorted and attacked. "Go to hell. If you can, ask your Cthulhuism to strangle me." Yi Xian cursed and immediately counterattacked. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Rumble. This time, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. This was because he felt that this wasn't the place to fight. He should retreat first. "You want to leave? Stay here." The Cthulhuism Society enforcer immediately saw through Yi Xian's intention. He shot forward and wanted to capture Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been causing trouble for so long. The black-clothed elder hated him to the core. Therefore, he wanted to capture Yi Xian and bring him back to earn some merit. However, at this moment, boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look. F***CK. The entire altar was destroyed. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see that the altar in the distance had been reduced to ruins. Then, the sacrificial offerings suppressed under the altar escaped one after another. As for the enforcers and the black-clothed elder, they were directly killed. What? The Cthulhuism Society enforcer in front of Yi Xian was also shocked. Who was it that killed the black-clothed elder and 4 Cthulhuism Society enforcers? Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, saw the person who destroyed the Cthulhuism god altar. It was a middle-aged man in golden armor. However, even with the eye of revelation, Yi Xian couldn't see through the man's cultivation base. He estimated that the other party was at least at the 4th stage of the Fragmentation Realm. He might even be at the 5th or 6th stage of the Fragmentation Realm. Who? Yi Xian and the Cthulhuism Society enforcer both guessed at the same time. However, at this moment, the man in golden armor suddenly pulled the two of them and left. Yi Xian was very familiar with these two people because these two people were Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie, the Xianming duo demons, whom he was chasing. So, it's the enforcers. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He instantly understood. When Lu Tiangong escorted the Xianming duo demons to Flying Sand City, he handed them to Lu Tiangong's wife, the white-haired old woman who was killed by Yi Xian that day. Then, the white-haired old woman handed them to a Scorpion Man expert. Unexpectedly, this Scorpion Man expert became an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society, so he wanted to use the Xianming duo demons as sacrificial offerings to the Cthulhuism god. Because too much time had passed, the next enforcer came back to check, and this happened. "They're gone." Yi Xian watched helplessly as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Previously, in order to kill the Cthulhuism Society enforcer, Xie Yongming, he changed the Death Pursuit Order. However, the Death Pursuit Order's duration was not over yet. There was still half an hour left, so he could only watch as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Chapter 1308. 9th Level Fulfillment Realm. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie were already at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. They were even faster than Yi Xian. This pair of dual cultivating siblings sure recover their strength quickly. If I lose track of them today, I don't know when I'll be able to find them, Yi Xian thought to himself. He couldn't use the Death Hunt command. Once Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie left, he wouldn't be able to find them. However, Yi Xian still had some clues. The golden armored man who took away the Xianming duo had a foxtail behind him. This meant that he was from the Fox Charm clan. Foxtail. As long as I leave the Desert of Despair, I can easily find it. Forget it for now. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely find the Xianming duo and avenge Mo Shui. Yi Xian decided to forget about it. This wasn't a random mission anyway. As long as his cultivation speed surpassed the Xianming duo's dual cultivation speed, he could avenge Mo Shui. Right now, he should deal with this Cthulhuism Society enforcer first. While the other was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. This attack was a sneak attack. It was fast and powerful. Kid, you're courting death. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer heard the wind and suddenly turned around and punched. Boom! The Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was defeated. However, as the golden flame dragon dissipated, a golden slash came at him. Eye of Destruction. Rip! The Cthulhuism Society enforcer leaned to the side, but his right hand was still easily cut off by the Annihilation Slash. While he was fuming with rage, two figures suddenly approached him from the side. Megatron and Old Tree. Piercing Strike. A thick vine pierced through the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's body. Although it didn't crush his heart, this thick vine was madly absorbing the enforcer's blood. Kid, don't worry, there's more. Old Tree's voice suddenly rang out. Then, this vine suddenly exploded. The Cthulhuism Society protector's chest was directly pierced through, and he died instantly. In this battle, Luo didn't even need to do anything. Just relying on Yi Xian and the Old Tree was enough to kill the Cthulhuism Society's enforcer. Firstly, it was because the Cthulhuism Society protector was distracted by the Golden Armored Man. Secondly, it was because he had been too careless. He had not expected Yi Xian to have such strength. In short, he died with his eyes wide open. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the corpse and the interspatial ring. There were a lot of ores and faith crystals inside, but for Yi Xian, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not enough. If I get all those corpses, Yi Xian suddenly looked around and saw the bodies of the black-clothed elder and the other four people. However, their interspatial rings were gone. They had been taken away by the Golden Armored Man. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed angrily and broke through the void to return to the ruined Cthulhuism god altar. Although the fragmentation realm experts' interspatial rings were taken away, there were still hundreds of Cthulhuism god apostles' interspatial rings. Some of the sacrifices ran for their lives, but some of them were greedy and stayed to collect the interspatial rings. Many battles had already broken out above the ruins of the Cthulhuism god altar. Yi Xian ignored them and began to collect the interspatial rings. Kid, put down those interspatial rings. A discordant voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 9th-stage fulfillment realm expert of the Tiger tribe. You dare target me? You got guts. Yi Xian did not say anything. He slashed out a golden annihilation and killed the opponent instantly. Luo, it's up to you. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly released Luo. Understood. Luo understood immediately and formed an eye of enchantment above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were controlled by it. At the same time, Yi Xian did not stay idle. He killed the people who targeted him and controlled the 9th-level fulfillment realm sacrifices. In the blink of an eye, they had 50 servants. These servants were quickly divided into groups and started to fight for the interspatial rings. However, because there were too many sacrifices, more than 5,000 of them, it was difficult to kill them all in a short time. The servants were strong, but there were thousands of people fighting. It was easy to die. After one died, Yi Xian took control of another. Yi Xian's killing intent sword. You dare to stay here because you want to make a profit. If that's the case, then all of you will die. Yi Xian rushed to the center and created an avatar. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon sword bell. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. Dragon roars spread like waves. The lower realm sacrifices were instantly knocked out of the sky. Some who were close to Yi Xian even had their heads blown apart. Thousands of people died in an instant. The transformer Wei Jintian turned into a giant green bell and let out dragon roars. Old Tree and Luo did not stay idle either. System notifications rang, and Yi Xian's killing intent soared like a rocket. These people were at least at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and some are even at the peak of the fulfillment realm. If he killed them all, his killing intent might reach the peak again, and he would be rewarded with 1 devour point. In the end, Yixian thought it was too slow, so he jumped into the sky and used a shattering divine ability. Ghost Hand of Frost. Giant golden hands slammed down, killing more than 10 people in one hit. Yixian's true energy was almost limitless anyway. Even if he used shattering divine abilities continuously, he could still recover. This battle lasted for several minutes. 3 minutes later, corpses were everywhere in the ruins. There were at least 3,000 corpses. As for the other 2,000 people, all of them had run away. There was no helping it. With the 4 gods of slaughter, Yixian, here, who could beat them? At the same time, after Yixian killed the servants under his control, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! Killing intent has reached the upper limit. Will the host exchange the killing intent points for 1 devour point? The system notification said, yes. Hearing this, Yixian naturally could not say no. Ding! The host's killing intent points have reached 0. Ding! The host has obtained 1 devour point. 2 more system notifications rang. Yixian had exchanged his killing intent points for devour points. Fortunately, he had stored some weapons before. After the killing intent points reached 0, he directly devoured them. At least he could use killing intent explosion. How do I use this devour point? Yixian suddenly hesitated. He thought for a while and finally decided to use it to activate a skill of the god of slaughter bloodline, Shadow Step. This Shadow Step was similar to Mo Shui's Blood Escape. It could be used to escape quickly. However, he could not attack while using it. He could only use his true energy to protect himself. Chapter 1309. Ding! Host has learned Shadow Step. The system notified. Good. If I rush to the Cthulhuism Society or another Cthulhuism altar now, it won't take much time. Yixian thought for a moment before expending some of his killing intent to use the Shadow Steps. His entire body turned into a black ray of light as he flew out, heading in a certain direction. Shadow Step required killing intent to activate, and continuously used, it would consume true energy. However, Yixian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so his true energy could be recovered instantly, so it was nothing. This time, he was heading towards the Cthulhuism Society. The Xianming duo demons had been taken away by the Golden Armored Man. If Yixian chased after them and was discovered, he would be skinned alive. The Death Hunt command still had half an hour to cool down, so he decided to give up for now. If he encountered the Xianming duo demons again in the future, then he would think about revenge for Mo Shui. Right now, Luo, the Old Tree, and Wei Jintian are all stuck at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. If I don't break through, they will always be stuck. Yixian felt a little helpless. Who asked his experience to increase exponentially? Fortunately, after killing so many greedy sacrifices, although he could not break through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, he was not far away. He estimated that if he encountered 1 or 2 more Fragmentation Realm Cthulhuism Society protectors, then he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. There were gains and losses. Although the Xianming duo demons were taken away, Yixian obtained a devouring point. Moreover, this was not the end. Yixian's footsteps suddenly paused because his eye of revelation saw 2 figures. Cthulhuism Society protectors? Yixian's eyes flashed. He saw that the 2 figures each had 8 natal palaces, but this did not mean that they were martial practitioners at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. It was possible that they were martial practitioners at the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm who had shattered 1 natal palace to strengthen their whole body. Based on this speed, Yixian could guess that these 2 were 1st level Fragmentation Realm protectors. Good, I'll start with you. Yixian's eyes flashed as he sneaked over. These 2 1st level Fragmentation Realm protectors had received orders to go take a look at the Cthulhuism God altar. They did not know that danger had already struck. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon suddenly appeared under the night sky and attacked the 2 protectors. Someone's ambush. The two Cthulhuism Society enforcers, who were running wildly on the ground, shivered and immediately turned around to attack. Bang! The Eye of Annihilation and the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash were shattered. However, what was even more powerful was yet to come. Within the waves of energy, a large golden hand and a large golden foot appeared. Frost Ghost Hand, Split Mountain Foot. These two moves were very familiar to the two of them. They couldn't understand why they would appear here. However, now was not the time to think. Boom! Two more shock waves swept out, and the golden hand and foot were also blown away. Bees easy. The two beams of annihilation light shone on the two men's shoulders, instantly disintegrating their shoulder bones into dust. One of them lost his left arm, and the other lost his right arm. "You're courting death," one of them yelled. Although they did not know who was ambushing them, they would make sure the other party died a horrible death. Yi Xian saw the two of them coming and quickly summoned the old tree and Megatron to hold one of them back. As for the other, he would deal with it himself. Scatter! Old Shu and Wei Jintian's opponent threw out a punch and directly smashed Wei Jintian into pieces. But in the next moment, Wei Jintian appeared again and attacked him. What? That person was shocked and punched again. Megatron and the old tree were Dharma treasures. They were immortal and were very convenient to use to fight. At this time, Yi Xian was also fighting with the other person. "Kid, who are you?" The Cthulhuism Society protector questioned. "I'm your ancestor." Yi Xian cursed casually and used his hands, feet, and eyes. "I have destruction. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot." Chapter 13:10. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Two system notifications rang out. Although he didn't kill them personally, Luo was his possession. The killing intent of the people she killed would be credited to him. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The killing intent of these two first-tier fragmentation realm martial artists was enough for him to use for a while. Before this, he estimated that his strength was about the same as Luo's, but now it seemed that Luo was much stronger than him. Although he could only use the third flash of the 9 flash of Samsara, it was enough to kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. This time, it was all thanks to Luo. Immediately, Yi Xian pulled the two corpses over and devoured their universe rings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Finally, he broke through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt his aura increase by several times. Right now, he could probably kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist with ease. As long as I break through again and reach the fragmentation realm, then Luo and the others can instantly break through to the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to use shadow steps to hasten his journey. Although they were both at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Yi Xian's speed on land had already surpassed Wei Jintian's. If he used shadow steps, his speed would be at least 3 times faster than Wei Jintian's. Half a day later, he arrived at the Cthulhuism Society at the center of the 2 Cthulhuism altars. The Cthulhuism Society's headquarters was actually a scorpion palace. This shocked Yi Xian a little. At this time, the sun had already risen, so Yi Xian didn't dare to get too close. He observed from afar with the eye of revelation. A small altar had already been built in front of the Cthulhuism Society's headquarters. At the center of this small altar was a statue of the Cthulhuism god. There are quite a few 8th and 9th level fulfillment realm martial artists and a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he swept a glance, secretly planning in his mind. His mission this time was to annihilate the Cthulhuism Society, but his strength could only kill a first-tier shattering realm protector at most. If he were to face an elder, it would be very difficult to determine the victor in a short time. And this was the Cthulhuism Society's base camp. Once exposed, they would be besieged. Therefore, they had to take the long view into consideration. I once controlled the Scorpion Men, but I was unable to create a scorpion tail with my disguise mask, so I was unable to infiltrate the Cthulhuism Society. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Since he couldn't change his appearance, he could only find another way. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an idea. Oh well, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm anyway. I'll just charge straight in. Other than those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, no one can stop me. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. This time, he still had to face them head-on. Even if he was surrounded, he still had shadow steps and eyes of the void. However, what he was wary of was not those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, but the leader of the Cthulhuism Society. Just now, he used the Eye of Revelation to roughly scan. In the front half of the Cthulhuism Society, there was only 1 elder and 3 protectors. As for the leader of the Cthulhuism Society, he didn't know where he was. Therefore, he had to be careful. Kill. Right away, he directly turned into a ray of light and charged toward the Cthulhuism Society. Along the way, there were many Fulfillment Realm apostles, but with his current realm, he didn't even care about those at the Fragmentation Realm. So why should he be afraid of them? Rip, 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 rip. Crisp sounds rang out. Everywhere Yi Xian passed, there were corpses everywhere. No one could block his sword, and they couldn't even react in time. 1, 2, 5, 10, 50. Along the way, Yi Xian directly killed dozens of Cthulhuism Society apostles. Moreover, he killed selectively. His targets were almost all at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm apostles. This was more profitable. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the Cthulhuism Society. In other words, in front of that huge palace. Who dares to be impudent in my Cthulhuism Society? The nearest Cthulhuism Society protector noticed Yi Xian. After shouting loudly, he pounced toward Yi Xian. How dare a speck of light compete with a bright moon? Yi Xian showed a very disdainful expression. This was a sentence he learned from a Cthulhuism Society elite. Now, he returned it to the Cthulhuism Society. So what if he was at the Fragmentation Realm? He would still kill him even if he was at the Fragmentation Realm. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon / annihilation beam. A golden flame dragon rushed out. The Cthulhuism Society protector shouted angrily and threw a punch with all his strength. Boom! The golden flame dragon was scattered, but after that, there were 2 more annihilation beams. Sizzle! The annihilation beam shot into the Cthulhuism Society protector's throat. In the blink of an eye, this Cthulhuism Society protector's throat was completely disintegrated, along with his chin. A head fell to the ground just like that. Dead. A Cthulhuism Society protector in the Fragmentation Realm was directly killed by Yi Xian. This scene shocked the surrounding people. In all their lives, this was probably the first time they saw a Fulfillment Realm cultivator kill a Fragmentation Realm cultivator. Join hands and kill him. 2 more protectors rushed out from the Cthulhuism Society. Bullying with numbers? I have my own people too. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold, and he summoned Wei Zhentian, an old tree. Wei Zhentian, an old tree, could fight against 1 Cthulhuism Society protector, and Yi Xian could also fight against one of them alone. As long as that Cthulhuism Society elder did not come out, these 2 protectors would be killed by them within 3 seconds. Die! The Cthulhuism Society protector facing Yi Xian roared angrily. His scorpion tail stabbed fiercely, and a scorpion tail needle shot out directly at Yi Xian. Against this kind of attack, Yi Xian did not even bother to use Annihilation Beam. Instead, he easily dodged it and then slashed with his sword. Killing intent explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon / Another golden flame dragon rushed out. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Peerless Flame Dragon / the Growth Divine ability had also increased in power. Compared to the Fragmentation Realm Divine abilities Frost Ghost Hand and Mountain Shattering Foot, the Peerless Flame Dragon / was more useful. Bang! This golden flame dragon was blasted away again, but at this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side and then quickly turned into a golden stream of light and attacked. What? This first-level Cthulhuism Society protector was shocked. His spiritual consciousness clearly did not detect this figure just now. So why did it suddenly appear now? But when he turned around, the golden flash had already attacked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. You may have dodged once, but can you dodge a second time? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. I have annihilation. Rip. The golden slash directly sank into the Cthulhuism Society protector's body. The wound turned into ash and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1311. Since the Cthulhuism Society enforcer had been killed by Yi Xian, Luo focused her attention on the second person. Second flash of samsara. There was some distance between them, but Luo used the second flash to rush over. In an instant, she was behind the second Cthulhuism Society enforcer. Not good. The enforcer's expression changed, but the third flash of samsara was too fast for him to react. Rip! Another head flew up. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer was shocked. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a lower-level human. In just a few seconds, the Cthulhuism Society lost 3 fragmentation realm enforcers. The surrounding apostles were shocked. Who is this human? How dare he kill our Cthulhuism Society enforcers? 3 enforcers are dead. Our leader will be furious. Our leader went to the altar on the right and hasn't returned yet. He's dead. With such a big commotion, the 3 elders guarding the Cthulhuism palace will skin him alive. The group of Cthulhuism apostles shouted. Yi Xian was amused. Our leader isn't here? Then I'm going to make a big fuss. His lips curled up. There were still a few enforcers and 3 elders in the Cthulhuism palace. If they rushed out, Yi Xian would have to run. However, they couldn't be guarding all the time, right? All right, there's a small altar here. I'll destroy it first. Before the elders in the Cthulhuism palace came out, Yi Xian turned around. But at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, destroy the Cthulhuism statue in front of the Cthulhuism palace. A chain random mission. Finally, another series of random quests appeared, causing Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. Haha, the reward of a chain random mission is probably no worse than the previous random mission. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. After accepting the mission, he directly attacked the Cthulhuism statue on the altar. Killing intent explosion. Ice and fire twin dragon sword array. Twin dragon roar. A golden dragon breath whizzed toward the evil god statue. Even if the statue was made of faith crystals, it couldn't withstand such a torment. However, this time, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Rumble. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out from the evil god statue, but it had actually withstood the attack. One had to know that under the enhancement of the golden jinchi and killing intent, the twin dragon roar was Yi Xian's strongest attack. However, this strongest attack was actually unable to destroy the heretical god statue. How is this possible? It's that strange energy. At this moment, Yi Xian's body trembled. With the eye of revelation, he had discovered some clues. Before the twin dragons roared outside the evil god statue, a strange layer of energy appeared. This strange layer of energy was what the evil god apostles used to save their lives. Could this energy be the so-called evil god's will? Yi Xian's body trembled. However, he didn't see it on anyone other than the evil god apostles. For example, he had killed so many of the guardians. It seemed that only fulfillment realm apostles could use the evil god's will in the faith crystals to save their lives. Fragmentation realm ones couldn't. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Although the evil god statue was very hard, it was only a matter of time for Yi Xian to destroy it. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Another twin dragon's roar landed accurately on the fiend god statue. Immediately, cracks appeared on the fiend god statue. Huang Xiaolong estimated that after 2 or 3 more attacks, it would be destroyed. As long as this evil god statue was destroyed, the first part of the chain mission would be completed. This part of the mission was really simple. However, just as Yixin thought so, a few people who could threaten him finally rushed out of the evil god palace. These 3 people were all elders of the evil god society, second stage of the fragmentation realm. You bunch of useless trash. Someone is destroying the evil god statue, and you're not doing anything? A black-haired elder shouted angrily. When the surrounding people heard this, they looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, but that they couldn't win. Just now, 3 first-stage fragmentation realm guardians died one after another. If they went, they would just die in vain. However, now that these 3 elders had come out, they were enough to take care of Yixin. They're finally here. Yixin felt the 3 powerful auras, and his expression darkened. Although he had broken through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm, he estimated that he could only deal with 1 evil god society elder at most. If he faced 3 of them, he would probably only be able to escape. Wei Jintian, Old Tree, Luoluo attacked together. Yixin immediately shouted. If the 3 of them attacked together, the power was almost equal to a twin dragon roar. Boom, boom, boom. Crack. Finally, before the 3 elders arrived, Yixin successfully destroyed the evil god statue. Ding! The first part of the chain random quest is complete. At the instant the evil god statue shattered into countless pieces, a system notification rang out. Usually, after the first part of the chain random quest was completed, it would take some time to trigger the second part. However, this time, the second part of the quest was given directly. Ding! Host has triggered the second part of the quest. Kill the evil god apostles of the evil god palace and reduce their number to less than 100. Current number is 763. The second part of the random quest appeared. 763 people reduced to less than 100 people. This means that I have to kill more than 600 people. Yixin focused his mind and directly put Luoluo and the others into the planning space. Then, he turned around and ran. With these 3 evil god society elders around, there was no way he could complete this quest no matter what. Thus, they had to lure him away. Brat, stay here. After the black-haired elder shouted angrily, he grabbed at Yixin with a large hand. However, Yixin easily dodged it. Bullsh asterisk T evil god society. Even the evil god statue was destroyed by me. When I return, I will destroy your evil god palace. You 3 evil god lackeys, if you have the guts, come and chase me. Yixin couldn't help but curse. In the next moment, he directly broke through the void. This position was not far from the evil god palace. Seeing Yixin enter the eye of the void, the 3 evil god society elders looked at each other and decided to charge in. This time, Yixin didn't immediately close the eye of the void. Instead, he let the 3 of them enter. What a good spatial jump technique. The leader will definitely be interested. Capture this brat with all your might. The black-haired elder exclaimed after charging into the eye of the void. Chapter 13:12. Not good. The black-haired old man and his companions paled. They finally realized that they had been lured away. Yixin had returned. Whoosh! The second void door closed, and Yixin returned to the evil god palace. The slaughter had begun. Luoluo, you 3 cripple some 9th-stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and gather them together. Yixin immediately gave the order to Luoluo and the others. Young master, what are you doing? Luoluo asked curiously. I want to save some people and then use the secret technique. Yixin replied. Just now, those 3 elders at the second level of the fragmentation realm had been lured away by him. If they wanted to return to the evil god palace, they would need some time. Taking advantage of this time, Yixin had to deal with these people. If he started the slaughter now, the duration would be over by the time the 3 elders returned. That was why he couldn't start it now. Luoluo and the others immediately understood when they heard the secret technique and began to act. Little young master, this prison should be enough. The old tree's voice sounded in Yixin's mind. Yixin turned around and saw that the old tree had built a prison out of vines. However, this wasn't the Divine Wood prison. Cripple their limbs and throw them in. If they can't be trapped, then use the divine wood prison. Yi Xian said to the old tree and immediately acted. There were many evil god apostles in the evil god palace, and there were more than 100 of them at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If they were all gathered together, Yi Xian might be able to instantly double his strength when the 3 elders returned. A double increase would give Yi Xian the ability to kill a 2nd stage fragmentation realm cultivator. At this time, the only 2 evil god cult enforcers in the evil god palace rushed out. The 3 elders have been lured away. We must delay this brat before they return. One of the enforcers rushed out after speaking. Luo, you 3 continue. I will deal with these 2. Yi Xian hastily shouted. He did not intend to kill the 2 of them on the spot. Instead, he intended to keep them alive. In the blink of an eye, he was already fighting with the 2 Cthulhuism Society Guardians. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out. In the distance, the 3 Cthulhuism Society elders rushed back with gloomy expressions. Fortunately, the void I was near the evil god palace, so they should be able to rush back. However, he did not know if he would be on time. Hurry up, the vice sect leader is currently cultivating. We must not let him disturb the vice sect leader. The black-haired elder roared furiously. At this time, in front of the evil god palace. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon directly engulfed a Cthulhuism Society protector and burned him to ashes. One of them had to die. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to capture the other alive. So strong. The other person was shocked and hastily retreated. However, at this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered and a void door broke open in front of him. You stepped into my trap, Yi Xian said in his heart and directly attacked the void door. Rip, rip. With 2 crisp sounds, the Cthulhuism Society Guardian, who was at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm, had his legs cut off by Yi Xian's Eye of Destruction. Then, Yi Xian directly rushed into the void door and arrived behind the Cthulhuism Society Guardian. He waved the scarlet flame sword in his hand twice and cut off the other party's hands as well. This time, he was crippled by Yi Xian. However, in order to prevent him from escaping, Yi Xian directly exchanged for a bone emperor that could seal true chi and manifestation strength, and stabbed the Cthulhuism Society Guardian's shoulder. The Cthulhuism Society Guardian cried out in pain and was then thrown into the prison in the old tree. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed out and helped to kill the Guardians. There were only slightly more than 400 people left out of the original 763. In a while, they would probably be able to complete the 2nd round of the random mission. However, the 3 Cthulhuism Society Guardians were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yi Xian. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw them and couldn't help but stiffen. Hurry up, there are only 2 seconds left. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. He estimated that he would have to use Killing Feast in 2 seconds because the 3 Guardians would come over. At that time, he would use it first, and then Luo, and the other 3 would continue to kill the Cthulhuism Society apostles to increase the enhancement. 2 seconds was very fast, but in these 2 seconds, Yi Xian's group of 4 had captured more than 300 people. Now, there were only about 100 Cthulhuism Society apostles left. There were more than 500 Cthulhuism God apostles in the Fulfillment Realm 8th stage and 9th stage Fulfillment Realm apostles in the prison. These people all had their arms and legs chopped off, and some were even knocked unconscious and thrown in. Although it was a little cruel, these people were Cthulhuism Society apostles, so it was a different story. At this time, Yi Xian's body trembled because he saw that the 3 Cthulhuism Society elders had stepped into the range of his senses. Old Tree move, Yi Xian hurriedly said to Old Tree and immediately started Killing Feast. Okay, Old Tree nodded. Then, countless sharp vines extended from the prison and pierced through the enemies. This move wasn't the Mad Python sweep, and its power was probably not even 1/10 of the Mad Python sweep. However, it was enough to deal with these Cthulhuism Society apostles who couldn't fight back. Moreover, Luo and Wei Jintian were also helping. In less than a second, All the Cthulhuism Society apostles in the prison were killed. Most of them had their blood essence sucked dry by Old Tree. Old Tree sucked the blood essence on the spot and could temporarily increase his combat strength. With so much blood essence, his combat strength doubled. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. Even if his combat strength doubled, he was still no match for a 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. However, if he joined forces with Luo and Wei Jinqian, he could try to gang up on one of them. Young master, we'll help you take on one of them. Luo said. No need for now. Help me after you've dealt with the rest of them. Yixian reminded. At this time, even the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm, Cthulhuism Society Enforcer, was dead. If he added the others, he would have more than double his original strength. More than double his original strength meant that Yixian's current strength was more than 3 times his previous strength. 3 times his strength was enough to fight against these 3 Cthulhuism Society Enforcers. It wouldn't be a problem to hold them off for a while. When the time came, Luo and the other 2 would deal with all the apostles. His strength would be even higher, and they would help him hold off one of them. He might be able to kill 2 of them at once. Fight! Chapter 13:13. How dare you try to lure us away? You're asking for it. The black-haired elder cursed. Both sides started to fight in an instant. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yixian mustered up all his strength and started to attack. However, no matter how strong his attacks were, they were no match for the joint attack of 3 2nd stage fragmentation realm experts. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he still had a divine skill. Shadow Step. Yixian immediately stopped attacking and started to flee. Good boy, your speed is already faster than us. You're only in the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm, but you have such strength. Once we capture you, we'll interrogate you for your divine skills and then offer them to the demon god. The black-haired elder yelled and joined forces with the other 2 to fight him. As for the lives of the other demon god apostles, it was none of their business. As long as they had the faith crystal, they could just capture any scorpion man. It was much easier than capturing the other races. While the 3 2nd stage fragmentation realm demon god society elders were being held back by Yixian, Luo, and the other 2 quickly finished off the remaining people. Soon, the number of demon god apostles was reduced to less than 100. Ding! Host has completed the 2nd round of the chain random mission. A system notification sounded. Finally completed. Yixian, who was running, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said in his mind, Luo, help me stall one of them. Okay. After receiving Yixian's order, Luo and the other 2 immediately turned around and rushed toward one of them. At the same time, the black-haired elder also noticed Luo and the other 2. He said to an elder, You go and finish off those 3. No problem. An elder left the group and charged toward Luo. Now it was 1 against 2 and 3 against 1. With 1 less person, the pressure on Yixian lessened a lot. His attacks were already able to fight to a draw with his opponent. How is this possible? His attacks are stronger than ours? The black-haired elder was shocked. They had to work together to block Yixian's attack. This proved that Yixian's attacks were stronger than their individual attacks. If that's the case, then I'll have to plan how to kill all of you. Yixian began to plan in his mind. The skill he would use to kill was naturally Eye of the Void. Therefore, he needed to find a place to position himself and then use Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Although the 3 elders already knew about the Eyes of the Void, they never thought that Yixian would use it to ambush them. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled sounds rang out as Yixian and Luo fought fiercely. After some guidance, one of the elders stepped in front of Yixian's coordinates. Seeing this, Yixian's eyes immediately shot out 2 beams of light. All right, die. Yixian roared in his heart as his eyes flickered. Eyes of the Void. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon directly passed through the void door and rushed out from behind an elder. What? This happened so suddenly that the elder didn't even have time to react before he was engulfed by the unparalleled flame dragon slash. However, this elder was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. He wouldn't die just like that. However, Yi Xian's attack wasn't that simple. Eye of Destruction. A golden slash pierced through the air and directly penetrated the elder's back. Rip. This elder's heart was completely disintegrated. He was directly killed at the waist, and half of his scorpion tail was also cut off. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large amount. At the same time, it was also increased by the Feast of Slaughter. 30%. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This second stage of the Fragmentation Realm expert had increased Yi Xian's killing intent by 30%. 2 people against Yi Xian, and one of them was killed by Yi Xian. This was already beyond everyone's expectations. By the time the black-haired elder reacted, Yi Xian had already passed through the eyes of the void and arrived beside him. Oh no! The black-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around, only to see a golden flame dragon attack him and engulf him. Fortunately, he had already reacted and immediately used all the true qi in his body to defend himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame dragon dissipated. The black-haired elder's clothes were almost completely burned. A large part of his skin was burned, and many parts were bleeding. He looked like he had just come out of a pool of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked again. "Brat, I'm going to kill you," the black-haired elder shouted. In the next moment, large amounts of blood suddenly gushed out from the wounds all over his body and gathered in his hand. Fragmentation Mystique, Scorpion King Stab. A scarlet scorpion tail appeared and directly struck Yi Xian's chest. "Let's see who dies, you or me." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he faced the scorpion tail. Rip, rip. 2 crisp sounds spread out. Yi Xian's chest was penetrated by the scorpion tail, made of blood. But the Eye of Destruction also killed the black-haired elder. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian sensed that the Feast of Slaughter's enhancement had increased by 20%. He estimated that if he killed the 3rd elder, the increase in strength could even reach 3 times. At that time, he would be able to display 4 times his combat strength. However, before he went to help, he had to do one more thing. The interspatial rings. 2 interspatial rings fell into his hands one after the other. Then, he devoured the contents of the rings, and his cultivation level increased greatly. "Haha, come and fight me." Yi Xian laughed loudly and rushed toward the 3rd elder. Oh no! The 3rd elder's face sank when he saw the other 2 die. He hurriedly turned around and fled toward the evil god palace. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let him go and directly chased after him. "Vice sect leader, save me," the elder suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment, he felt a powerful aura. 3rd level of the fragmentation realm. He gulped, but after carefully sensing it, he felt that it wasn't the case. The other party shouldn't be at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, but the peak of the 2nd level. The middle-aged man who flew out of the evil god palace had 7 yuan palaces in his body. Only 2 of them were shattered, so he was still at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. However, the 3rd yuan palace was about to shatter successfully. In other words, the other party was at the peak of the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm and was about to break through to the 3rd level. I didn't feel this aura before. It seems that he was in seclusion to break through. Now that I made such a big commotion, he had to come out of seclusion. Yi Xian immediately understood.